Section 26 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2 by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 26. Chapter 162. The Bequest. 2 days after the suicide of Lady Cecilia Harborough, an event which created a profound sensation in the fashionable world and plunged the Tremorden family into mourning, Richard Markham was a passenger in a coach that passed through Hounslow. At this town he alighted, and inquired the way to the residence of Mr. Bennet, a small farmer in the neighbourhood. A guide was speedily procured at the inn, and after a pleasant walk of about 3 miles across a country which already bore signs of the genial influence of an early spring, Richard found himself at the gate of a comfortable-looking farmhouse. He dismissed his guide with a gratuity, and was shortly admitted by a buxom servant girl into a neat little parlour, where he was presently joined by Katherine. The young maiden was rejoiced to see her benefactor, and tears started into her eyes, though her lips were wreathed in smiles, but they were tears of pleasure and gratitude. "This is kind of you, Mr. Markham," she said, as he shook her hand with friendly warmth. "I am come to see you upon important business, Katherine," observed Richard. "But first let me inquire after the good people with whom you reside." "I am sorry to say," answered Katherine, "that Mrs. Bennet experienced a relapse after her return from London, and she is not able to leave her chamber. She is, however, much better. Her husband is a kind-hearted, good man, and he behaves like a father to me. He is now occupied with the business of his farm, but will be in presently." "And now, Katherine, listen to the tidings which I have to communicate," said Markham. "Have you received any news from London within the last day or two?" "No, not a word," returned Katherine, already alarmed lest some new misfortune was about to be announced to her. "Compose yourself," said Richard. "The news that I have for you are good. But first I must inform you that your late master, Mr. Reginald Tracy, is no more." "Dead!" exclaimed Katherine. "He put a period to his own existence," continued Markham, "but not before he made you all the amends in his power for the deep injury which his own guilt entailed upon you." "Then he confessed his crime, and thus established my innocence beyond all doubt," said Katherine. "And he has bequeathed to you his whole fortune, with the exception of a small legacy to Mrs. Bennet, whom his guilt deprived of a sister," added our hero. "Oh, then he died penitent!" exclaimed Katherine, weeping, for her goodness of heart prompted her to shed tears, even for one who had involved her in such a labyrinth of misery as that from which she had only so recently been extricated. "He died by his own hands," said Richard, "and the world will not generally admit that such an act can be consonant with sincere penitence. That he attempted to make his peace with heaven ere he rushed into the presence of the Almighty, let us hope. That he did all he could to recompense those whom his crime had injured is apparent, but this letter will probably tell you more on that head." Richard handed to Katherine a letter as he uttered these words. It was addressed Miss Catherine Wilmot. With a trembling hand the young girl opened it, and with tearful eyes she read the following words: "To you, Catherine Wilmot, a man about to appear before his Maker appeals for pardon. That man is deeply imbued with a sense of the injury, the almost irreparable injury, which his enormous guilt caused you to sustain. But in confessing that this guilt was all and solely his own, in proclaiming your complete innocence, and in offering you the means of henceforth enjoying independence, and fulfilling the dictates of your charitable disposition, that great criminal entertains a hope that you will accord him your forgiveness, and that you will appreciate his anxiety to do you justice in his last moments. My solicitor is already acquainted with my intentions, and he will faithfully execute my wishes. This letter will be forwarded to him, to be delivered to you through your benefactor, that noble-hearted young man, Mr. Richard Markham. The bulk of my fortune, amounting to £18,000, I have made over to my solicitor in trust for yourself, and under certain conditions which I have devised exclusively for your benefit. The sum of £500 I have, in addition, bequeathed to Rachel Bennet, with the hope that she will extend her pardon also to the man who deprived her of an affectionate sister. This letter is written in a hurried manner, and under circumstances whose appalling nature you may well conceive. May Heaven bless you. Refuse not to pray for the soul of Reginald Tracy. Catherine perused this letter, and then handed it to Richard Markham. While he read it, the young maiden prayed inwardly but sincerely for the eternal welfare of him whose course had been dazzling like a meteor, but had terminated in a cloud of appalling blackness. "Those conditions to which the unhappy man alluded I can explain to you," said Richard, after a long interval of silence, during which he allowed Catherine to compose her thoughts. "This letter was placed in the hands of Mr. Tracy's solicitor by the governor of Newgate the day before yesterday. The lawyer immediately wrote to me, being unacquainted with your address. I saw him yesterday afternoon, and he gave me the letter to convey to you, entrusting me at the same time with the duty of communicating to you this last act of Reginald Tracy. Mr. Wharton acquainted me with the conditions which Mr. Tracy had named. These are that you shall enjoy the interest of the money until you attain the age of 21, when the capital shall be placed at your whole and sole disposal. But should you marry previous to that period, then the capital may also be transferred to your name. And now I must touch upon a more delicate point, inasmuch as it alludes to myself. Mr. Tracy was pleased to place such confidence in me as to have stipulated that should you contract any marriage previous to the attainment of the age of 21, without my approval of the individual on whom you may settle your affections, you will then forfeit all right and title to the fortune, which is in that case to be devoted to purposes of charity specified in the instructions given by Mr. Tracy to his solicitor. Oh, I should never think of taking any step, however trivial or however important, without consulting you as my benefactor, my saviour," exclaimed Catherine. "You are a good and a grateful girl, Catherine," said Richard, "and never for a moment did I mistake your excellent heart. Never did I lose my confidence in your discretion and virtue." "No, for when all the world deserted me," said the maiden, "you befriended me." "I have yet other matters of business to consult you upon," continued Markham. "Yesterday evening your uncle called upon me. Never, never have I seen such an alteration so speedily wrought in any living being. He said that certain representations which I had made to him at the tavern in the Old Bailey, after you had departed with Mrs. Bennet, had induced him to reflect more seriously upon the course of life which he had been for years pursuing." "Oh, these news are welcome indeed!" ejaculated Catherine, clasping her hands together in token of gratitude. "I communicated to him your good fortune, Catherine," proceeded Markham, "and he wept like a child." "Poor uncle! His heart was not altogether closed against me," murmured Catherine. I desired him to call upon me to-morrow, and I assured him that in the meantime I would devise some project by which he should be enabled to earn a livelihood whereof he need not be ashamed." "You are not content with being my benefactor, Mr. Markham. You intend to make my relatives adore your name," cried Katherine, her heart glowing with gratitude towards our hero. "I now intend that you shall be the means of doing good, Katherine," said Richard, with a smile. "Oh, tell me how!" exclaimed the amiable girl, joyfully. "You shall draw upon the first year's interest of your fortune for a sufficient sum to enable your uncle to retire to some distant town, where, under another name, he may commence a business at whose nature he will not be forced to blush." "Oh, that proposal is indeed a source of indescribable happiness to me," said Katherine. "Then I will carry the plan into effect to-morrow," continued Richard. "Your uncle and cousin shall both visit you here when they leave London." "Poor John!" said Katherine. "Do you think that his father—" "Will treat him better in future?" added Markham, seeing that the maiden hesitated. "Yes, I will answer for it. A complete change has taken place in your uncle. He is another man." "He contemplated your benevolence, and he could not do otherwise than to be struck by the example," said Kate. "I asked him if he desired you to live with him in future, and he replied, 'Not for worlds.' He then continued to say that dwell where he might, conceal his name how he would, there would be danger of his ancient calling transpiring, and he would not incur the chance of involving you in the disgrace that might ensue. This consideration on his part speaks volumes in favour of that change which has been effected within him." "The tidings you have brought me concerning my uncle, Mr. Markham," said Katherine, "far outweigh in my estimation the news of my good fortune." "Your uncle and your cousin will yet be happy, no doubt," observed Richard. "In reference to yourself, what course would you like to adopt? Would you wish me to seek some respectable and worthy family in London, with whom you can take up your abode in entire independence, or——" "Oh, no, not London!" exclaimed Katherine, recoiling from the name in horror. "My counsel is that you remain here, in this seclusion, at least for the present," said Richard. "The tranquillity of this rural dwelling, the charms of the country, the unsophisticated manners of these good people, will restore your mind to its former composure after all you have passed through." "This advice I have every inclination to follow," said Katherine; "and even were I otherwise disposed, which I could not be, your counsel would at once decide me." "Remember, Katherine," resumed Markham, "I do not wish you to pass the best portion of your youth in this retirement. With your fortune and brilliant prospect, such a proceeding were unnatural, absurd. I only feel desirous that for a short time you should remain afar from society, until recent events shall be forgotten, and until your own mind shall become calm and relieved from the excitement which past misfortunes have been so painfully calculated to produce. I will remain here until you tell me that it is good for me to go elsewhere," said Katherine. At this moment an old man, dressed in a rustic garb, but with a good-natured countenance and venerable white hair, entered the room. This was the farmer himself. Katherine introduced Richard to him as her benefactor, and the old man shook hands with our hero in a cordial manner, saying at the same time, "By all I have heard Miss Kate tell of you, sir, you must be an honour to any house, whether rich or poor, that you condescend to visit." Richard thanked the good-natured rustic for the well-meant compliment, and then communicated to him the fact that his wife was entitled to a legacy of £500, which would be paid to her order in the course of a few days. The old man was overjoyed at these tidings, although his countenance partially fell when he heard the source whence the bequest emanated; but Richard convinced him that it would be unwise and absurd to refuse it. Mr. Bennet hastened upstairs to communicate the news to his wife. While he was absent, the farmer's servant girl entered to spread the table for the afternoon's repast. On the return of the old man to the room, the dinner was served up, and our hero sat down to table with the farmer and Katherine. A happy meal was that, and in the pure felicity which Katherine now enjoyed, Richard beheld, to a considerable extent, the results of his own goodness. How amply did the spectacle of that young creature's happiness reward him for all that he had done in her behalf! It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon when our hero took his leave of the old farmer and Miss Wilmot, in order to retrace his steps to Hounslow. End of Section 26. Section 27 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 27. Chapter 163. The Zingarees. The old farmer had offered to convey Richard to Hounslow in his own spring cart, or to provide him with a guide to conduct him thither, but our hero felt so confident of being enabled to find his way back to the town, that he declined both offers. He walked on across the fields, pondering upon various subjects. Isabella, his brother, Katherine, Reginald Tracy's crimes, and the frightful suicide of Lady Cecilia Harborough, and with his mind so intent upon these topics that some time elapsed ere he perceived that he had fallen into a wrong path. He looked around, but not an object of which he had taken notice in the morning when proceeding to the farm could he now discover. Thus he had lost the only means which could assist his memory in regaining the road. As he stood upon a little eminence, gazing around to find some clue towards the proper direction which he should follow, a light blue wreath of smoke, rising from behind a hill at a short distance, met his eyes. "There must be a dwelling yonder," he said to himself. "I will proceed thither and ask my way, or, if possible, obtain a guide." Towards the light blue cloud which curled upwards, Markham directed his steps; but when he reached the brow of the hill, from the opposite side of which the smoke at first met his eye, he perceived, instead of a cottage as he expected, an encampment of gipsies. A covered van stood near the spot where 2 men, 2 women, and a boy were partaking of a meal, the steam of which impregnated the air with a powerful odour of onions. The cauldron, whence the mess was served up in earthenware vessels, was suspended by means of stakes over a cheerful wood fire. We need attempt no description of the persons of those who were partaking of the repast. It will be sufficient to inform the reader that they consisted of King Zingaree, Queen Aisha, Morcar, Eva, and this latter couple's son. They were, however, totally unknown to Richard, but the moment he saw they were of the gipsy tribe, he determined to glean from them anything which they might know and might choose to reveal concerning the Resurrection Man. He therefore accosted them in a civil manner, and, stating that he had lost his way, inquired which was the nearest path to Hounslow. "It would be difficult to direct you, young gentleman, by mere explanation," answered Zingaree, stroking his long white beard, in order to impress Richard with a sense of veneration. "But my grandson here shall show you the way with pleasure." "That I will, sir," exclaimed the boy, starting from the ground and preparing to set off. "But perhaps the gentleman will rest himself and partake of some refreshment," observed Morcar. "If you will permit me," said Markham, whose purpose this invitation just suited, "I will warm myself for a short space by your cheerful fire, for the evening is chilly, but you must not consider me rude if I decline your kind hospitality in respect to food." "The gentleman is cold, Morcar," said Zingaree. "Produce the rum and hand a snicker." The king's son hastened to the van to fetch the bottle of spirits, and Markham could not help observing his fine, tall, well-knit frame, to which his dark Roman countenance gave an additional air of manliness, even of heroism. Richard partook of the spirits in order to ingratiate himself with the gipsies, and King Zingaree then called for his broseley. "You appear to lead a happy life," observed Richard by way of encouraging a conversation. "We are our own masters, young gentlemen," answered Zingaree, "and where there is freedom there is happiness." "Is it true that your race is governed by a king?" asked Markham. "I am the king of the united races of Bohemians and Egyptians," said Zingaree, in a stately manner. "This is my beloved queen, Aisha. That is my son, Morcar. Here is my daughter-in-law, Eva, and that lad is my grandson." Richard started when these names fell upon his ears, for they had been mentioned to him by Skilligalee in the palace of the Holy Land. He also remembered to have been informed that it was in consequence of something which the Resurrection Man told Aisha when she was attending to his wound, that the gipsies took him with them when they removed from the palace to the encampment near the penitentiary at Pentonville. "I feel highly honoured by the hospitality which your Majesty has afforded me," said Richard with a bow, an act of courtesy which greatly pleased King Zingaree. "On one occasion I was indebted to some of your subjects for a night's lodging at your establishment in St. Giles." "Indeed!" exclaimed the King, and now all the gipsies surveyed Richard with some interest. "Yes," continued our hero, "and I may as well state to you frankly and candidly under what circumstances I became your guest, for you were all inmates of the house at the time I entered it." "Speak, young gentleman," said Zingaree. "We will listen with attention to all you may please to tell us, but we do not seek your confidence of our own accord, as curiosity is forbidden to our race." "I must inform you," resumed Richard, "that I have sustained great and signal injuries at the hands of a miscreant, whom I one night traced to your dwelling in St. Giles." "Call it the palace, young gentleman," said Zingaree, smoking his pipe and listening with great complacency. "On that night the man to whom I allude was desperately wounded." "Ah!" ejaculated the gipsies, as it were in a breath. "And you removed him with you, away from the palace during the night, or rather very early in the morning." "Then you, young gentleman," said the King, "were the stranger whom the porter locked in the room to which you were shown, and who escaped from the palace by some means or other? The matter was duly reported to us by letter." "It is perfectly true that I liberated myself from the room in which I was imprisoned," said Markham. "But answer me, I implore you, one question. Did that vile man die of the wound which he received?" "Before I reply to you," observed Zingaree, "you will have the goodness to inform me why you left the palace by stealth on that occasion, and whether you saw or heard anything remarkable after we had taken our departure." "I will answer you frankly," returned Markham. "I left my room on that occasion because I wished to discover whether Anthony Tidkins, to whom I have alluded, was in the house." "The palace," said Zingaree. "I beg your Majesty's pardon, the palace," continued Richard, "and I thank God that I was more or less instrumental in releasing from a horrible dungeon a poor woman—" "We know whom you mean," interrupted Zingarees sternly. "Did you see a tall young man—" "Who called himself by the strange name of Skilligalee?" added Markham, concluding the King's question for him. "I did. I helped him to release that woman he named Margaret." "And whom the laws of the Zingarees had condemned to the penalty from which you freed her," said the King. "Was it right, young man, thus to step between the culprit and the decree of justice?" "I acted in accordance with the dictates of humanity," replied Richard firmly; "and under such circumstances I should act in a similar way again." "The young gentleman speaks well," said Morcar, who admired the resolution evinced in our hero's tone and manner. "And he showed a good heart," observed Eva, now speaking for the first time since Richard's arrival, and displaying her brilliant teeth. "Well, well," exclaimed Zingaree, "I will not upbraid the young man more, since even my pretty Eva takes his part. You see," he continued, addressing himself especially to the gipsies, "it is as we thought. Skilligalee deserted us in order to liberate Margaret Flathers. I always believed that such was the case, from the moment we received the account of her escape. But I have one more question to ask our guest. Let him satisfy us how he traced Anthony Tidkins to the palace, and how he learned that Anthony Tidkins was wounded in the palace." "On that head I must remain silent," said Richard. "I will not invent a falsehood, and I cannot reveal the truth. Be you, however, well assured that I never betrayed the secrets and mysteries of your establishment in St. Giles." "Our guest is an honourable man," observed Morcar. "We ought to be satisfied with what he says." "I am satisfied," exclaimed the King. "Aischa, answer you the questions which it is now the young man's turn to put to us." "I wish to know whether Anthony Tidkins died of the wound which he received," said Richard. "It was my lot to attend to his wound," began Aischa, "when he was so far recovered as to be able to speak, which was about half an hour after the blood was stanched. He implored me to have him removed from the palace. He told me a long and pathetic story of persecutions and sufferings which he had undergone, and he offered to enrich our treasury if we would take him beyond the reach of the person who had wounded him. His anxiety to get away was extreme, and it was in consequence of his representations and promises that I prevailed upon the King to issue orders to those who were to leave London with us to hurry the departure as much as possible. That accounts for the abrupt manner in which we left at such an hour, and for the removal of the wounded man with us. In answer to your direct question, I must inform you that he did not die of the wound which he received." "He did not die!" repeated Markham. "Then he is still alive, and doubtless as active as ever in purposes of evil." "Is he such a bad man?" asked Aischa. "He belongs to the atrocious gang called Burkers," answered Richard emphatically. "Merciful heavens!" cried Eva with a shudder. "To think that we should have harboured such a wretch!" "And to think that I should have devoted my skill to resuscitate such a demon!" exclaimed Aischa. "The vengeance of the Zingarees will yet overtake him," said the King calmly. "Wherever I meet him, there will I punish him with the stoutest cudgel that I can find ready to hand," cried Morcar with a fierce air. "Have you then cause to complain against him?" asked Richard. "The wretch, sir," answered Morcar, "remained nearly a month in our company, until his wound was completely healed by the skill of my mother. We treated him with as much kindness as if he had been our near and dear relative. One morning, when he was totally recovered, he disappeared, carrying away my father's gold with him." "The ungrateful villain!" ejaculated Richard. "And he was indebted to your kindness for his life?" "He was," returned Morcar. "Fortunately, there was but little in the treasury at the time—very little. Nevertheless, it was all we had, and he took our all." "And you have no trace of him?" said Richard, eagerly. "Not yet," replied Morcar; "but we have adopted measures to discover him. The King, my father, has sent a description of his person and the history of his treachery to every chief of our race in the kingdom, and thousands of sharp eyes are on the look-out for him through the length and breadth of the land." "Heaven be thanked!" exclaimed Markham. "But when you discover him, hand him over to the grasp of justice, and instantly acquaint me with the fact." "The Zingarees recognise no justice save their own," said the King, in a dignified manner. "But this much I promise you, that the moment we obtain a trace of his whereabouts, we will communicate it to you, and you may act as seemeth good to yourself. We have no sympathy in common with a cowardly murderer." "None," added Morcar, emphatically. "I thank you for this promise," said Richard, addressing himself to the King. "Here is my card; and remember that as anxious as I am to bring a miscreant to justice, so ready shall I be to reward those who are instrumental in his capture." "You may rely upon us, young gentleman," said Zingaree. "We will not shield a man who belongs to the miscreant gang of Burkers. To-morrow morning I will issue fresh instructions to the various district chiefs, but especially to our friends in London." "And is it possible that, with no compulsory means to enforce obedience, you can dispose of thousands of individuals at will?" exclaimed Markham. "Listen, young man," said the King, stroking his beard. "When the great Ottoman monarch, the Sultan Selim, invaded Egypt at the beginning of the 16th century, and put to death the Mameluke sovereign Tumanbay, when the chivalry of Egypt was subdued by the overwhelming multitudes of warriors who fought beneath the banner of Selim and his great vizier Sinin Pasha, then did a certain Egyptian chief place himself at the head of a chosen body of Mamelukes, and proclaim death and destruction to the Ottomans. This chief was Zingarees. For some time he successfully resisted the troops of Selim, but at length he was compelled to yield to numbers, and Selim put him to death. His followers were proscribed, and those who did not fall into the hands of the Turkish conquerors escaped into Europe. They settled first in Bohemia, where their wandering mode of life, their simple manners, their happy and contented dispositions, and their handsome persons soon attracted notice. Then was it that the Bohemian maidens were proud to bestow their hands upon the fugitive followers of Zingarees, and many Bohemian men sought admittance into the fraternity. Hence the mixed Egyptian and Bohemian origin of the gipsy race. In a short time, various members of this truly patriarchal society migrated to other climes, and in 1534 our ancestors first settled in England. Now the gipsy race may be met with all over the globe, in every part of Asia, in the interior of Africa, and in both the Americas. You may encounter our brethren, as in Europe. The Asiatics call us Egyptians, the Germans Zinguanere, the Italians Cingani, the Spaniards Gitanos, the French Bohemians, the Russians Saracens, the Swedes and Danes Tartars, and the English Gypsies. We most usually denominate ourselves the United Races of Zingarees. And time, young gentleman, has left us comparatively unchanged. We preserve the primitive simplicity of our manners, our countenances denote our origin, and, though deeply calumniated, vilely maligned, we endeavour to live in peace and tranquillity to the utmost of our power. We have resisted persecution, we have outlived oppression. All Europe has promulgated laws against us, and no sovereigns aimed more strenuously to extirpate our race in their dominions than Henry VIII and Elizabeth of England. But as the world grows more enlightened, the prejudice against us loses its virulence, and we now enjoy our liberties and privileges without molestation in all civilized states." "I thank you for this most interesting account of your origin," said Richard. "Henceforth you will know how to recognise the real truth amongst all the wild, fanciful, and ridiculous tales which you may hear or read concerning our race," proceeded Zingarees. "From the 200 or 300 souls who fled from Egypt and took refuge in Bohemia, as I have ere now explained to you, has sprung a large family, which has increased with each generation, and at the present moment we estimate our total number, scattered over all parts of the earth, at 1,500,000. "I was not aware that you were so numerous," said Richard, much interested by these details. "Permit me to ask whether the members in every country have one sovereign or chief, as those in England?" "There is a king of the Zingarees in Spain, another in France, a third in Italy, and a fourth in Bohemia. In the northern provinces of European Turkey, in Hungary, and in Transylvania, there is a prince with the title of a Woiwode. The Zingarees of northern Europe are governed by a grand or great lord." Richard now rose to take leave of the hospitable and entertaining family in whose society he had thus passed an hour; and as it was growing dark, Morcar himself offered to conduct our hero as far as Hounslow. This proposal was gladly accepted, and Markham, having taken leave of the King, Aischa, and Eva, set out with Morcar. In the course of 3/4 of an hour they reached the precincts of the town. Richard forced a handsome remuneration upon the gipsy, and reminded him of the promise made by his father concerning the Resurrection Man. "You may rely upon us," said Morcar. "It cannot be very long before you will hear from us, for there are many on the alert to discover the haunt of the villain." The gipsy then turned to retrace his steps towards the encampment, and Richard proceeded to the inn, where he obtained a conveyance for London. Section 27. Section 28 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 28, Chapter 164. The Executioner's History. On the following evening, Smithers presented himself, according to appointment, at Markham Place. Richard received him in the library, and treated him altogether with a condescension and a degree of kindness which made a deep impression on the mind of the executioner. Our hero then proceeded to acquaint him with the good fortune of Katherine, and the arrangement which had been made to supply him with the means to establish him in business. "But do not imagine that this is all which you are to expect at Katherine's hands," said Richard. "As time progresses, and I find that you are determined not only to persevere in a respectable course of life, but also to make amends, by your altered manner, for the harshness which you have exhibited towards your son on so many occasions, it will be my pleasing duty to recommend Katherine's trustee, who is disposed to place implicit confidence in me, to grant you such occasional pecuniary succour as may enable you to extend the business, whatever it may be, in which you intend to embark." "I cannot find words to express my gratitude to you, sir," said Smithers; "and I hope that when you see Kate again you will ask her forgiveness in my name for all the unkindness I have shown her at different times." "You shall see her yourself. She wishes you and your son to call upon her," answered Richard; "and Mr. Bennet, to whom I communicated everything, has sent you both an invitation to pass an entire day at his farm so soon as you can find leisure to avail yourself of the offer." "Then that shall be to-morrow, sir," exclaimed Smithers; "for now that Katherine has such good prospects, I may as well communicate something to her which she probably will not regret to hear." And for a few moments Smithers appeared to be absorbed in deep thought. "And I don't know why I should keep any secret away from you, sir," he continued, suddenly breaking silence. "You've done so much for Kate, and you have produced so great a change in my mind, that I ought to conceal nothing from you. In one word, then, sir, Katherine Wilmot is no more my niece than she is yours." "Not your niece!" ejaculated Richard. "No relation whatever in the world to me," replied Smithers. "I never had either brother or sister, neither had my wife; and thus you see, sir, Kate cannot be my niece." "But she believes herself to be so related to you," said Markham, who was not altogether displeased to learn that the young female for whom he experienced a fraternal interest was not even a connexion of the public executioner. "The story is somewhat a long one, and to me a melancholy subject," continued Smithers; "but if you will have patience to listen to it, I shall have nerve to relate it." "Proceed," said Markham. "I feel deeply interested in the topic which now occupies us." "You will then excuse me, sir, if I begin by telling you something about myself," resumed Smithers, "because it is more or less connected with Kate's early history." Smithers settled himself in a comfortable position in his chair, and then related the following history. "My father was a grocer, in a large way of business, at Southampton. He was a widower, and I was his only son. I was considered to be a steady, exemplary young man, and I can safely say that I attended studiously to my father's business. I never frequented public houses, but went to church regularly of a Sunday, and was fond of reading good books. Next door to us there lived a corn dealer of the name of Wilmot. He also was a widower, and had one child. This was a beautiful girl, about a year or two younger than myself, and whose name was Harriet. The two families had been acquainted for a long time, and Harriet and myself were playmates in our infancy. We were therefore very intimate together, and the friendship of childhood ripened into love as we grew up. And oh, how I did adore that girl! From amidst all the coarse, worldly, and abominable ideas which have of late years crowded in my brain, I have ever singled out that one bright, pure, and holy sentiment as a star that points to a blissful episode in my life. And she loved me in return. Our parents were pleased when they saw our attachment, and it was understood that our marriage should take place on the day that I attained my 21st year. It only wanted 7 or 8 months to that period, when an event occurred which quite changed the prospect of affairs. The local bank failed, and old Wilmot was ruined." Smithers paused for a moment, heaved a deep sigh, and then continued thus. "Wilmot immediately came to my father and addressed him in these words: 'The failure of the bank will throw me into the Gazette if I cannot raise £1200 or £1500 within a week to sustain my credit. That difficulty being overcome, I have no doubt of retrieving myself altogether.' My father expressed his great delight at hearing this latter announcement, but instinctively buttoned up his breeches pockets. Wilmot proceeded to state that he could raise the sum he required if my father would guarantee its repayment. My father was a money-making close man, and this proposal astounded him. He refused it point blank. Wilmot begged and implored him to save him from ruin, but all in vain. In the course of 10 days, the name of Joseph Wilmot, corn dealer, figured in the list of bankrupts." Again Smithers paused for a few moments. "I must tell you, sir," he continued, "that I did all I could to persuade my father to help Wilmot in this business. But my prayers and entreaties had been poured forth entirely without effect. I, however, took an opportunity of seeing Harriet, and assuring her that my affection was based upon no selfish motive, but that her father's misfortunes endeared her more than ever to me. My father viewed matters in quite a different light, and spoke to me openly of the impossibility of my marrying a girl without a penny. I remonstrated with him on the cruelty, injustice, and dishonour of such conduct, but he cut me very short by observing that his money was his own. He had made it by his industry, he could leave it to whom he chose, and that if I insisted upon marrying Harriet Wilmot, I need not darken his threshold afterwards. I replied that I was resolved to consult my own inclinations, and also to do honour to my vows and promises towards Harriet. "You acted in a generous manner," observed Markham, "although you opposed the wishes of your own father." "I had no secrets from Harriet," said Smithers, "and I assured her that if she would espouse a man who had nothing but his honest name and exertions to depend upon, I was ready to make her mine. She answered me, with tears in her eyes, that she could never consent to be the cause of marring all my prospects in life, and that, much as she loved me, she would release me from my vows. I wept in concert with her, for I was not then hard-hearted, sir, nor had my countenance become impressed with that brutal severity which I feel, it has long worn." "As the countenance is more or less the index of the soul," said Markham, "so will yours resume all its former serenity of expression." "Well, sir, let me hope so. I do not wish to die with the word executioner traced upon my features. But I will continue my story. Harriet seemed firm in her generous purpose not to be the cause of my ruin. I, however, implored her to reflect upon the misery into which her decision would plunge me. I then left her. The next morning I heard that Wilmot and his daughter had departed from their house, and had gone, no one knew whither. Malignant people said that the old man was afraid to face his creditors in the local bankruptcy court. I thought otherwise. I felt persuaded that Harriet had prevailed upon her father, by some means or another, to leave, and I now considered her lost to me for ever. My sorrow was great, but I redoubled my attention to business, in order to distract my mind from contemplating the misfortune that had befallen me. Weeks and months passed away, and the wound in my heart was closed, but it was still painful. One day, during a temporary indisposition which confined my father to his room, I was turning over some papers in his desk, seeking for an invoice which I required, when I perceived a letter addressed to my father and signed Joseph Wilmot. The date especially attracted my attention, because I remembered that this letter must have been written on the very day that I had the last interview with Harriet. I hesitated not a moment to read it, and its contents revealed to me the cause of that precipitate departure which has so distressed me. Indeed, the letter was an answer to one which Wilmot acknowledged to have just before received from my father. It appears that my father had written to offer old Wilmot £200 if he would quit the town with his daughters, and that Wilmot should give a note of hand for this amount, which security my father engaged himself not to enforce so long as Wilmot remained away and left me in ignorance of his future place of residence. Wilmot consented to this arrangement. He was a ruined man without a shilling, and he gladly availed himself of the means of embarking in business elsewhere. This stratagem on the part of my father I discovered through Wilmot's letter. I said nothing about the letter to my father. I concluded that he had merely acted under the impression that he was consulting my welfare, and moreover the injury appeared to be irrevocable. Well, sir, 6 months passed away after the departure of Wilmot and his daughter, and my father, who was usually so cautious and prudent, was induced to embark some money in the purchase of smuggled goods. The excise officers discovered the transaction, and a fine was imposed, which swept away every farthing of the sum which my father had been accumulating by the industry and toil of years. It broke his heart. He died, and left me a ruined business instead of a decent competence. I struggled on for a year, just keeping my head above water, but dreadfully crippled for want of capital. At length I learnt from a friend that I had found favour in the sight of a wealthy neighbour's daughter, who was some 6 or 7 years older than myself. I made the best of this circumstance, and to save myself from total ruin, in a short time married the female alluded to. The fruit of this union was a son, the poor deformed creature whom you have seen. He was not, however, so afflicted at his birth. How he come to be so, I will presently tell you." Smithers uttered these words in a tone of deep feeling. "I had married for money, sir," he continued, "and I married unhappily. My wife was of a temper befitting a demon. Then she was addicted to drink, and in her cups she was outrageous. My home grew miserable, and I began to neglect the business, and, to avoid my wife in her drunken humours, I went to the public house. Then also my temper was so sorely tried that it gave way under the accumulated weight of domestic wretchedness. I grew harsh and uncourteous to my customers. I retaliated against my wife in her own fashion of ill-treatment, by means of stormy words and heavy blows. And when I was weary of all that, I rushed to the public house, where I endeavoured to drown my cares in strong drink. In a word, 3 years after my marriage, I was compelled to abandon my business in Southampton, and, with about £100 in my pocket, the wrecks of all that my wife had brought me, I removed, with her and the child, to London. On our arrival, I took a small tobacconist's shop in High Street, St. Giles, and exerted myself to the utmost to obtain an honest livelihood, and for some time my wife seemed inclined to second me. The ruin which our disputes and evil courses had entailed upon us appeared to have made a deep impression upon her mind. She carefully avoided strong drink, and declared her resolution never to take anything stronger than beer. But one day she was prevailed upon by a female friend to accept a little spirits, and a relapse immediately followed. She came home intoxicated. We had fresh quarrels, renewed disputes, and I myself went in an evil hour to the nearest public house. From that moment we pursued pretty well the same courses that had ruined us in Southampton, and this conduct led to similar results. I was forced to give up the snuff and cigar shop, and we moved into that identical house in St. Giles which I now inhabit, and where you first saw me." Smithers passed his hand over his forehead, as if to alleviate the acuteness of painful recollections. He then pursued his narrative in the following manner. "Our sole hope and only resource now consisted in being able to let the greater portion of the house, and as we had managed to save our little furniture from the wreck of the business in High Street, we had still a decent prospect before us. My wife again promised reformation, and as I never took to drink, except when driven to it by her conduct, I was by no means unwilling to second her in her resolutions of economy. We soon let our lodgings, and I did a little business by selling groceries on commission for a wholesale house, to which I managed to obtain an introduction. In this way we got on pretty well for a time, and now I come to the most important part of my story." Richard drew his chair, by a mechanical movement as it were, closer to that of the executioner, and prepared to listen with redoubled attention, if possible. "It was 12 years ago last January," continued Smithers, "that I returned home one evening, after a hard day's application to business, when the first thing my wife told me was that our back room, on the second floor, which had long been to let, was at length taken. She added that our new lodger was a female of about 28 or 30, and had a little girl of 4 years old. My wife also stated that she was afraid the poor creature was in a dreadful state of health, and was not very comfortably off, as all her own and her child's things were contained in a small bundle which she brought with her. When my wife asked for a reference, she evaded the inquiry by paying a week's rent in advance, and this pittance was taken from a purse containing a very slender stock of money. I inquired if the new lodger had given any name, but my wife replied that she had not asked her for it. The next day I was taken unwell, and was compelled to stay at home, but my wife went out with our boy, who was then 6 years old, to pass a few hours with a friend. I was sitting in the little parlour all alone, and thinking of the past, when I heard a gentle knock at the door. I opened it, and saw a nice little girl, about 4 years old, standing in the passage. She asked me to let my wife step up to her mother, who was very ill. I took the child in my arms, and went up to my new lodger's room, to say that my wife was out, but that if I could render any assistance I should be most happy to do so. I knocked at the door. It opened, but the female who appeared uttered a piercing scream, and fell back senseless on the floor. She had recognized me, and I too had recognized her in spite of her altered appearance and her faded beauty. It was Harriet Wilmot! The executioner paused, averted his head for a moment, and wiped away a tear. He then continued his narrative. I instantly did my best to recover her. I fetched vinegar and bathed her forehead, and in a few minutes she opened her eyes. I laid her upon the bed, and she motioned me to give her the child. This I did, and she pressed it rapturously to her bosom. I stood gazing upon the affecting scene, with tears in my eyes, but I said nothing. She extended her hands towards me, and murmured in a faint tone, "Is it then in your home that I am come to breathe my last?" I implored her to compose herself, and assured her that she should meet with every attention. She glanced tenderly upon her child, and large tears rolled down her faded cheeks. Oh, she was so altered that it was no wonder if my wife, who had known her years before at Southampton, had not recognized her. I asked her if I should procure medical attendance. She could not answer me. A dreadful faintness seemed to come over her. I told her that I would return immediately, and I hurried for a doctor. The medical man came with me, and we found the poor creature speechless, but still sensible. He shook his head with significant hopelessness at me. I understood him. She was dying. The surgeon hastened back home, and speedily returned with various drugs and medicines. But all was of no avail. The poor creature was on the threshold of the grave. The doctor told me what to do, and then took his leave, promising to return in a couple of hours. I seated myself by the side of the bed, and anxiously watched the patient, who had gradually sunk into a deep slumber. I also amused myself with and pacified the little girl. In this way hour after hour passed, and at length my wife came home. But in what a state did she return! Her friend, the same as I afterwards learnt, who had before seduced her away from the paths of temperance, had accomplished this feat a second time. My wife was in a disgusting state of intoxication. Not finding me in our sitting-room, she came upstairs to search for me. The moment I heard her, I stepped out of Harriet's chamber to meet her, and request her assistance in behalf of the dying woman, for as yet I knew not the state in which my wife had returned. But when she saw me come from that room, she rushed upon me like a tigress. Her jealousy was suddenly excited to an ungovernable fit of passion. She tore my face with her nails, and dragged out my hair by handfuls. I implored her to hear me. She raved, she stormed, she declared she would have the life of the woman in whose chamber I had been. Then my own anger was fearfully roused. I caught her by the throat, and I do believe that I should have strangled her, had not John, our boy, at that instant caught hold of my legs and begun to kick and pinch me with all his might, for he always took his mother's part. I was now rendered as infuriate as a goaded bull. I hurled my wife away from me, and with one savage blow, may God forgive me, I knocked the child backwards down the stairs. Here Smithers covered his face with his hands, and the tears trickled through his fingers. The lodgers rushed up to the floor where this horrible scene took place. He continued after a long pause, and I, in that moment of my excited and bewildered senses, justified my conduct by declaring that the woman who lay dying in the next room was my own sister. My wife was insensible and could not contradict me, and thus the tale was believed. The lodgers removed my wife and my child to their bedroom, and the same surgeon who had attended upon Harriet was instantly sent for. Alas! His skill was all in vain. My wife never rallied again, save to give way to dreadful hysterical fits. In a few weeks, during which she lingered in that manner, she breathed her last, and my son became deformed as you have seen him." Again the miserable man paused and gave way to his emotions. Several minutes elapsed ere he continued his narrative, and Markham also remained wrapped in a profound silence. At length the executioner proceeded thus: "The condition into which my rage had thrown my wife and child on that memorable day did not prevent me from watching by the death-bed of Harriet Wilmot. I even attended to her little girl as if she had been my own. I felt my heart yearn towards that poor woman who I had once known so beautiful and had loved so tenderly. She slept throughout that long and weary night, and there I remained, watching by her bedside. In the morning the doctor came. Harriet awoke and smiled when she saw me. Then she made signs that she wished to write. Her powers of speech had deserted her. The medical man addressed her in a kind tone, and said that if she had anything to communicate she had better do so, as she was very, very ill. She thanked him with a glance for his candour, and for the delicate manner in which he bade her prepare for death. I placed writing materials before her, and she wrote a few lines, which were, however, so blotted by tears. I have already been made acquainted with the contents of the only legible portion which still remains of that letter," interrupted our hero. "And you are then aware, sir, that allusion is made to a certain Mr. Markham?" said Smithers. "Perfectly," replied Richard. "The late Mr. Reginald Tracy communicated that fact to me." "The poor creature breathed her last ere she could terminate that letter," continued the executioner. "She suddenly dropped her pen, turned one agonizing glance upon her child, fell back, and expired. I buried her as decently as my means would permit, and I determined to take care of Katherine. I repeated my original statement that the little girl was my niece, and in order not to throw shame upon the memory of her mother, I represented her as having been a widow when she came to my house. I have before said that my wife never sufficiently recovered her senses to contradict this story, and my son John was too young at the time to be aware that it was a fiction." "And did you never institute any inquiries into the meaning of that allusion to Mr. Markham in the letter?" inquired Richard. "I obtained various directories and guides, and found that there were 30 or 40 persons of that name residing in London, and whose addresses were given in those books. I called upon several, but none knew anything of the business which took me to them. Then I abandoned the task as hopeless, for I reflected that there might be others of the same name who were not to be found in the directories, and I was not even assured that the Mr. Markham alluded to dwelt in London. Thus you never obtained any farther clue to Catherine's parentage? Never, answered Smithers. The little child herself, when questioned by me soon after her mother's death, did not recollect having ever seen any one whom she called papa, and from all I could learn from the orphan girl, her mother must have been living for some time in London before she came to my house. But where this residence was, I could not ascertain. One thing, however, I discovered, which seemed to proclaim the illegitimacy of Catherine's birth. She said that her mamma's name was Wilmot. That was her maiden name. Poor Catherine! said Richard. And now I have told you all, sir, that concerns her early history, at least all that I know. Some time after my wife's death, evil reports got abroad concerning me. It was said that my brutality had produced her death, and my son was a living reproach against me. No one would employ me, no one would lodge in my house. It was then that I accepted the office of public executioner, to save myself from starving, and to give bread to my own son and the little orphan girl. By degrees my temper, already ruined by the conduct of my wife, became confirmed in its ferocity and cruel callousness. I grew brutal, savage, inhuman. I felt the degradation of my calling. I saw that I was shunned by all the world. I was looked upon as a monster who had murdered his wife and made his son deformed. But the provocation and the circumstances were never mentioned to palliate the enormity of that double crime. At length I heard all the reproaches, and did not take the trouble to state facts in order to justify myself. But all this was enough to brutalize me, especially when added to the duties of my new calling. In time, I even began to ill-treat that poor orphan girl, whom I had at first looked upon as my own child. But, bad as I have been towards her, when I thought that she encouraged my son to thwart my will, shamefully as I used her at times, I never would have abandoned her. For when she thought that I turned her out of my house the day she went to Mr. Tracy's, it was only my brutal way of letting her go to a place which I knew would be creditable to her, and which, by what she told me, I saw she wished to take. Then I thought within myself, yes, even she will now gladly leave me. And in order to conceal what I felt at that idea, and I did feel deeply, I took refuge in my own brutalized temper. But I sent her round all her things in the evening, not forgetting her work-box, which I knew contained the fragment that her poor mother wrote upon her death-bed. Moreover, when she came to see me, I received her with no constrained kindness, for I always liked her, even when I ill-used her, and I was sorry to have parted with her. The world, my good friend, has not altogether read your heart correctly, said Richard. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that assurance, exclaimed Smithers. And when you good friend me, sir, you who are so noble-hearted, so generous, so truly grand in your humanity, I could burst into tears. If my example please you, said Markham kindly, you will make me happy by profiting by it. Oh, you shall yet live long to convince the world that the human heart never can be so deadened to all good feelings as to be beyond redemption. I do not think I shall live to an old age, sir, observed Smithers, sinking his voice to a mysterious whisper. I have already had one warning. One warning? Repeated Richard, surprised at this strange announcement. Yes, Mr. Markham. One night I was lying in bed. The candle was flickering in the fireplace. I happened to turn my eyes towards that puppet which hangs in the loft where I used to sleep until the last few days, and I saw another face looking over its shoulder at me. Another face! Ejaculated Markham. What do you mean? I mean, sir, that Harriet Wilmot's countenance appeared above the shoulder of the figure, answered Smithers, with a shudder. "My good friend," said Markham, "your imagination was disordered at the moment. The days of spectres and apparitions are gone by. The Almighty does not address himself to man by means of terrors which nurses use to frighten children. I will show you, by a simple process of reasoning, that it is impossible to see a ghost, even if such a thing should exist. You do not see with the eye precisely in the way in which you may imagine. Strictly speaking, the eye does not see at all. The effect is this: substantial objects are reflected in the retina of the eye as in a mirror, and the impression is conveyed from the retina into the brain, where it assumes a proper and suitable shape in the imagination or conception. But in order that objects should so strike the retina of the eye, they must be substantial. They must have length, breadth, and thickness. They must displace so much air as to leave the void filled up by their own forms. Now, even if the spirits of the departed be allowed to revisit this earth, no mortal eye can see them, because they are unsubstantial, and they cannot be reflected in the retina of the eye. I have only entered into this explanation to convince you that an unsettled mind or a disordered imagination, arising from either moral or physical causes, can alone conjure up phantoms. "Well, sir, we will not talk any more upon this subject, if you please," said Smithers. "I understand what you say, and I thank you for your goodness in explaining the matter to me. I now wish to ask you whether you would rather that I should communicate all I have told you to Katherine, or whether you will yourself." "My good friend," said Richard, "you acted so noble a part towards her mother that this duty will better become you. Katherine will thank you for your goodness towards her parent, especially as that goodness arose from no interested motives, and you will rejoice in the grateful outpourings of the heart of that orphan whom you reared, and to whom you gave a home. To-morrow you and your son can visit her. The day after to-morrow, in the evening, I wish both of you, yourself and your son, to call upon me." Smithers promised to obey our hero's desires in all respects, and then took his leave, wondering how any human being could possess such influence over the heart to humanize and reclaim it as Richard Markham. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 29, Chapter 165. The Trace. In order to avoid unnecessary details, we shall now concisely state that Smithers and his son paid the visit agreed upon to Katherine Wilmot. Smithers communicated to her, when they were alone together for half an hour, so much of his own history as involved all the particulars with which he was acquainted concerning her parentage. The grateful girl expressed a deeper sense of obligation than she had ever yet experienced towards the individual who had supported her for so many years, although she had no claims of relationship upon him. After one of the most agreeable days which the late executioner and his son had ever passed in their lives, they took leave of Katherine and the worthy people of the farm, and returned to London. Poor Katherine Wilmot! She had that day learnt more concerning her parentage than she had ever known before, but she would have been happier Perhaps had her original impressions on that subject never been disturbed. Still Markham had conceived it to be a duty which was owing to the young maiden to permit Smithers thus to reveal to her those circumstances which seemed to fix her with the stigma of illegitimacy. That night her pillow was moistened with abundant tears, as she lay and reflected upon her lamented mother. On the appointed evening, Smithers and his son called at Markham Place. They were conducted by Whittingham to a parlour, where the table was spread with a handsome collation, places being arranged for 3 persons. "Sit down, my friends," said Richard Markham, who received them with a warmth far more encouraging than mere courtesy. "After supper we will transact the business for which I have requested your presence here." "What, sir!" ejaculated Smithers. "Can you condescend to have me at your table?" "Not as you lately were," answered Richard. "I receive you as a regenerated man." John Smithers, for we shall suppress his nickname of Gibbet, as his father had already done so, cast a glance of profound gratitude upon our hero, in acknowledgment of a behaviour that could not do otherwise than confirm his father in his anxious endeavours to adopt a course of mental improvement. Smithers' confidence increased when he had imbibed a glass or 2 of generous wine, and he related to Markham the particulars of his interview with Katherine. Then was it for the first time the humpback learnt that Katherine was not his cousin. He said nothing, but as he drank in all that fell from his father's lips, 2 large tears rolled down his cheeks. When the supper was over, Richard addressed Smithers in the following manner. "The narrative which you revealed to me the day before yesterday materially alters the position in which Katherine stands with respect to you. When I first proposed that she should advance you at once a small sum, I believed her to be your near relative. But as she is in no way akin to you, it results that you have for years supported one who had no claim upon you. Accident has made her rich, and it is but fair and just that you should be adequately rewarded for your generosity. I have communicated with Katherine's trustee upon the subject, and we have agreed to furnish you with £500 at once, to enable you to embark in a respectable and substantial line of business. This pocket-book," proceeded Markham, "contains that sum. Take it, my worthy friend, it is your due, and should you succeed in the career that you are now about to enter upon, you can with satisfaction trace your prosperity to the humanity which you showed to a friendless orphan." After some hesitation, Smithers received the pocket-book. He and his son then took leave of Richard Markham, with the most sincerely felt expressions of gratitude, and with a promise from the father to write to him soon to state where and how they had settled themselves. Scarcely had those 2 individuals, now both made happy, taken their departure, when Whittingham informed his master that a person with a dark complexion, and who gave the name of Morcar, requested to speak to him. Richard ordered the gipsy to be instantly admitted to his presence. Morcar was accordingly shown into the parlour. The moment he found himself alone with Markham, he said in a low and somewhat solemn tone, "We have traced him." "I expected as much the moment your name was announced," said Richard. "Where is he?" "He has taken refuge in a barge on the river," answered Morcar. "That is all I have been able to learn, but I am confident he is there." "And do you know where the barge is moored?" asked Richard. "Close by Rotherhithe, but there are several other barges off the same wharf, and I cannot single out which he is in. I, however, know that he is concealed in one of them." "It is important to discover which," said Markham. "Were we to make our appearance in that vicinity with a body of police, he might escape us altogether." "And therefore it will be better to take him by means of stratagem," observed Morcar. "What can have induced him to seek refuge there?" said Richard, in a musing tone. "Some new crime, perhaps?" "Or else some fresh scheme of villainy," returned Morcar. "But perhaps you are not aware, sir, that river piracy still flourishes to some extent?" "I certainly imagined that with our system of Thames police that species of depredation was completely ruined." "No such thing, sir!" exclaimed Morcar. "The man who gave me the information about Tidkins told me more than ever I knew before on that subject." "You may as well acquaint me with those particulars, Morcar," said our hero. "They may assist me in devising some scheme to entrap the Resurrection Man, and enable justice to receive its due." "River piracy, sir," continued Morcar, "is carried on by a set of vagabonds, who for the most part have been sailors, or in some shape or another engaged amongst barges and lighters. They are all leagued with the marine store dealers and people that keep old iron and junk shops on both sides of the river below London Bridge. The river pirates usually possess a barge or lighter, which every now and then makes a trip up and down the river between Greenwich and Putney, but with no other freight than bales of sawdust, old rags, or even dung. This they do to keep up appearances and avoid suspicion. But all day long they maintain a good look out in the Pool, and take notice of particular ships which they think can be easily robbed. For instance, sometimes a steamer is left with only a boy on board to take care of it, or else a lighter has only one man to look after it. Then these pirates go on board in the night, master the boy or the man, and plunder the steamer or lighter of anything worth carrying away." "I begin to understand how these villains may reap a profitable harvest in this manner," observed Richard. "Oh, you don't know half their pranks yet," said Morcar. "Sometimes 2 or 3 of the gang will go and hire themselves as bargemen or lightermen, and then they easily arrange with their pals how to plunder the vessels thus entrusted to them, while the owners never suspect that their own men are at the bottom of the robbery. When times are bad, and these fellows are driven to desperation, they think nothing of cutting away great pieces of ships' cables, or even weighing the anchors of small craft, and with these heavy materials they will get clean off in their boats to their own barge, and next morning they convey them as coolly as possible to the marine store dealers. Sometimes they cut lighters adrift when the tide is running out, and follow them in their boat. Then, under pretence of helping those on board, they cut away bales of cotton or any other goods that are easily thrown into their boats in dark nights." "The villain Tidkins has no doubt transferred his operations from the land to the river," observed Markham, "seeing that by means of a little address and a great deal of courage such depredations can be effected." "These river pirates are of several kinds," continued Morcar. "There's the light horsemen, or men who board the unprotected vessels in the night. Then there's the heavy horsemen, who wear an underdress called a jemmy, which is covered by their smocks. These fellows obtain employment as lumpers, that is, to load or discharge ships in the Pool, during which they contrive to stow away everything portable in the large pouches or pockets of their underdress. Afterwards, the heavy horsemen give information to their pals and put them on the scent which ships to rob at night. Next there's the mudlarks, who get on board stranded lighters at low water and carry off what they can when the vessels are unprotected, or ask some question to lull suspicion if they find any one on board. This mode of river piracy is very profitable, because numbers of lighters and barges are often left for hours alongside the banks without a soul on board. Game lightermen are those pirates that are in league with dishonest mates and sailors belonging to vessels that come up the river to discharge, and they receive at night from their pals on board, through the portholes or over the quarter, anything that's easy to move away in this manner. Last of all, there's the scuffle hunters, who put on smocks and obtain work as porters on the wharves where a ship is loading. Then, if they can't contrive to steal anything by those means, they can, at all events, carry some useful information to their pals, so that the ship is generally robbed in one way or another. With so well organized a fraternity and such means of operation, said Markham, who had listened with interest and astonishment to these details, Tidkins is capable of amassing a fortune in a very short time. But we must stop him in his criminal career. At the same time, let us do nothing without mature consideration. Are you willing to assist? Your reward shall be liberal. The Zingaree may not of his own accord deliver up any one to justice, answered Morcar, but he is allowed to serve an employer who pays him. Moreover, he added, as if ashamed of that sophistical compromise with the rules of his fraternity, I shall gladly help to punish the miscreant who treated us with such base ingratitude. Then you consent to serve me? Said Richard. I do, sir, was the reply. Tomorrow at midday I will meet you somewhere in the eastern part of London, continued Richard. I have already a project in my head, but I must consider it more maturely. Where shall we meet, sir? asked Morcar. Markham reflected for a moment, and then said, On the Tower Wharf. I will be punctual, sir, answered the gipsy, and he took his departure. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 30, Chapter 166. The Thames Pirates. Moored at a wharf at the Rotherhithe side of the River Thames, nearly opposite Execution Dock, were several lighters and barges all lying together. Along the upper part of the buildings belonging to the wharf were painted, in rude but gigantic letters, the following words, Mossop's Wharf, where goods are received, housed, or carted. Mr. Mossop, the sole proprietor of this wharf, was by no means particular what goods he thus received, whence they came when he housed them, or whither they were going when he carted them. He asked no questions, so long as his commission and charges were duly paid. For the convenience of his numerous customers, he kept his office constantly open, and either himself or his son Ben Mossop was in constant attendance. Indeed, Mr. Mossop did more business by night than by day. He was, however, a close man. He never put impertinent questions to anyone who called to patronize him, and thus his way of doing business was vastly convenient for all those who used his wharf or his storehouses. If a lighter arrived at that wharf, ostensibly with a freight of hay, but in reality with divers bales of cotton or other goods concealed beneath the dried grass, Mr. Mossop did not seem to think that there was anything at all strange in this, and if next day he happened to hear that a barge at a neighbouring wharf had been robbed of divers bales of cotton during the night, Mr. Mossop was too much of a gentleman to question the integrity of his customers. Even if every wall in Rotherhithe, Horsley Down, and Bermondsey were covered with placards announcing the loss of the bales, describing them to a nicety, and offering a reward for their recovery, Mr. Mossop never stopped to read one of them. On 2 or 3 occasions, when a police officer called at his wharf and politely requested him just to honour the nearest magistrate with a visit, and enter into an explanation how certain goods happened to be found in his storerooms, the said goods having been lost by other parties in an unpleasant manner, Mr. Mossop would put an enormous pair of spectacles upon his nose and a good face on the matter at the same time, and it invariably happened that he managed to convince the bench of his integrity, but without in any way compromising those persons who might be in custody on account of the said goods. His son Ben was equally prudent and reserved, and thus father and son were mighty favourites with all the river pirates who patronized them. Moreover, Mossop's wharf was most conveniently situate. The front looked, of course, upon the river, the back opened into Rotherhithe Wall, and Mossop's carts were noted for the celerity with which they would convey goods away from the warehouse to the receivers in Blue Anchor Road or in the neighbourhood of Halfpenny Hatch. The father and son were also famous for the regularity and dispatch with which they executed business on pressing occasions. Thus, while Mossop senior would superintend the landing of goods upon the wharf, Mossop junior was stationed at the back gate, where it was his pleasing duty to see the bales speedily carted as they were brought through the warehouses by the lumpers employed. Mossop senior was also reputed to be a humane man, for if any of his best customers got into trouble, which was sometimes the case, and were short of funds, a £5 note in a blank envelope would reach them in prison to enable them to employ counsel in their defence, and this sum invariably appeared as money lent in Mossop's next account against them when they were free once more and enabled to land another cargo at the wharf. But to continue our narrative. It was the evening after the one on which Morcar had called at Markham Place, consequently the evening of that day when the gipsy was to meet our hero on the Tower Wharf. Over the particulars of that meeting we, however, pass, as the plans then arranged will presently develop themselves. It was now about 9 o'clock. The evening was beautiful and moonlight. Myriads of stars were rocked to and fro in the cradle of the river's restless tide, and the profiles of the banks were marked with thousands of lights glancing through dense forests of masts belonging to the shipping that were crowded along those shores. At intervals, those subdued murmurs which denoted that the river was as busy and active as the great city itself were absorbed in the noise of some steamer ploughing its rapid way amidst the mazes of vessels that to the inexperienced eye appear to be inextricably entangled together. Then would arise those shouts of warning to the smaller craft, those rapid commands to regulate the movements of the engines, and those orders to the helmsman, which, emanating from the lips of the captain posted on the paddle-box, proclaim the progress of the steamer winding its way up the pool. A wondrous and deeply interesting spectacle, though only dimly seen, is that portion of the Thames on a moonlight night. Then indeed is it that even the most callous mind is compelled to contemplate with mingled astonishment and awe one of the grandest features of the sovereign city and world's emporium of trade. The gurgling water and the countless masts, the vibration of mighty engines on the stream, and the myriads of twinkling lights along the shores, the cheering voices of the mariners, and the dense volumes of smoke which moving colossal chimneys vomit forth, the metallic grating of windlasses, and the glittering of the spray beneath revolving wheels, the flapping of heavy canvas, and the glare from the oval windows of steamers, the cries of the rowers in endangered boats, and the flood of silver lustre which the moon pours upon the river's bosom. These form a wondrous complication of elements of interest for both ear and eye. The barge that was farthest off from Mossop's Wharf of all the lighters moored there, and that could consequently get into the stream quicker than any other near it, was one to which we must particularly direct our readers' attention. It was called the Ferry, and was large, decently painted, and kept in pretty good order. It had a spacious cabin abaft, and a smaller one, termed a cuddy, forward. The mast, with its large brown sail that seemed as if it had been tanned, was so fitted as to be lowered at pleasure, to enable the vessel to pass under the bridges at high water. The rudder was of enormous size, and the tiller was as thick and long as the pole of a carriage. The waist, or uncovered part of the lighter in the middle, was now empty, but it was very capacious, and adapted to contain an immense quantity of goods. On the evening in question 2 men were sitting on the windlass, smoking their pipes, and pretty frequently applying themselves to a can of grog which stood upon the deck near them. One was the Resurrection Man, the other was John Wicks, better known as the Buffer. "Well, Jack," said the Resurrection Man, "this is precious slow work. For the last 4 days we've done nothing." "What did I tell you when you first come to me and proposed to take to the river?" exclaimed the Buffer. "Didn't I say that one ought to be bred to the business to do much good in it?" "Oh, that be hanged!" cried the Resurrection Man. "I can soon learn any business that's to make money. Besides, the land was too hot to hold me till certain little things had blown over. There's that fellow Markham, who ran against me one night. Then there's Cranky Jem. The first saw that I was still hanging about London, and the other may have learnt, by some means or another, that I didn't die of the wound he gave me. Then again, there's those gipsies, whose money I walked off with one fine day. All these things make the land unsafe, and so I thought it best to embark the gold that I took from old King Zingarees in this barge, which was to be had so cheap." "I suppose we shall do better in time, Tony," said the Buffer, "when we get more acquainted with them light and heavy horsemen that we must employ, and them lumpers that gives the information." "Of course, when you set up in a new business you can't expect to succeed directly," returned the Resurrection Man. "The regular pirates won't have confidence in us at first, and as yet we don't know a single captain or mate that will trust us with the job of robbing their ship. How do they know but what we should peach if we got into trouble, and tell their employers that it was all done with their connivance? But old Mossop begins to grow more friendly, and that, I'm sure, is a good sign that he thinks that we shall succeed." "So it is," said the Buffer. "Besides, this barge is so good a blind that business must come. What should you say to getting into the skiff presently, and taking a look out amongst the shipping for ourselves?" "Well, I've no objection," answered Tidkins, "but we've already a connection with several lumpers, and they have put us on to all that we have done up to the present time. Perhaps we should do better to wait for the information that they can give us. They begin to see that we pay well, and so they'll only be too anxious to put things in our way." "True enough," observed the Buffer. At this period of the conversation a woman's head appeared above the cabin hatchway. "Supper's ready," she said. "We're coming, Moll," returned the Buffer. The 2 villains then descended into the cabin, where a well-spread table awaited them. Scarcely had the trio concluded their repast when a man, who had come from the wharf and had walked across the barges until he reached the ferry, called to Tidkins by the appellation of Captain from the hatchway. "Come below," answered the Resurrection Man. The person thus invited was the foreman in Mr. Mossop's employment. He was short, stout, and strongly built, with a tremendous rubicundity of visage, small piercing grey eyes, no whiskers, and a very apoplectic neck. His age might be about 50, and he was dressed in a light garb befitting the nature of his calling. "Well, Mr. Swot," said the Resurrection Man, as the little fat foreman descended the ladder. "This is really an unusual thing to have the honour of your company. Sit down, and you, Moll, put the lush and the pipes upon the table." "That's right, Captain," returned Mr. Swot, as he seated himself. "I came on purpose to drink a social glass and have a chat with you. In fact, my present visit is not altogether without an object." "I'm glad of that," said the Resurrection Man. "We want something to do. It was only just now that I and my mate were complaining how slack business was. You know that Mossop never has anything to do with any schemes in which chaps of your business choose to embark," continued Mr. Swot. "He receives your goods, and either keeps them in warehouse or carts them for you as you like, but he never knows where they come from." "Perfectly true," observed the Resurrection Man. "But all that's no reason why I should be equally particular," proceeded Swot. "Of course not," said the Resurrection Man. "Well, then, we are all friends here?" asked Swot, glancing around him. "All," replied Tidkins. "This is my mate's wife. She answers to the name of Moll, and is stanch to the backbone." "Well and good," said Swot. "Now I've as pretty a little idea in my head as ever was born there, but it requires 2 or 3 daring, I may say desperate, fellers to carry it out." "You couldn't come to a better shop for them kind of chaps," remarked the Buffer. "And if it's necessary, I'll deuced soon dress myself up like a lighterman and help you," added Moll. "I'm very much pleased with your pluck, ma'am," said Mr. Swot, "and I drink to your excellent health and our better acquaintance." Mr. Swot emptied his mug at a draught, lighted a pipe, and then continued thus. "But now, my fine fellers, s'pose I was to start some scheme which is about as dangerous as walking slap into a house on fire to get the iron safe that's full of gold and silver." "Well, we're the men to do it," said Tidkins. "That is," observed the Buffer, "if so be the inducement is equal to the risk." "Of course," returned Mr. Swot. "Now one more question. Would you sleep in the same room with a man who had the cholera or the smallpox, for instance, supposing you got £1,000 each to do it?" "I would in a minute," answered the Resurrection Man. "Nothing dare, nothing have." "So I say," added the Buffer. "And you wouldn't find me flinch," cried Moll. "Now then, we shall soon understand each other," resumed Swot, helping himself to another supply of grog. "Please to listen to me for a few minutes. A very fine schooner, the Lady Anne of London, trades to the gold and slave coasts of Guinea. She takes out woollens, cottons, linen, arms, and gunpowder, which she exchanges for gold dust, ivory, gums, and hides. A few days since, as she was beating up the Channel, homeward bound with a fine cargo, something occurs that makes it necessary for her to run for the Medway instead of coming direct up to London. But the night before last it blew great guns, as you may recollect, and as she was but indifferently manned, she got out in her reckoning, for it was dark as pitch, and ran ashore between the mouth of the Medway and Gravesend. Now there she lies, and there she's likely to lie. She got stranded during springtide, and she does not float now, even at high water. The gold dust would be very acceptable. The gums, ivory, hides, and such like matters may stay where they are." "Then the fact is the owners haven't yet moved out the cargo," said the Resurrection Man, interrogatively. "No, nor don't intend to neither, for the present," answered Swot. "And what's more, there's a police boat pulling about in that part of the river all day and all night, but I can assure you that it gives the schooner a precious wide berth." "Well, I can't understand it yet," said the Buffer. "The fact is," continued Swot, "the Lady Anne was on its way to Standgate Creek in the Medway when it got ashore on the bank of the Thames. Do you begin to take?" "Can't say I do. answered the Resurrection Man. "Is the crew on board still?" "The crew consisted this morning, when I heard about it last, of 3 men and a boy," returned Swat, "and one of them men is a surgeon. But the Lady Anne has got the yellow flag flying. And now do you comprehend me?" "The plague!" ejaculated the Resurrection Man and the Buffer in the same breath. "The plague!" repeated Moll Wicks with a shudder. "Neither more or less," said Swat, coolly emptying his second mug of grog. There was a dead silence for some moments. It seemed as if the spirits of those who had listened with deep attention to the foreman's narrative were suddenly damped by the explanation that closed it. "Well, are you afraid?" asked Swat, at length breaking silence. "No," returned the Resurrection Man, throwing off the depression which had fallen upon him. "But there is something awful in boarding a plague ship." "Are you sure the gold dust is on board?" demanded the Buffer. "Certain. My information is quite correct. Besides, you may get the newspapers and read all about it for yourselves." "The thing is tempting," said Moll. "Then by God, if a woman will dare it, we mustn't show the white feather, Jack," exclaimed the Resurrection Man. "That's speaking to the point," observed the foreman. "You see, there's a guard on land to prevent anyone from going near the vessel on that side, and the police boat rows about on the river. The plan would be to get down to Gravesend tomorrow, then tomorrow night to drop down with the tide close under the bank and get alongside the vessel." "Oh, that can be done easy enough," said the Resurrection Man. "But we want more hands. Of course you'll go with us." "Yes, I'll risk it," answered Mr. Swat. "It's too good a thing to let slip between one's fingers. If you'll leave it to me, I'll get 2 or 3 more hands, because we must be prepared to master all that we may meet on the deck of the schooner, the very moment we board it, so as not to give 'em time even to cry out, or they'd alarm the police boat." "Well and good," said the Resurrection Man. "But you don't mean to go in the lighter?" "No, no, we must have a good boat with 2 sculls," answered Swat. "Leave that also to me. At daybreak everything shall be ready for you, and I shall join you in the evening at Gravesend." "Agreed," cried Tidkins. Mr. Swat then took his departure, and the 3 persons whom he left behind in the lighter continued their carouse. In this way the Resurrection Man, the Buffer, and Moll Wicks amused themselves until nearly 11 o'clock, when, just as they were thinking of retiring for the night, Tidkins to his bed in the after cabin, where they were then seated, and the other 2 to their berth in the cuddy forward, the lighter was suddenly shaken from one end to the other by some heavy object which bumped violently against it. End of section 30.
Section 31 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 31. An arrival at the wharf. The collision was so powerful that the Buffer's wife was thrown from her seat, and every plank in the Fairy oscillated with a crashing sound. The Buffer and the Resurrection Man rushed upon the deck. A single glance enabled them to ascertain the cause of the sudden alarm. A lighter, nearly as large as the Fairy and heavily laden, had been so clumsily brought in against the barges moored off the wharf that it came with the whole weight of its broadside upon the Fairy. "Now then, stupids," ejaculated the Buffer, applying this complimentary epithet to the 2 men who were on the deck of the lighter which was putting in. "Hope we haven't hurt you, friends," exclaimed one of the individuals thus addressed. "More harm might have been done," answered the Buffer. "Who are you?" "The Blossom," was the reply. "Where'd you come from?" demanded Wicks. "Oh, up above bridge," cried the man, speaking in a surly and evasive manner. "Here, just catch hold of this rope, will you, and let us lay alongside of you." "No, no," shouted the Buffer. "You'd better drop astern of us, and moor alongside that chalk barge." "Well, so we will," said the man. While the Blossom was executing this manoeuvre, which it did in a most clumsy manner, as if the two men that worked her had never been entrusted with the care of a lighter before, the Buffer turned towards the Resurrection Man and said in a whisper, "We must remain outside all the barges, 'cause of having room to run our boat alongside the Fairy, and get the things on board easy when we come back from the expedition down to the Lady Anne." "To be sure," answered the Resurrection Man. "You did quite right to make those lubbers get lower down. I'm pleased with you, Jack. And now I see that I can let you be spokesman on all such occasions without any fear that you'll commit yourself." "Why, if you want to keep in the background as much as possible, Tony," replied the Buffer, "it's much better to trust these little things to me. But I say, I think there's something queer about them chaps that have just put in here." "So do I, Jack," said Tidkins. "They certainly know more about managing a lighter than you and I did when we first took to it." "Yes, but we had a regular man to help us at the beginning," observed the Buffer. "So we had, and I precious soon sent him about his business when he had taught us our own." "Well, perhaps them fellows have got a regular man too," said Wicks. "But let 'em be what and who they will, my idea is that they've taken to the same line as ourselves." "We must find that out, Jack," observed the Resurrection Man. "If they're what you think, they will of course be respected. If they don't belong to the same class, we must ascertain what they've got on board, and then make up our minds whether any of their cargo will suit us." "Well said," returned the Buffer. "But in any case you must be the person to learn all this," continued the Resurrection Man. "You see, I'm so well known to a lot of different people that would show me no mercy if they got hold of me, that I'm compelled to keep myself as quiet as possible. There's Markham, there's Cranky Jem, there's the gipsies, and there's the Rattlesnake. Why, if I was only to be twigged by one of them, I should have to make myself scarce in a minute." "I know all this, Tony," cried the Buffer impatiently, "and therefore the less you're seen about the better. In the daytime always keep below, as you have been doing, but at night, when one can't distinguish particular faces, you can take the air, or on such occasions as to-morrow will be, for instance, when we will run down the river and get away from London." "Yes, yes," interrupted Tidkins. "Don't think that I shall throw away a chance. Those lubbers have managed to make their lighter fast to the chalk barge now. Just step across and try and find out what you can about them." The Buffer immediately proceeded to obey this order. He walked across the barges, which, as we before stated, were so closely moored together that they formed one vast floating pier, and approached as close as possible to the Blossom without setting foot upon it. He said, "Halloa, friend there! You mustn't think that we meant anything by telling you not to lay alongside of us. 'Twas only 'cause we expect to be off to-morrow or next day." "No offence is taken where none's intended," answered the man who had before spoken. The Buffer now perceived that the other individual on board the Blossom, and who had charge of the helm, was a black, of tall form, and dressed in the rough garb of a sailor. "You seem well laden," said the Buffer, after a pause. "Yes, pretty deep," answered the first speaker. "Do you discharge here at Mossop's?" "Don't know yet," was the laconic reply. "And what may be your freight?" "Bales of cotton," returned the man. "Then I suppose you're the master of that lighter," continued the Buffer. "Yes," was the brief answer. "Well, it's a pleasant life," observed Wicks. "Have you been at it long?" "I've only just begun it," replied the master. "And that sable gentleman there," said the Buffer with a laugh, "I should think he's not a Johnny Raw on the water." "Not quite," returned the master. "Poor fellow, he's deaf and dumb." "Deaf and dumb, eh?" repeated the Buffer. "Well, perhaps that's convenient in more ways than one." "I believe you," said the master significantly. "Ah, I thought so," cried Wicks, who now felt convinced that the Blossom was not a whit better than the Fairy. "Ain't there no one on board but you and Blackie?" "What the devil should we want any more hands for?" said the master gruffly. "Oh, I understand," observed the Buffer. "Capital, you're the master, to do as you like. Blackie's deaf and dumb, and can't blab, and you and him are alone on board. I've hit it, you see." "You're uncommon sharp, my fine fellow," said the master. "Step on board and wash your mouth out." The Buffer did not hesitate to accept this invitation. The black had lighted his pipe, and was lounging on the deck over the after cabin. The master disappeared down the hatchway of the small cabin, or cuddy, forward, and in a few moments he returned with a bottle and 2 tin pannikins. "What's the name of your craft?" he said, as he poured out the liquor, which exhaled the strong and saccharine flavour of rum. "The Fairy," replied the Buffer. "Then here's a health to the Fairy, and here's to the Blossom." The master and the Buffer each took draughts of the raw spirit. "Now let us drink to our better acquaintance," said the master. "You seem an honest, open-hearted kind of a feller." "And to be trusted, too," interrupted Wicks. "Well, I'm inclined to think you are," said the master, speaking deliberately, as if he were meditating upon some particular idea which then occupied his mind. "And it's very probable, it may be, I mean, that I shall want a little of your advice, for which, remember, I should be happy to pay you well." "You couldn't apply to a better man," returned the Buffer. "And here's to you," said the master. "What sort of a fellow is Mossop that keeps this wharf? He has no eyes, no ears, and no tongue for things that don't concern him," answered Wicks. "Just the kind of agent I want," returned the master. "But I shall also require 2 or 3 good fellows in a few days, chaps that ain't over particular, you understand, how they earn a £10 note, so long as it's sure." "And you want 2 or 3 chaps of that kind?" asked the Buffer. "Yes, I've a good thing in hand," returned the master, "but I shan't say too much now." "Well, you may reckon on me at any moment, to-morrow excepted," said Wicks, "and my pal in the Fairy will also be glad to row in the same boat." "What sort of a man is your pal?" demanded the master. "One of the right kind?" "If he wasn't, him and I shouldn't long hold together," answered the Buffer. "But when do you think you'll want our services?" "Very soon. You say you're both engaged for to-morrow?" "Yes, both of us." "The day after to-morrow, in the evening, you and your friend can come and smoke your pipes with me, and we'll talk the matter over," said the master. "And if anything should prevent us coming the day after to-morrow, the evening after that will do, p'raps?" remarked the Buffer interrogatively. "Well, we must make that do, then," answered the master. "Good night." "Good night," said Wicks, and he then returned to the Fairy. "What can you make of them, Jack?" demanded the Resurrection Man, who was smoking his pipe on the after-deck. "They're of the right sort, Tony," was the reply. "The master seems a good kind of a feller. The only other man on board with him is a black, and he's deaf and dumb. The master sounded me about Mossop, and that shows he knows what's what. Besides, he's hinted that he's a good thing in view, but wanted more hands, so he made an appointment for you and me to smoke a pipe with him in the course of 2 or 3 evenings, to talk over the matter." "You didn't say much about me," exclaimed the Resurrection Man hastily. "Not more than was proper. It's all right. I could tell that with half an eye." "Well, business seems dropping in upon us," observed the Resurrection Man, "but we must be very cautious what we do. Now, let's turn in, for we have to get up early, recollect." End of section 31.
Section 32 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathi Reynolds, Albany, New York. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 32. The Plague Ship. It wanted half an hour to daybreak when the splash of oars alongside met their ears, and in a few moments Swat, the foreman, made his appearance. "I've got all ready for you, my boys," said that individual. "A good boat, and 2 stout chaps to help." "Have they got their barkers?" demanded the Resurrection Man, thereby meaning pistols. "A brace each," replied the foreman, "but they must only be used in case of desperation. There's a false bottom to the boat, and there I've stowed away 5 cutlasses." "All right," cried the Buffer. "Now, Moll, you make yourself comfortable till we get back again." "You're a fool, Jack, not to let me go along with you," observed the woman. "Nonsense," answered her husband. "Someone must stay on board to take care of the lighter." "Well, don't say that I'm a coward, that's all," exclaimed Moll. "We won't accuse you of that," said the Resurrection Man. "But now let's be off. Where shall we meet you at Gravesend?" "You know the windmill about a mile below the town," returned Swat, to whom this question was addressed. "Well, close by is the Lobster Tavern, and there's a little jetty where the boat can be fastened. Meet me at that tavern at 10 o'clock this evening." "Agreed," answered Tidkins. The three men then ascended to the deck. The dawn was at that moment breaking in the east, and every moment mast after mast on the stream and roof after roof on the shore appeared more palpably in the increasing light of the young day. On board of the Blossom, the Black was busily employed in washing the deck, and seemed to take no notice of anything that was passing elsewhere. "The tide will be with us for nearly 3 hours," said Tidkins. "Come, we won't lose a moment." The foreman retraced his steps across the barges to the wharf, while the Resurrection Man and the Buffer, each armed with a pair of pistols, leapt into the boat that lay alongside the lighter. Two stout fellows, dressed like watermen, and who were already seated in the boat, instantly plied their sculls. The skiff shot rapidly away from the vicinity of the barges, and was soon running down the middle of the river with a strong tide. The morning was beautiful and bright. A gentle breeze swept the bosom of the stream, and when the sun burst forth in all its effulgent glory, a few fleecy clouds alone appeared on the mighty arch of blue above. Here and there the mariners on board the outward-bound vessels were busy in heaving up their anchors, a task which they performed with the usual cheering and simultaneous cry, or in loosening the canvas that immediately became swollen with the breeze. At distant intervals some steamer, bound to a native or foreign port, walked, as it were, with gigantic strides along the water, raising with its mighty Briarean arms a swell on either side which made the smaller craft toss and pitch as if in a miniature whirlpool. Alas! how many souls have found a resting place in the depths of those waters, and the spray of the billow seems the tears which old Father Thames sheds as a tribute to their graves. Then, at dark midnight, when the wind moans over the bosom of the river, the plaintive murmurs sound as a lament for those that are gone. Vain are thy tears, O river, but if they must be shed, let them flow for the living, whose crimes or whose miseries may, with Orphic spell, awaken the sympathy of even inanimate things. The boat shot rapidly along, the sun gilding its broad pathway. What evidence of commercial prosperity appears on either side! The clang of mighty hammers denote the progress of new vessels in the various building yards, and in the numerous docks the shipwright is busy in repairing the effects of past voyages, and rendering the gallant barks fit to dare the perils of the ocean once more. The river pirates, whose course we are following, pursued their way. The old dreadnought, stripped of the cannon that once bristled on its lofty sides, and now resembling the worn-out lion that has lost its fangs, was passed. The domes of Greenwich greeted the eye, and now the boat merged upon the wide expanse which seems to terminate with Blackwall. But no, the stream sweeps to the right, and onward floats the skiff, skirting the Kentish shore. At length the gloomy and sombre-looking hulks off Woolwich are reached. The boat shoots in between the shipping, and there the pirates landed. At Woolwich they repaired to a low public-house with which they were acquainted, and as the fresh air of the river had sharpened their appetites, they called into request every article of food which was to be found in the larder. Liquors in due proportion were ordered. The Resurrection Man paid the score for all, and in this manner the four pirates contrived to while away the time until the tide turned once more in their favour in the afternoon. At 3 o'clock they retraced their steps to the boat, and in a few minutes were again gliding rapidly along on the bosom of the river. "Now," said the Resurrection Man, "as we have drunk a glass and smoked a pipe together, we are better acquainted with each other." These words were especially addressed to the two men whom the foreman at Mossop's Wharf had provided. "Of course," continued the Resurrection Man, "I needn't ask you if you know the exact nature of the business which we have in hand. I didn't think it prudent to talk about it when we were at the crib in Woolwich just now, because walls have ears. but I took it for granted, from certain words which you two chaps said, that it's all right." "Yes, yes, master," returned one, who was called Long Bob in consequence of his height. "Swat put us up to the whole thing." "We know the risk, and we know what's to be got by it," added the other, who delighted in the name of the Lullyprig, from the circumstance of his having formerly exercised the calling with which, in flash language, the name is associated before he became a river pirate. "Then we understand each other," said the Resurrection Man, "without any farther wagging of the Taliban." "We cut the same lock that you do, old feller," answered the Lullyprig, "and as long as we snack the bit in a reg'lar manner, we're staunch to the backbone." "So far, so good," said the Resurrection Man. "But you're also aware that the swag must be taken up the river and put on board the ferry, where it must stay some time till Swat can find a safe customer for it, because it's sure to be chanted on the leer." "We'll fly to all that," said Long Bob, "but Swat promised us 10 neds each, if the thing succeeds tonight, so that we shan't object to waiting for the rest of our regulars till the swag is dinged." "Who knows that we shan't find some gobsticks, clinks, or other things of the same kind?" exclaimed the Lullyprig. "And if so, they can soon be walked off to the melting pot fence, and the Glantham will be dropped in no time." "That's understood, my boys," exclaimed the Resurrection Man. "Now give way with a will, and don't let's delay." On went the boat with increased rapidity, the Lullyprig and Long Bob plying the oars with strength and skill. Then, when they were wearied, the Resurrection Man and the Buffer took their turns. Occasionally Tidkins handed round his flask, which he had taken good care to have replenished with rum at Woolwich, and at intervals the Buffer or the Lullyprig cheered their labours with a song. In this manner Erith was reached and passed. Greenwith and Ingress Abbey, the front of which splendid mansion is built with the stones of old London Bridge, were in due course left behind, and soon the antique windmill and the tall tower of Gravesend greeted the eyes of the river pirates. At the 2 piers of the town were numerous steam packets. There were large merchant vessels riding at anchor in the middle of the river, and on the opposite side Tilbury Fort commanded the expanse of water with its cannon. "Since we're to meet Swat at the Lobster Tavern," said the Resurrection Man, "we may as well run down to that place at once." "So we will," returned the Buffer. The boat continued its course, and in a short time it was made fast to the little jetty which affords a convenient means of landing at the point mentioned. The Lobster Tavern is a small isolated place of entertainment upon the bank of the Thames, and is chiefly frequented by those good folks who in fine weather indulge in a trip on Sundays from London to Gravesend. There are sheds with seats built in front of the tavern, and on a calm summer's evening the sight and view are pleasant enough. The 4 pirates entered the establishment and called for refreshments. They thus passed away the time until 10 o'clock, when Mossop's foreman joined them. In another half hour they were all 5 seated in the boat, and in the darkness of the night they bent their way towards the plague ship. They kept close along the Kentish shore, and when Swat imagined that they must be within half a mile of the place where the Lady Anne was stranded, the oars were muffled. The sky was covered with dense black clouds. No moon and not a star appeared. The water seemed as dark as ink. But the foreman knew every inlet and every jutting point which marked the course of the Thames, and with a tiller in his hand he navigated the boat with consummate skill. Not a word was spoken, and the faint murmurs of the oars were drowned in the whistling of the breeze which now swept over the river. At length the foreman said in a low whisper, "There is the light of the police boat." At a distance of about a quarter of a mile that light appeared, like a solitary star upon the waters. Sometimes it moved, then stopped, as the quarantine officers rowed or rested on their oars. "We must now be within a few yards of the Lady Anne," whispered Swat, after another long pause. "Take to your arms." The Buffer cautiously raised a plank at the bottom of the boat and drew forth, one after another, 5 cutlasses. These the pirates silently fastened to their waists. The boat moved slowly along, and in another minute it was by the side of the plague ship. The Resurrection Man stretched out his arm, and his hand swept its slimy hull. There was not a soul upon the deck of the Lady Anne, and as if to serve the purposes of the river pirates, the wind blew in strong gusts, and the waves splashed against the bank and the vessel itself with a sound sufficient to drown the noise of their movements. The bow of the Lady Anne lay high upon the bank. The stern was consequently low in the water. As cautiously as possible the boat was made fast to a rope which hung over the schooner's quarter. And then the 5 pirates, one after the other, sprang on board. "Halloa!" cried a boy, suddenly thrusting his head above the hatchway of the after cabin. Long Bob's right hand instantly grasped the boy's collar, while his left was pressed forcibly upon his mouth, and in another moment the lad was dragged on the deck, where he was immediately gagged and bound hand and foot. But this process had not been effected without some struggling on the part of the boy, and trampling of feet on that of the pirates. Someone below was evidently alarmed, for a voice called the boy from the cabin. Long Bob led the way, and the pirates rushed down into the cabin with their drawn cutlasses in their hands. There was a light below, and a man, pale and fearfully emaciated, started from his bed and advanced to meet the intruders. "Not a word, or you're a dead man," cried Long Bob, drawing forth a pistol. "Rascal, what do you mean?" ejaculated the other. "I am the surgeon, and in command of this vessel. Who are you? What do you require? Do you know that the pestilence is here?" "We know all about it, sir," answered Long Bob. Then, dropping his weapons, he sprang upon the surgeon, whom he threw upon the floor, and whose mouth he instantly closed with his iron hand. The pirates then secured the surgeon in the same way as they had the boy above. "Let's go forward now," cried Swat. "So far all's well. One of you must stay down here to mind this chap." The Lully Prig volunteered this service, and the other pirates repaired to the cabin forward. They well knew that the plague-stricken invalids must be there, and when they reached the hatchway there was a sudden hesitation, a simultaneous pause. The idea of the pestilence was horrible. "Well," said the foreman, "are we afraid?" "No, not I, by God!" ejaculated the Resurrection Man, and he sprang down the ladder. The others immediately followed him. But there was no need of cutlass, pistol, or violence there. By the light of the lamp suspended to a beam, the pirates perceived 2 wretched creatures, each in his hammock, their cadaverous countenances covered with large sores, their hair matted, their eyes open but glazed and dim, and their wasted hands lying like those of the dead outside the coverlids, as if all the nervous energy were defunct. Still they were alive, but they were too weak and wretched to experience any emotion at the appearance of armed men in their cabin. The atmosphere which they breathed was heated and nauseous with the pestilential vapours of their breath and their perspiration. "These poor devils can do no harm," said the Resurrection Man, with a visible shudder. The pirates were only too glad to emerge from that narrow abode of the plague, and never did air seem more pure than that which they breathed when they had gained the deck. "Now then, to work!" cried Swat. "Wait till we raise this hatch," he continued, stopping at that which covered the compartment of the ship where the freight was stowed away, "and we'll light the darky when we get down below. You see that as they hadn't a light hung out before, it would be dangerous to have one above. We might alarm the police boat or the guard ashore." The hatch was raised without much difficulty. A rope was then made fast to a spar and lowered into the waist of the schooner, and Long Bob slid down. In a few moments he lighted his dark lantern, and the other 3 descended one after the other, the Lully Prig, be it remembered, having remained in the after cabin. And now to work they went. The goods with which the schooner was laden were removed, unpacked, and ransacked. There were gums and hides and various other articles which the western coast of Africa produces. But the object of the pirates' enterprise and avarice was the gold dust, which was contained in 2 heavy cases. These were, however, at the bottom of all the other goods, and nearly an hour passed before they were reached. "Here is the treasure at last!" cried Swat, when everything was cleared away from above the cases of precious metal. "Come, Tony, don't waste time with the brandy flask now." "I've such a precious nasty taste in my mouth," answered the Resurrection Man, as he took a long sup of the spirit. "I suppose it was the horrid air in the fore cabin." "Most likely," said the foreman. "Come, bear a hand, and let's get these cases ready to raise. Then Long Bob and me will go above and reeve a rope and a pulley to haul 'em up." The 4 men bent forward to the task, and as they worked by the dim light of the lantern, in the depths of the vessel, They seemed to be 4 demons in the profundities of their own infernal abode. Suddenly the Resurrection Man staggered, and supporting himself against the side of the vessel, said in a thick tone, "My God, what a sudden headache I've got come on!" "Oh, it's nothing, my dear feller," cried Swat. "And now I'm all cold and shivering," said Tidkins, seating himself on a bale of goods, "and my legs seem as if they'd break under me." The Buffer, the foreman, and Long Bob were suddenly and simultaneously inspired with the same idea, and they cast on their companion looks of mingled apprehension and horror. "No, it can't be!" ejaculated Swat. "And yet, how odd that he should turn so," said Bob with a shudder. "The plague!" returned the Buffer in a tone of indescribable terror. "You're a fool, Jack!" exclaimed the Resurrection Man, glaring wildly upon his comrades, and endeavouring to rise from his seat. But he fell back, exhausted and powerless. "Damnation!" he muttered in a low but ferocious tone, and he gnashed his teeth with rage. "The plague!" repeated the Buffer, now unable to contain his fears. Then he hastily clambered from the hold of the schooner. "The coward!" cried Swat. "Such a prize as this is worth any risk." But as he yet spoke, Long Bob, influenced by panic fear, sprang after the Buffer as if death itself were at his heels, clad in all the horrors of the plague. "My God, don't leave me here!" cried the Resurrection Man, his voice losing its thickness, and assuming the piercing tone of despair. "Every man for himself, it seems," returned Swat, whom the panic had now robbed of all his courage, and in another moment he also had disappeared. "The cowards, the villains!" said Tidkins, clenching his fists with rage. Then, by an extraordinary and almost superhuman effort, he raised himself upon his legs, but they seemed to bend under him. He, however, managed to climb upon the packages of goods, and, aided by the rope, lifted himself up to the hatchway. But the effort was too great for his failing strength. His hands could not retain a firm grasp of the cord, and he fell violently to the bottom of the hold, rolling over the bales of merchandise in his descent. "It's all over," he muttered to himself, and then he became rapidly insensible. Meantime the Lullyprig, who was mounting sentry upon the surgeon in the after cabin, was suddenly alarmed by hearing the trampling of hasty steps overhead. He rushed on deck, and demanded the cause of this abrupt movement. "The plague!" cried the Buffer, as he leapt over the ship's quarter into the boat. The Lullyprig precipitated himself after his comrade, and the other 2 pirates immediately followed. "But we are only 4," said the Lullyprig, as the boat was pushed away from the vessel. "Tidkins has got the plague," answered the Buffer, his teeth chattering with horror and affright. Fortunately, the police boat was at a distance, and the pirates succeeded in getting safely away from that dangerous vicinity. But the Resurrection Man remained behind in the plague ship. End of section 32.
Section 33 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 33. The Pursuit. We must now return to the Blossom, the lighter which had only arrived at Mossop's Wharf the night before the incidents of the last chapter occurred. When the boat which conveyed the pirates to Gravesend had pushed away from the Fairy at daybreak, as already described, the Black, who was cleaning the deck of the Blossom, cast from beneath his brows a rapid and scrutinizing glance at the countenances of the 4 men who were seated in that skiff. As soon as the boat was out of sight, the Black hastened down into the after cabin of the Blossom, where a person was lying fast asleep in bed. The Black shook this person violently by the shoulder and awoke him. "I have found him, sir! I have found him!" cried the Black. "Indeed!" cried Markham, starting up and rubbing his eyes. "Where? Where?" "He has just gone with the other 3 men in a boat down the river," answered Morcar. "And one of these men is him that spoke to Benstead last night." "Then they both belong to the Fairy?" exclaimed Richard. "Both," replied Morcar. "At least they both came from it just now." "Go and rouse Benstead," said Markham, "and in the meantime I will get up." The gipsy, who had so well disguised himself as a man of colour, hastened to the cuddy where Benstead was wrapped in the arms of Morpheus. The police officer was delighted, when awakened and made acquainted with Morcar's discovery, to find that the Resurrection Man had been thus recognised, and he lost no time in dressing himself. The gipsy and Benstead afterwards proceeded to Richard's cabin, where they found our hero just completing his hasty toilet. "Thus far our aims are accomplished," said Markham, when they were all three assembled. "It has turned out exactly as I anticipated. Morcar, by aid of his disguised appearance, was enabled to keep a sharp look-out on all the vessels, while the report which you circulated, that he was deaf and dumb, prevented him from being questioned. Had Tidkins himself seen Morcar as closely as we are to him now, he would not have known him." "My suspicions, too, are fully confirmed," observed Benstead. "The moment I saw that feller hanging about us last night, I suspected he was up to no good. But how I managed to pump him, when he doubtless thought that I was the soft-pated one, by my short, evasive, or mysterious answers, I allowed him to think that the Blossom was no better than she should be. And then I saw by his manners and language at once that he was a pirate. And when I dropped a hint about wanting 2 or 3 hands for a good thing which I had in view, how eager the chap was to enlist himself and his pal in the business." "And to-morrow night they are coming to talk over the matter with you?" said Richard, half interrogatively. "To-morrow night or the night after," returned Benstead. "The pal that the man spoke of is sure to be Tidkins, since our friend Morcar saw the villains leave the Fairy together." "But there were 2 other men in the boat," observed the gipsy. "You say that they sculled the boat round to the Fairy, and some place higher up the river?" said Richard. "Yes, but I could not see where they came from, as it was nearly dark when they got alongside the Fairy." "Well," exclaimed Benstead, "it is very clear that those 2 men who came in the boat don't belong to the Fairy, but that Tidkins and the person who spoke to me last night do. I should think there's no doubt about Tidkins being the pal that the man alluded to." "Not the slightest," said Markham; "and yet, to make assurance doubly sure, we will not alter the plan which we laid down yesterday afternoon, when we first came on board the lighter. You, Benstead, must remain spokesman, the master, in fact, of the Blossom. You, Morcar, will continue a deaf and dumb black," continued Richard with a smile, "and I must keep close in this cabin until the moment of action arrives. If, to-morrow night or the night after, that man should bring Tidkins with him, our object is accomplished at once. If he bring a stranger, our precautions must be strictly preserved, and we must devise a means of seizing the miscreant on board the Fairy or any other lighter to which we can trace him." This advice was agreed to by Benstead and Morcar, and while Richard remained below, the others took their turns in watching upon the deck. But all that day passed, and the pirates did not come back to the Fairy, they being occupied in the manner related in the last chapter. Morcar undertook to keep watch during the night, but hour after hour stole away, another day dawned, and still the Fairy was occupied only by the woman whom the pirates had left behind. That day also passed, and it was not until midnight that Morcar's attention was attracted towards the Fairy. Then a boat rowed alongside of the pirate barge. The night was pitch dark, so dark that Morcar could not see what was going on in the direction of the Fairy, but his ears were all attention. He was enabled to discover, by means of those organs, that the boat transferred one or more of its living freight, but he could not tell how many, to the Fairy. Then a brief conversation was carried on in low whispers, but not a distinct word of which reached the gipsy. At length the boat pushed off, and rowed away up the river. Morcar stood upon the deck of the Blossom for a few minutes, attentively listening to catch a sound of anything that might be passing on board the pirate lighter, but all continued silent in that quarter. Then Morcar descended to the cabin, where Richard and the policeman were waiting. To them he communicated the few particulars just narrated. "It is clear that the pirates have returned from their expedition, whatever it might be," said our hero, "and most probably Tidkins and his friend have just been put on board their lighter. We must contrive to watch their motions, and should they keep their appointment with you, Benstead, to-morrow night, our enterprise will speedily be brought to a conclusion." "I will keep my watch now on deck till 3 o'clock," said the policeman, "and Morcar may turn in." This was done. Richard also retired to rest, and the night passed away without any further adventure. But at daybreak Morcar, who had again resumed the watch, observed some activity on board the Fairy. The Buffer and his wife were in fact making evident preparations for departure. They raised the mast by means of the windlass, they shook out the sail, fixed the tiller in the rudder, and performed the various preliminaries in a most business-like manner. Morcar speedily communicated these circumstances to Benstead and Markham, and these three held a rapid consultation in the after cabin of the Blossom. "You are certain you saw no one but that man who first spoke to Benstead and the woman?" asked Markham. "Not a soul," answered Morcar; "but that is no reason why Tidkins should not be below." "Certainly not. He has numerous reasons to conceal himself." "But what is to be done?" said Morcar. "Benstead must go and speak to the man," observed Richard, after a pause. The policeman immediately left the cabin. He crossed the barges and approached the Fairy, which was just ready to put off. "Hallo, my friend!" cried Benstead. "You seem busy this morning." "Yes, we're going up above bridge a short way," answered the Buffer. "The tide is just turning in our favour now, and we haven't a moment to spare." "And the appointment with me?" "Oh, that must stand over for a day or two. How long do you mean to remain here?" "Till I get a couple of good hands to help me in the matter I alluded to the night before last," answered Benstead. "Well, I don't like to disappoint a good feller, and that you seem to be," said the Buffer; "but I really can't say whether I shall be able to do anything with you or not. I've something else on hand now, and I think I shall leave the river altogether." "You speak openly, at all events," said Benstead. "It's very annoying, though, for I relied upon you. Can't your pal, the man you spoke of, you know, have a hand in this matter with me?" "No," answered the Buffer shortly; "but I'll tell you who'll put you up to getting the assistance you want, and that's Mossop's foreman. He's a cautious man, and won't meet you half-way in your conversation, but you can make a confidant of him, and if he can't help you, he's sure not to sell you. So now good-bye, old feller, and good luck to you." With these words the Buffer loosened the rope that held the Fairy alongside the barge next to it, and then by means of a boat-hook he pushed the lighter off. "Good-bye!" exclaimed Benstead, as he hastened back to the Blossom. "Now what must be done?" asked Morcar, when these particulars were communicated to him and Richard. "It seems clear to me that these men have endangered themselves by something they have been doing," observed Benstead, "and so they're sheering off as fast as they can." "And most likely the Resurrection Man is concealed on board the Fairy," added Markham. "We must follow them at any rate." "If we take our skiff and pursue them, they will immediately entertain some suspicion," said Benstead. "But if you go, sir, the Resurrection Man will recognise you the moment he catches a glimpse of you." "We have no alternative, my good friends," observed Richard. "Let us all three follow them in our skiff. We will dog them, we will watch them, and if they attempt to land, we will board them." "Be it so," said Benstead. This plan was immediately put into operation. The skiff was lowered. Markham, the policeman, and the gipsy leapt into it, and the two latter pulled the oars, and our hero, muffled in a pilot-coat, with the collar of which he concealed his countenance as much as possible, sat in the stern. "Just keep the lighter in view, and that's all," said Richard. "So long as it does not show signs of touching at any place on shore, we had better content ourselves with following it till we are assured that Tidkins is actually on board." "Certainly, sir," answered Benstead. "We might only get ourselves into trouble by forcibly entering the Fairy, unless we knew that we should catch the game we're in search of." The rowers had therefore little more to do than just play with their oars, as the tide bore the skiff along with even a greater rapidity than the lighter, although the latter proceeded with tolerable speed, in consequence of being empty, and having a fair breeze with it. Thus, when the boat drew too near the barge, the rowers backed their oars, and by this manoeuvring they maintained a convenient distance. On board the lighter, the Buffer and his wife were too busy with the management of their vessel, a task to which they were not altogether equal, to notice the watch and pursuit instituted by the little boat. In the manner described, the two parties pursued their way up the narrow space left by the crowds of shipping for the passage of vessels. The Tower was passed, that gloomy fortalice which has known sighs as full of anguish and hearts as oppressed with bitter woe as ever did the prisons of the Inquisition, or the dungeons of the Bastille. Then the Custom House was slowly left behind, and Billingsgate, world-renowned for its slang, was passed by the pursued and the pursuer. To avoid the arch of London Bridge the Buffer lowered his mast, and then midway between that and Southwark Bridge his intentions became apparent. He was about to put in at a wharf on the Surrey side, where a large board on the building announced that lighters were bought or sold. "Pull alongside the Fairy," cried Markham. "We must board her before she touches the wharf, or our prey may escape." Benstead and Morcar plied the oars with a vigour which soon brought the boat within a few yards of the Fairy. The Buffer's attention was now attracted to it for the first time, but he did not immediately recognise the two rowers, because they had their backs turned towards the lighter. "I should know that man," suddenly exclaimed Richard, as he contemplated the Buffer, who was standing at the tiller, and who had his eyes fixed with some anxiety upon the boat, which was evidently pulling towards him. "Who?" asked Benstead. "That man on board the lighter," was the reply. Benstead cast a glance behind him, and said, "He's the man that spoke to me." "I remember him, the villain! I recollect him now," cried Richard. "Yes, he is a companion in iniquity of Anthony Tidkins. It was he who brought me that false message concerning my brother, which nearly cost me my life at Twig Folly." These words Richard spoke aloud, but they were unintelligible to his two companions, who were unacquainted with the incident referred to. They had no time to question him, nor had he leisure to explain his meaning to them, for at that moment the boat shot alongside of the lighter. "Markham!" cried the Buffer in alarm, as he recognised our hero, who immediately sprang upon the deck. "You know me?" said Richard, "and I have ample reason to remember you. But my present business regards another, and if you offer no resistance I will not harm you." "Who do you want?" asked the Buffer, somewhat reassured by these words. "Your companion," replied Richard. "What, my wife?" ejaculated the Buffer with a hoarse laugh. "Do you know this gentleman, Moll?" "Cease suggesting," cried Richard sternly, "and remain where you are. Benstead, take care that he does not move from the deck. Morcar, you come with me." The Buffer cast looks of surprise and curiosity upon Richard's companions, who, having made the boat fast to the lighter, had leapt upon the deck. "What, you, my fine feller?" cried Wicks, addressing himself to Benstead. "I suppose, then, this is a reg'lar plant, and you're—" "I am a police officer," answered Benstead coolly; "but, as far as I know, we have no business with either you or your wife, since you say that this woman is your wife." "Well, so much the better," remarked the Buffer. "And I also suppose your negro is about as deaf and dumb as I am." "About," replied Benstead, unable to suppress a smile. "Keep quiet, and no harm will happen to you." "But who is it that you do want?" asked the Buffer. "Your friend Tidkins, better known as the Resurrection Man." "Then you won't find him here." In the meantime, Richard and the gipsy had descended into the after cabin, and they now reappeared upon the deck, their search having been fruitless. "He is not there," said Richard. "Let us look forward." He and Morcar visited the cuddy, but the Resurrection Man was evidently not in the lighter. They returned to the after deck, and questioned the Buffer. "I don't know where Tidkins is," was the reply of that individual, who did not dare reveal the truth relative to the expedition to the plague ship, and its result; "and even if I did, it is not likely that I should blab anything that would get us both into a scrape, since I see that the whole thing with you is a trap. And that man there," he added, pointing to Benstead, "is a policeman." "Now listen," exclaimed Richard. "It is in my power to have you arrested this moment for being concerned in a plot against my life. You know how and when, but I pledge you my honour that if you will satisfy me relative to Anthony Tidkins, we will depart and leave you unmolested. I scorn treachery, even among men of your description, and I will not offer you a bribe. but I will require to know how he came to separate from you, for I am convinced that he was with you a day or two ago." "Well, sir," said the Buffer, who had found time, while Richard thus spoke, to collect his ideas and invent a tale, "Tidkins, me, and some other pals went on a little excursion the night afore last. You don't want me to get myself into a scrape by saying what the business was, but we fell in with the Thames police boat some way down the river, and Tidkins had a swim for it." "Did he escape?" demanded Richard. "Yes," answered the Buffer, boldly. "I saw him get safe on land, and then of course he took to his heels." "This looks like the truth, sir," said Benstead aside to our hero. "These fellows have been baulked in some scheme. The river police have got scent of 'em, and that's the reason why this man gets off so quick with his lighter." "And I do not wish to punish this man for the injury he has done me," said Richard, glancing towards the Buffer, "as I can afford to forgive him. Our expedition seems to have arrived at its close." "Without success, too, sir," added Morcar. "We shall now leave you," continued Richard, turning towards the Buffer; "but rest well assured that, though we forbear from molesting you, justice will some day overtake you in your evil and wayward courses." "That's my look-out," cried the Buffer brutally. Markham turned away in disgust, and descended to the boat, followed by Morcar and Benstead. "We will now proceed to the wharf where I hired the Blossom," said Richard, when they had pushed off from the Fairy; "and, my good friends, there I shall dispense with your further services. The owner of the lighter can send his men to Rotherhithe to bring it up, and thus save us the task which is somewhat beyond our skill." "It is a great pity we have failed to capture the miscreant," observed Morcar. "But your reward has not been the less fairly and honestly earned," replied Richard, "as I will prove to you when we land." Section 34
of Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 34. The Black Veil. Return we now to one whom we have long left, but whom the reader cannot have forgotten. In a sumptuously furnished room at the house of Mr. Wentworth, the surgeon of Lower Holloway, Diana Arlington was reclining upon a sofa. She was dressed in an elegant manner, but a large black lace veil, doubled so as to render it more impervious to the eye of a beholder, was thrown over her head. The folds were also so arranged that the elaborately worked border completely concealed her countenance. She was alone. An open piano, a harp, and piles of music, together with a choice selection of volumes on the shelves of a bookcase, denoted the nature of her amusements during her residence of several weeks at the surgeon's abode. It was midday. The damask curtains at the windows were drawn in such a manner as to reduce the light of the effulgent sun to a mellow and soft lustre within that apartment. Beautiful nosegays of flowers imparted a delicious fragrance to the atmosphere. The bounty of the Earl of Warrington had furnished the room in a style of luxury which could scarcely be surpassed. But was Diana happy? Were those sighs which agitated her heaving bosom, was that restlessness which she now manifested, was that frequent listening as the sounds of wheels passed along the road, were all these signs of sorrow or of suspense? Patience, gentle reader. The timepiece on the mantel had chimed midday. "He is not punctual," murmured Diana. 10 minutes elapsed. "He does not come," she said aloud, and her restlessness redoubled. At length a carriage drove rapidly up to the door, and a long double knock reverberated through the house. "'Tis he!" cried Diana. In a few moments the Earl of Warrington entered the room. "Diana! Dearest Diana!" exclaimed the nobleman, starting back when he beheld her countenance covered with that ominous dark veil. "Is it indeed thus that we meet after so long an absence?" added the enchantress. "Yes, my lord. Mr. Wentworth must have told you as much." "No, Diana," answered the Earl, seating himself upon the sofa by her side, and taking her hand. "You know not by what a strange idiosyncrasy my conduct has been influenced. I entrusted you to Mr. Wentworth's care. I enjoined him to spare no money that might procure the best advice, the most efficient means of cure. Then I resigned myself to a suspense from which I might at any moment have relieved my mind by an inquiry. But at the bottom of that suspense was a fond, a burning hope, which made the feeling tolerable, nay, even vested the excitement with a peculiar charm of its own. I took it for granted that you would be cured, that your countenance would be restored to that beauty which had originally attracted me towards you, and now, may I not say, without detriment to my own firm character as a man, and without indelicacy towards your feelings, may I not say that I am disappointed?" "And this is my fault?" asked Diana, in a soft, plaintive tone. "Does your lordship suppose that I have not also suffered? That I do not at present suffer?" "Oh, yes, you have. You do," answered the nobleman, pressing her hand with warm affection. "When we were happy in each other's society, Diana," he continued, "I never spoke to you of love. Indeed, I experienced for you nothing more than a fervent friendship and profound admiration. But since I have ceased to see you, during the interval of our separation, I found that you were necessary to me, that I could not be altogether happy without you, that your conversation had charms which delighted me, and that your attachment was something on which I could ponder with infinite pleasure. My feelings have warmed towards you, and I, the Earl of Warrington, experience for you a feeling which, if not so romantic and enthusiastic as my first affection, is not the less honourable and sincere." "Ah, my lord," said Diana, in a tremulous tone, "why raise the cup of happiness to my lips, when a stern fatality must dash it so cruelly away?" "No, Diana, it shall not thus be dashed away," answered the Earl emphatically. "I am rich. I am my own master. Not a living soul has a right to control or question my conduct. The joy which I anticipated at this meeting shall not be altogether destroyed. Here, Diana, here, I offer you my hand. And on your brow, scarred, blemished by an accident though it be, that hand shall place a coronet." "My lord, this honour, this goodness is too much," said Diana, in a tone of deep emotion. "Remember that I am no longer possessed of those charms which once attracted you, and now that they are gone for ever, I may speak of what they were without vanity. Remember, I say, that you will ever have before you a countenance seared as with a red-hot iron, a countenance on which you will scarcely be able to look without loathing, in spite of all the love which your generous heart may entertain for me. Remember that when I deck myself in the garments befitting the rank to which you seek to elevate me, that splendour would be a hideous mockery, like the fairest flowers twining round the revolting countenance of a corpse, on which the hand of decay has already placed its mark. Remember, in a word, that you will be ashamed of her whom, in a moment of generous enthusiasm, you offer to reward for so much suffering which originated in no fault of yours. Remember all this, my lord, and pause, reflect, I implore you to consider well the step you are taking." "Diana, I am not a child that I do not know my own mind," answered the Earl. "Moreover, I have the character of firmness, and I shall never repent the proposal I now make you, provided you yourself do not give me cause by your conduct." "And on that head?" "I have every confidence, the deepest conviction, Diana," interrupted the Earl warmly. "Your wishes, then, are my commands, and I obey," returned Diana, her voice thrilling with tones expressive of ineffable joy. "But shall we not ratify our engagement with one kiss?" And as she spoke, she slowly drew the black veil from her countenance. The nobleman's heart palpitated as she did so, with emotions of the most painful suspense, even of alarm. He felt like a man who in another instant must know the worst. The veil dropped. "Heavens, Diana!" exclaimed the Earl, starting with surprise and indescribable delight. For instead of a countenance seared and marked, he beheld a pure and spotless face, glowing with a beauty which, even in her loveliest moments, had never seemed to invest her before. Not a scar, not a trace of the accident was visible. Her pouting lips were like the rose moistened with dew. Her high, pale forehead was pure as marble, and her cheeks were suffused in blushes which seemed to be born beneath the clustering ringlets of her dark brown hair. "Ah, Diana!" exclaimed the Earl, as he drew her to his breast. "How can I punish thee for this cheat?" "You will pardon me," she murmured, as she clasped her warm white arms around his neck and imprinted a delicious kiss upon his lips, while her eyes were filled with a voluptuous languor. "You will pardon me when you know my motives. But can you not divine them?" "You wish to put my affection to the test, Diana," said the Earl. "Yes, I must forgive you, for you are beautiful, you are adorable, and I love you." "And if the sincerest and most devoted attachment on my part can reward you for all your past goodness, and for the honours which you now propose to shower upon me, then shall I not fail to testify my gratitude," exclaimed Diana. These vows were sealed with innumerable kisses. At length the Earl rose to depart. "3 days hence," he said, "my carriage will be sent to fetch you to the church, where our hands shall be united." "And our hearts for ever," returned Diana. The nobleman embraced her once more, and took his leave. But he did not immediately quit the house. He had business with Mr. Wentworth to transact. We know not the precise sum that this generous peer presented to the surgeon. This, however, we can assure our readers, that he kept his word to the very letter, for Mr. Wentworth became rich in one day. "If you succeed in restoring her to me," had the Earl said, when he first entrusted Diana to the surgeon's care, "in that perfection of beauty which invested her when I took leave of her yesterday, without a mark, without a scar, your fortune shall be my care, and you will have no need to entertain anxiety relative to the future, with the Earl of Warrington as your patron." Such were the nobleman's words upon that occasion, and on the present he amply fulfilled his promise. 3 days after, Diana became the Countess of Warrington. The happy news were thus communicated by the bride to her sincerest and best friend. Grosvenor Square, March 22nd, 1840. To Her Serene Highness, the Grand Duchess of Castelcicala. I steal a few moments from a busy day, my dearest Eliza, for by that dear and familiar name you permit me to call you, to inform you that I have this morning united my destinies with those of the Earl of Warrington. In a former letter I acquainted you with the dreadful accident which menaced me with horrible scars and marks for life. You will be pleased to know that the skill and unwearied attention of my medical attendant have succeeded in completely restoring me to my former appearance, so that not a trace of the injury remains upon my person. The Earl of Warrington has elevated me to the proud position of his wife. The remainder of my existence shall be devoted to the study of his happiness. I regret to perceive by your letters, dearest Eliza, that you are not altogether happy. You say that the Grand Duke loves you, but his temper is arbitrary, his disposition despotic. And yet he is amiable and gentle in his bearing towards you. Study to solace yourself with this conviction. He has elevated you to a rank amongst the reigning princesses of Europe, and as you have embraced the honours, so must you endure some few of the political alarms and annoyances which are invariably attached to so proud a position. You tremble lest the conduct of the Grand Duke, in alienating from him those who are considered his best friends, should endanger his crown. Are you convinced that those persons are indeed his friends? Of course, I know not. I cannot determine. I would only counsel you, my dearest friend, not to form hasty conclusions relative to the policy of his Serene Highness. I perceive by the English newspapers that there are numerous Castelcicalan refugees in this country. Among them are General Grachia and Colonel Morosino, both of whom, I believe, occupied high offices in their native land. They, however, appear, so far as I can learn, to be dwelling tranquilly in London, no doubt awaiting the happy moment when it shall please your illustrious husband to recall them from exile. His Highness Alberto of Castelcicala, for you are aware that the Earl of Warrington communicated to me some time ago the real rank and name of Count Alteroni, continues to reside at his villa near Richmond. This much I glean from the public journals, but doubtless you are well acquainted with all these facts, inasmuch as your government has a representative at the English court. Adieu for the present, dearest Eliza. I knew not, when I sate down, that I should have been enabled to write so long a letter, but I must now change my dress, for the carriage will be here shortly to convey me to Warrington Park, where we are to pass the honeymoon. Ever your sincere friend, Diana. Such are the strange phases which this world presents to our view. That same fortune, who, in a moment of caprice, had raised an obscure English lady to a ducal throne, placed, when in a similar mood, a coronet upon the brow of another who had long filled a most equivocal position in society. End of section 34.
Section 35 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Layla Montipay. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2 by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 35. Mr. Greenwood's Dinner Party. Some few days after the events just related, Mr. G. M. Greenwood, MP, entertained several gentlemen at dinner at his residence in Spring Gardens. The banquet was served up at 7 precisely. Mr. Greenwood had gradually made his dinner hour later as he had risen in the world, and he was determined that if ever he became a baronet, he would never have that repast put on table till 8:30 o'clock. On the present occasion, as we are now observed, the guests were conducted to the dining-room at 7. The thick curtains were drawn over the windows. The apartment was a blaze of light. The table groaned beneath the massive plate. The banquet was choice and luxurious in the highest degree. On Mr. Greenwood's right sate the Marquis of Holmesford, a nobleman of 63 years of age, of immense wealth, and notorious for the unbounded licentiousness of his mode of life. His conversation, when his heart was somewhat warmed with wine, bore ample testimony to the profligacy of his morals. Seductions were his boast, and he frequently indulged in obscene anecdotes or expressions which even called a blush to the cheeks of his least fastidious male acquaintances. On Mr. Greenwood's left was Sir T.M.B. Muzzlehem, Bart. M.P., and whipper-in to the Tory party. Next to the two guests already described sate Sir Cherry Bounce, Bart., and the Honourable Major Smilax Dapper, the latter of whom had recently acquired a grade in the service by purchase. Mr. James Tomlinson, Mr. Sheriff Popkins, Mr. Alderman Sniff, Mr. Bubble, Mr. Chouse, and Mr. Twitcham, a solicitor, completed the party. Now this company, the reader will perceive, was somewhat a mixed one. The aristocracy of the West End, the civic authority, and the members of the financial and legal spheres were assembled on the present occasion. The fact is, gentle reader, that this was a business dinner, and that you may be no longer kept in suspense, we will at once inform you that when the cloth was drawn, Mr. Greenwood, in a brief speech, proposed "Success to the Algiers, Oran and Morocco Railway." The toast was drunk with great applause. "With your permission, my lord and gentlemen," said Mr. Twitcham, the solicitor, "I will read the prospectus." "Yes, read the prospectus by all means," exclaimed Sir Cherry Bounce. "Strike me, but I'm anxious to hear that," cried the Honourable Major Dapper. The solicitor then drew a bundle of papers from his pocket, and in a business-like manner read the contents of one which he extracted from the parcel. Algiers, Oran and Morocco Great Desert Railway, provisionally registered pursuant to Act. Capital, £1,600,000 in 80,000 shares of £20 each. Deposit, £3 2s per share. Committee of Direction. The Most Honourable the Marquis of Holmesford, G.C.B. Chairman. George M. Greenwood, Esquire, M.P., Deputy Chairman. Sir T.M.B. Muzzlehem, Bart., M.P., James Tomlinson, Esquire, Sylvester Popkins, Esquire, Sheriff of London, Percival Peter Sniff, Esquire, Alderman, Sir Cherry Bounce, Bart., the Honourable Major Smilax Dapper, Charles Cecil Bubble, Esquire, Robert James Baring Chouse, Esquire. The railway is intended to connect the great cities of Algiers and Morocco, passing close to the populous and flourishing town of Oran. It will thus be the means of transit for passengers and traffic over a most important section of the Great Desert, which, though placed in maps in a more southerly latitude, nevertheless extends to the district through which this line is to pass. The French government has willingly accorded its countenance to the proposed scheme, and the Governor-General of Algeria has expressed his sincere wish that it may be carried into effect. The Morocco government, one of the most enlightened in Africa, has also assented to the enterprise, and the Emperor, the better to manifest the favour with which he views the project, ordered his Prime Minister to be soundly bastinadoed for daring to question its practicability. This proof of the imperial wisdom has filled the committee and friends of the enterprise with the most sanguine hopes. The support of the principal tribes and other influential parties in Algeria and Morocco has been secured. The Emperor of Morocco on one side, and His Excellency the Governor-General of Algeria on the other, have signified their readiness to grant a strong armed force to protect the engineers and operatives, when laying down the rails, from being devoured by wild beasts, or molested by predatory tribes. The ex-emir of Mascara, Abd el-Kadir, has entered into a bond not to interfere with the works while in progress, nor to molest those who may travel by the line when it shall be opened. And in order to secure this important concession on the part of the ex-emir, the committee have agreed to make that prince an annual present of clothes, linen, tobacco, and ardent spirit. It is with the greatest satisfaction that the Committee of Direction is enabled to announce these brilliant prospects, and the committee beg to state that application for the allotment of shares must be made without delay to James Tomlinson, Esquire, Stockbroker, Token House Yard. By order of the Board, Sharpley Twitcham, Secretary. On my soul, there never was anything better, concise, brief, explicit and attractive, cried Sir Cherry. Sure to take, as certain as I'm in Her Majesty's service. Strike me! Exclaimed Major Dapper. I think you ought to have thrown in something about African beauties, observed the Marquise. They are particularly stout, you know, being all fed on a preparation of rice called couscousou. I really think I must pay a visit to those parts next spring. I will undertake to get one of the members of the government to introduce a favourable mention of the project into his speech tomorrow night in the House, said Sir T.M.B. Muzzlehem. But you must send him 100 shares the first thing in the morning. That shall be done, answered Mr. Twitcham. Well, my lord and gentlemen, observed Mr. Greenwood, I think that this little business looks uncommonly well. The project is no doubt feasible. I mean, the shares are certain to go off well. Mr. Bubble and Mr. Chouse will undertake to raise them in public estimation by the reports they will circulate in Capel Court. Of course, my lord and gentlemen, when they are at a good premium, we shall all sell. And if we do not realise 20 or 30,000 pounds each, mark me, then shall you be at liberty to say that the free and independent electors of Rottenborough have chosen as their representative a dolt and an idiot in the person of your humble servant. Whatever Mr. Greenwood undertakes is certain to turn to gold, observed Mr. Bubble. Can't be otherwise, said Mr. Chouse. Mr. Greenwood's name stands so well in the city, added Mr. Sheriff Popkins. And his lordship's countenance to the enterprise is a tower of strength, exclaimed Mr. Alderman Sniff. I have already had many inquiries concerning the project, said Mr. Tomlinson. Yes, Chouse and I took care to circulate reports in the city that such a scheme was in contemplation, observed Bubble. Gentlemen, I think that all difficulties have been provided against in this prospectus, cried Mr. Twitcham. The predatory tribes, Abd el-Kadir, and the wild beasts. Nothing could be better, answered Mr. Greenwood. Take care that the prospectus be sent as an advertisement to every London journal and the leading provincial ones. You know that I am a shareholder in one of the London newspapers, and I can promise you that it will not fail to cry up our enterprise. In fact, my lord and gentlemen, added Mr. Greenwood, I have at this moment in my pocket a copy of a leading article that will appear in that paper the day after tomorrow. My gracious! Do read it, Greenwood, cried Sir Cherry Bounce. Yes, I'd give the world to hear it, smite me, ejaculated Major Dapper. Mr. Greenwood glanced complacently around, and then drew forth a printed slip, the contents of which were as follows. In our opposition to those multifarious railway projects, which are starting up on all sides as if some Cadmus had been sowing bubbles in our financial soil, we have only been swayed by our fears lest such a number of schemes, which never can obtain the sanction of Parliament, should injure the credit and impair the monetary prosperity of the country. It must not, however, be supposed that we are inimical to those undertakings which are based upon fair, intelligible, and reasonable grounds. There are many talented, honourable, and wealthy individuals engaged in speculations of this nature, and their motives being beyond suspicion, no one of common sense can for a moment suppose that we include their projects amongst the airy nothings against which we are compelled to put the public on their guard. The extension of railways is internally connected with the progress of civilization, and when we behold the principle applied to distant and semi-barbarian countries, as in the case, for instance, of that truly grand and promising enterprise, the Algiers, Oran and Morocco Great Desert Railway, we feel proud that England should have the honour of taking the initiative in thus propagating beyond its own limits the elements of civilization and the germs of humanizing influences. At the same time, we shall continue our strenuous opposition to all railway schemes which we consider to be mere bubbles blown from the pipes of intriguants and adventurers, and we shall never pause until in those pipes we put an effectual stopper. Super, excellent, glorious, majestic, astounding, ejaculated Sir Cherry, quite in raptures. You perceive how beautifully, how delicately the puff is insinuated, said Mr. Greenwood. That article will have an astonishing effect. No doubt of it, observed the Marquise. You might have contrived to introduce something relative to the Emperor of Morocco's ladies. Why not state that the Moorish terminus will command a view of the gardens of the imperial harem, where those divine creatures, each of 17 stone weight, are wont to ramble in a voluptuous undress? No, no, my lord, that would never do, cried Greenwood with a smile. And now, my lord and gentlemen, we perfectly understand each other. Each takes as many shares as he pleases. When they reach a high premium, each may sell as he thinks fit. Then, when we have realized our profits, we will inform the shareholders that insuperable difficulties prevent the carrying out of the project, that Abdelkadir, for instance, has violated his agreement and declared against the scheme, that the Committee of Direction will therefore retain a sum sufficient to defray the expenses already incurred, and that the remaining capital paid up shall be returned to the shareholders. That is exactly what, I believe, we all understand, observed Mr. Twitchem. For my part, said Lord Holmesford, I only embark in the enterprise to oblige my friend Greenwood, and therefore I am agreeable to anything that he proposes. Matters being thus amicably arranged, the company passed the remainder of the evening in the conviviality of the table. At 11 o'clock the guests all retired, with the exception of the Marquis of Holmesford. Now, friend Greenwood, said this nobleman, you will keep your engagement with me? Yes, my lord, I am prepared to accompany you. Let us depart at once, then, added the Marquis, rising from his chair. My carriage has been waiting some time, and I long to introduce you to the voluptuous mysteries of Holmesford House. End of section 35. Recording by Layla Montipay.
Section 36 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 36. The Mysteries of Holmesford House. The Marquis and Mr. Greenwood alighted at the door of Holmesford House, one of the most splendid palaces of the aristocracy at the West End. The Marquis conducted his visitor into a large anteroom at the right hand of the spacious hall. The table in the middle of the apartment was covered with the most luxurious fruits, nosegays of flowers, preserves, sweetmeats, and delicious wines. From this room 3 doors afforded communication elsewhere. One opened into the hall, and had afforded them ingress. The other, on the opposite side, belonged to a corridor, with which were connected the baths, and the third, at the bottom, communicated with a vast saloon, of which we shall have more to say very shortly. The Marquis said to the servant who conducted him and Mr. Greenwood to the anteroom, "You may retire, and let them ring the bell when all is ready." The domestic withdrew. The Marquis motioned Greenwood to seat himself at the table, and filling 2 coloured glasses with real Johannisberg, he said, "We must endeavour to while away half an hour, and then I can promise you a pleasing entertainment." The nobleman and the Member of Parliament quaffed the delicious wine, and indulged in discourse upon the most voluptuous subjects. "For my part," said the Marquis, "I study how to enjoy life. I possess an immense fortune, and do not scruple to spend it upon all the pleasures I can fancy, or which suggest themselves to me. I am not such an idiot as to imagine that I possess the vigour or natural warmth which characterised my youth, and therefore I have become an Epicurean in my recreations. I invent and devise the means of inflaming my passions, and then I am young once more. You will presently behold something truly oriental in the refinements on voluptuousness which I have conceived to produce an artificial effect on the temperament when nature is languid and weak." "Your lordship is right to fan the flame that burns dimly," observed Greenwood, who, unprincipled as he was, could not, however, avoid a feeling of disgust when he heard that old voluptuary, with one foot in the grave, thus shamelessly express himself. "Wine and women, my dear Greenwood," continued the Marquis, "are the only earthly enjoyments worth living for. I hope to die, with my head pillowed on the naked, heaving bosom of beauty, and with a glass of sparkling champagne in my hand." "Your lordship would then even defy the pangs of the grim monster who spares no one?" said Greenwood. "I have lived a joyous life, my dear friend, and when death comes, I can say that no mortal man, not even Solomon, with his 1,000 wives and concubines, nor any Eastern sultan who had congregated the fairest flowers of Georgia, Circassia, and Armenia in his harem, had more deeply drunk than I of the pleasures of love." Just as the aged voluptuary uttered these words, a silver bell that had hung in the apartment was agitated gently by a wire which communicated with the adjoining saloon. "Now all is in readiness," exclaimed the Marquis. "Follow me." The nobleman opened the door leading into the saloon, which he entered, accompanied by Greenwood. He then closed the door behind him. The saloon was involved in total obscurity. The blackest darkness reigned there, unbroken by a ray. "Give me your hand," said the Marquis. Greenwood complied, and the nobleman led him to a sofa at a short distance from the door by which they had entered. They both seated themselves on the voluptuous cushions. For some moments a solemn silence prevailed. At length that almost painful stillness was broken by the soft notes of a delicious melody, which, coming from the farther end of the apartment, stole, with a species of enchanting influence, upon the ear. Gentle and low was that sweet music when it began, but by degrees it grew louder, though still soft and ravishing in the extreme. Then a chorus of charming female voices suddenly burst forth, and the union of that vocal and instrumental perfection produced an effect thrilling, intoxicating, joyous beyond description. The melody created in the mind of Greenwood an anxious desire to behold those unseen choristers whose voices were so harmonious, so delightful. The dulcet metallic sounds agitated the senses with feelings of pleasure, and made the heart beat with vague hopes and expectations. For nearly 20 minutes did that delicious concert last. Love was the subject of the song. Love, not considered as an infant boy, nor as a merciless tyrant, but love depicted as the personification of everything voluptuous, blissful, and enchanting. Love, the representative of all the joys which earth in reality possesses, or which the warmest imagination could possibly conceive. Love, apart from the refinements of sentiment, and contemplated only as the paradise of sensualities. And never did sweeter voices warble the fervid language of passion through the medium of a more enchanting poesy. 20 minutes, we said, passed with wonderful rapidity while that inspiring concert lasted. But even then, the melody did not cease suddenly. It gradually grew fainter and fainter, dying away, as it were, in expiring sounds of silver harmony, as if yielding to the voluptuous enhancement of its own magic influence. And now, just as the last murmur floated to the ears of the raptured listeners, a bell tinkled at a distance, and in an instant, as if by magic, the spacious saloon was lighted up with a brilliancy which produced a sensation like an electric shock. At the same time, the music struck up in thrilling sounds once more, and a bevy of lovely creatures, whom the glare suddenly revealed upon a stage at the farther end of the apartment, became all life and activity in a voluptuous dance. 3 chandeliers of transparent crystal had suddenly vomited forth jets of flame, and round the walls the illumination had sprung into existence with simultaneous suddenness from innumerable silver sconces. A glance around showed Greenwood that he was in a vast and lofty apartment, furnished with luxurious ottomans in the Oriental style, and with tables groaning beneath immense vases filled with the choicest flowers. The walls were covered with magnificent pictures, representing the most voluptuous scenes of the heathen mythology and of ancient history. The figures in those paintings were as large as life, and no prudery had restrained the artist's pencil in the delineation of the luxuriant subjects which he had chosen. There was Lucretia, vainly struggling with the ardent Tarquin, her drapery torn by his rude hands away from her lovely form, which the brutal violence of his mad passion had rendered weak, supple, and yielding. There was Helen, reclining in more than semi-nudity on the couch to which her languishing and wanton looks invited the enamoured Phrygian youth, who was hastily laying aside his armour after a combat with the Greeks. There was Messalina, that imperial harlot, whose passions were so insatiable and whose crimes were so enormous, issuing from a bath to join her lover, who impatiently awaited her beneath a canopy in a recess, and which was surmounted by the Roman diadem. Then there were pictures representing the various amours of Jupiter, Leda, Latona, Semele, and Europa, the mistresses of the god, all drawn in the most exciting attitudes and endowed with the most luscious beauties. But if those creations of art were sufficient to inflame the passions of even that age when the blood seemed frozen in the veins, how powerful must have been the effect produced by those living, breathing, moving houris, who were now engaged in a rapid and exciting dance to the most ravishing music. They were 6 in number, and all dressed alike, in a drapery so light and gauzy that it was all but transparent, and so scanty that it afforded no scope for the sweet romancing of fancy, and left but little need for guesses. But if their attire were thus uniform, their style of beauty was altogether different. We must, however, permit the Marquis to describe them to Greenwood, which he did in whispers. "That fair girl on the right," he said, "with the brilliant complexion, auburn hair, and red cherry lips, is from the north, a charming specimen of Scotch beauty. Mark how taper is her waist, and yet how ample her bust. She is only 19, and has been in my house for the last 3 years. Her voice is charming, and she sings some of her native airs with exquisite taste. The one next to her, with the brown hair, and who is somewhat stout in form, though, as you perceive, not the less active on that account, is an English girl, a beauty of Lancashire. She is 22, and appeared 4 years ago on the stage. From thence she passed into the keeping of a bishop, who took lodgings for her in Great Russell Street, Bloomsbury. The Right Reverend Prelate one evening invited me to sup there, and 3 days afterwards she removed to my house." "Not with the consent of the bishop, I should imagine," observed Greenwood, laughing. "Oh, no, no," returned the Marquis, chuckling and coughing at the same time. "The one who is next to her, the third from the left, I mean, is an Irish girl. Look how beautifully she is made. What vigorous, strong, and yet elegantly formed limbs. And what elasticity, what airy lightness in the dance. Did you observe that pirouette? How the drapery spread out from her waist like a circular fan. Is she not a charming creature?" "She is indeed," exclaimed Greenwood. "Tall, elegant, and graceful. And her tongue is just tipped with enough of the Irish accent, I cannot call it brogue in so sweet a being, to render her conversation peculiarly interesting. And now mark her smile. Oh, the coquette! What a roguish look! Has she not wickedness in those sparkling black eyes?" "She seems an especial favourite, methinks," whispered Greenwood. "Yes, I have a sneaking preference for her, I must admit," answered the Marquis. "But I also like my little French girl, who is dancing next to Kathleen. Mademoiselle Honnha is an exquisite creature, and such a wanton. What passion is denoted by her burning glances! How graceful are her movements! Survey her now. She beats them all in that soft abandonment of limb which she just displayed. Her mother was a widow, and sold the lovely Honnha to a French field marshal when she was only 15. The field marshal, who was also a duke and enormously rich, placed her in a magnificent mansion in the Chaussée d'Antin, and settled a handsome sum upon her. But, at his death, she ran through it all, became involved in debt, and was glad to accept my offers 2 years ago." "She is very captivating," said Greenwood. "How gracefully she rounds her dazzling white arms!" "And how well she throws herself into the most voluptuous attitudes, and all, too, as if unstudied," returned the Marquis. "The beauty next to her is a Spaniard. The white drapery, in my opinion, sets off her clear, transparent, olive skin to the utmost advantage. The blood seems to boil in her veins. She is all fire, all passion. How brilliant are her large black eyes! Behold the glossy magnificence of her raven hair. Tall, straight as an arrow, how commanding, and yet how graceful is her form. And when she smiles, now, you can perceive the dazzling whiteness of her teeth. Last of all, I must direct your attention to my Georgian." "A real Georgian?" exclaimed Greenwood. "A real Georgian," answered the Marquis. "And, as Byron describes his Katinka, white and red. Her large melting blue eyes are full of voluptuous, lazy, indolent, but not the less impassioned love. Her dark brown hair is braided in a manner to display its luxuriance, and yet leave the entire face clear for you to admire its beauty. Look at that fine oval countenance. How pure is the red, how delicate the white. Nature has no artificial auxiliaries there. And now, when she casts down her eyes, mark how the long silken black lashes, slightly curling, repose upon the white skin beneath the eyes. Is not that a charming creature? The symmetry of her form is perfect. Her limbs are stout and plump, but how slender are her ankles, and how exquisitely turned her wrists. Then look at her hand. What beautiful long taper fingers. How sweet are her movements, light yet languishing at the same time. "What is the name of that beauty?" asked Greenwood. "Malkhatoun," replied the Marquis, which means the full moon. That was the name of the wife of Osman, the founder of the Ottoman Empire. "And how did you procure such a lovely creature?" inquired Greenwood, enraptured with the beauty of the Oriental girl. 6 months ago I visited Constantinople," answered the Marquis of Holmesford, "and in the slave market I beheld that divinity. Christians are not allowed to purchase slaves, but a convenient native merchant was found, who bought her for me. I brought her to England, and she is well contented to be here. Her own apartment is fitted up in an Oriental style. She has her Koran, and worships Allah at her leisure. And when I make love to her, she swears by the Prophet Mohammed that she is happy here. The romance of the thing is quite charming." "Of course she cannot speak English?" said Greenwood interrogatively. "I beg your pardon," answered the Marquis. "She has an English master, who is well acquainted with Persian, which she speaks admirably, and I can assure you that she is a most willing pupil. But of that you shall judge for yourself presently." During this conversion the dance proceeded. Nothing could be more voluptuous than that spectacle of 6 charming creatures, representing the loveliness of as many different countries, engaged in a pas de six, in which each studied how to set off the graces of her form to the utmost advantage. The genial warmth of the apartment, the delicious perfume of the flowers, the brilliancy of the light, the exciting nature of the pictures, and the enchantment of that dance in which 6 beings of the rarest beauty were engaged, filled the mind of Greenwood with an ecstatic delirium. Not the rich and luscious loveliness of Diana Arlington, whom circumstances had made his own, not the matured and exuberant charms of Eliza Sydney, who had escaped his snares, not the bewitching beauty of Ellen Monroe, from whose brow he had plucked the diadem of purity, not the licentious fascinations of Lady Cecilia Harborough, who sold herself to him for his gold, not all these had so stirred his heart, so inflamed his ardent imagination, as the spectacle which he now beheld. At length the dance terminated. The Marquis then advanced towards the stage, accompanied by Greenwood, and said, "Many thanks, young ladies, for this entertainment. Allow me to present an intimate friend of mine, a gentleman who I am anxious to initiate in the mysteries of Holmesford House." Greenwood bowed. The 6 beauties returned his salutation, and the Marquis then proposed to adjourn to the anteroom, where supper was served up. The ladies descended from the platform by a flight of steps on one side. "I shall give my arm to Kathleen," said the Marquis. "Do you escort whomever you fancy. There are no jealousies here." Without hesitation, Greenwood advanced towards the charming Malkhatoun, who took the arm which he presented to her, with a sweet smile, as if of gratitude for the preference. As Greenwood thus stepped forward to meet her, he now for the first time observed the orchestra, which was situated in a large recess on the right of the stage, and had consequently been unseen by him from the place which he had originally occupied at the other end of the saloon. The party now proceeded to the ante-room before mentioned. There a magnificent repast was served up. They all seated themselves at table, Kathleen next to the Marquis, and Malkhatoun by the side of Greenwood. At first the conversation languished somewhat, the ladies being abashed and reserved in the presence of a stranger, but as they grew warmed by degrees with the generous wine, their tongues were unlocked, and in half an hour they rattled and chatted away as if they had never known restraint. They laughed and displayed their beautiful teeth, their eyes flashed fire, or became voluptuously melting, and their cheeks were animated with the hues of the rose. Even the fair Mohammedan did not refuse the sparkling champagne which effervesced so deliciously over the brim of the crystal glass. The Scotch and Irish girls warbled the sweetest snatches of song which Greenwood had ever heard, and then the French damsel rose and gave admirable imitations of Taglioni's, Elsla's, and Duvernay's respective styles of dancing, throwing, however, into her movements and attitudes a wantonness which even the most exciting efforts of those artistes never displayed. It was now nearly 2 in the morning, and Greenwood intimated to the Marquis his wish to retire. "Just as you please," replied the old voluptuary, who had drawn Kathleen upon his knee, and was toying with her as if they were unobserved. "But if you like to accept of a bed here, there is one at your service, and," he added in a whisper, "you need not be separated from Malkhatoun." "Is your lordship in earnest?" asked Greenwood, also in a low tone, while joy flashed from his eyes. "Certainly I am," replied the Marquis. "Do you think I brought you hither merely to tantalise you?" Greenwood smiled, and then redoubled his attentions towards the charming Georgian, who returned his smiles, and seemed to consider herself honoured by his caresses. On a signal from the Marquis, the Scotch, English, French, and Spanish girls withdrew. "One glass of wine in honour of those houris who have just left us," cried the nobleman, who was already heated with frequent potations, and inflamed by the contiguity of his Hibernian mistress. "With pleasure," responded Greenwood. The toast was drunk, and then the Marquis whispered something to Greenwood, pointing at the same time to the door which opened into the bathing rooms. The Member of Parliament nodded an enraptured assent. "There is a constant supply of hot water kept ready for use," observed the nobleman. "Each room is provided with a marble bath, and vases of eau de cologne afford the means of cooling the water and imparting to it a delicious perfume at the same time. You will also find wines, fruit, and all species of delicate refreshments there. And adjoining each bathroom is a bedchamber. With Malkhatoun as your companion, you may imagine yourself a sultan in the privacy of his harem, and remember that no soul will intrude upon you in that joyous retreat." Greenwood presented his hand to Malkhatoun, and led her away in obedience to the nobleman's suggestion. The door by which they left the ante-room admitted them into a passage dimly lighted with a single lamp, and where several doors opened into the bathing apartments. Into one of those rooms Greenwood and the beautiful Georgian passed. Shortly afterwards the Marquis and Kathleen entered another. Here we must pause. We dare not penetrate farther into the mysteries of Holmesford House. End of section 36.
Section 37 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 37. The Adieux. Our narrative must now take a leap of several months. It was the middle of October. Once more in the vicinity of Count Alteroni's mansion near Richmond, a handsome young man and a beautiful dark-eyed maiden were walking together. Need we say that they were Richard and the charming Isabella? The countenances of both wore an expression of melancholy, but that indication of feeling was commingled with the traces of other emotions. Richard's eyes beamed with ardour, and his lips denoted stern resolution. Isabella's bewitching features showed that her generous soul entertained warm and profound hope, even though the cloud sat upon her brow. "Yes, my adored one," said Richard, gazing tenderly upon her, "it is decided. To-morrow I embark on this expedition. But I could not quit England without seeing you once more, dearest Isabella. And for 2 or 3 days I have vainly wandered in this neighbourhood with the hope of meeting you alone." "Oh, Richard, had I for one moment divined that you were so near, I should have come to you," answered the princess. "And this you know well. If I have hitherto discouraged clandestine meetings and secret correspondence, save on 1 or 2 occasions, it was simply because you should not have reason to think lightly of me. But you are well aware, Richard, that my heart is thine, unchangeably thine, and that my happiest moments are those I pass with thee. I cannot chide you, dearest, for that fine feeling which has made you discourage clandestine meetings and secret correspondence," said Richard, gazing with mingled admiration and rapture upon the angelic countenance of Isabella. "But now that circumstances are about to change, now that I shall be far away from thee, beloved girl, that restriction must in some degree be removed, and you will permit me to write to you from time to time." "It would be an absurd affectation and ridiculous prudery were I to refuse," replied Isabella. "Yes, dear Richard, write to me, and write often," she added, tears starting into her eyes. "A thousand thanks, Isabella, for this kind permission, this proof of your love. And oh, whatever perils I am about to oppose myself face to face, in whatever dangers I may be involved, whatever miseries or privations I may be destined to endure, the thought of you, my own adored Isabella, will make all seem light. But I do not anticipate much difficulty in the attainment of our grand object. General Grachia, Colonel Morosino, and the other chiefs of this enterprise have so well, so prudently, so cautiously digested all the measures necessary to ensure success, that failure is scarcely possible. The tyranny of the Grand Duke and of his shameless ministry has reduced the Castelcicalans to despair. We have 3 fine vessels, and 1,200 devoted patriots will form the expedition. The moment we land we shall be welcomed with enthusiasm, and if an opportunity should serve for me to show myself worthy of the confidence that General Grachia and his colleagues have placed in me, if," continued Richard, his handsome countenance now lighted up with a glow of heroic enthusiasm, "if the aid of my feeble efforts can in any way demonstrate my zeal in favour of the constitutional cause, be well assured, dearest Isabella, that it is not an idle boaster, nor a braggart coward who now assures thee that he will not dishonour the service in which he has embarked." "Of that I feel convinced, Richard," exclaimed the Italian lady, whose soul caught the enthusiasm which animated her lover. "But you know not the wild hopes, the exalted visions which have at times filled my imagination, since I heard a few weeks ago that you were one of the chiefs of this enterprise, the preparations for which were communicated to my father. For you are doubtless aware that General Grachia has made my father acquainted with his intentions and projects." "Which the prince discountenances," added Richard, with a sigh. "Nevertheless, he is perhaps right. But if we succeed, Isabella, oh, if we succeed, your father becomes the sovereign of a great and enlightened people. Then what hope will remain for me?" Providence will not desert us, Richard," answered Isabella. "Said I not ere now that the wildest hopes, the most exalted visions have dazzled my imagination? I will not describe them to you, Richard, but need I confess that they are connected with yourself? The dying words of our poor friend Mary Ann have made an impression upon me which I can never forget." "I can well divine all the hopes and aspirations which her prophetic language was calculated to excite," returned Markham; "for there have been moments when I was weak enough to yield to the same influence myself. But the future is with the Almighty, and He must ordain our happiness or our misery. I must now leave you, my beloved Isabella. When I am away, thou wilt think of me often? Oh, Richard, will you really depart? Will you venture on this expedition so fraught with danger?" cried Isabella, now giving way to her grief as the moment of separation drew nigh. "I told you to hope. I wished to console you. But it is I who require consolation when about to say farewell to you. Oh, Richard, if you knew what anguish now fills my heart, you would be enabled to estimate all my love for you." I do, adored Isabella," ejaculated Markham, pressing her to his breast. "How devotedly, how faithfully you have loved me, I never can forget. When spurned from your father's house, overwhelmed with the most cruel suspicions, your love remained unchanged. And in many a bitter, bitter hour have I derived sweet solace from the conviction that thy heart was mine. Oh, Isabella, God in his mercy grant that I may return from this enterprise with some honour to myself. It is not that I am influenced by motives of selfish ambition. It is that I may remove at least one of the 100 obstacles which oppose our union. And now, adieu, my angel, my dearly beloved Isabella. Adieu, adieu." "Farewell, Richard. Farewell, dearest one, my first and only love," murmured Isabella, as she wept bitterly upon his breast. Then they embraced each other with that passionate ardour, with that lingering unwillingness to separate, with that profound dread to tear themselves asunder, which lovers in the moment of parting alone can know. "Let us be firm, Isabella," said Richard. "Who can tell what happiness my share in this enterprise may create for us?" "Yes, something tells me that it will be so," answered Isabella, "and that hope sustains me." Another embrace, and they parted. Yes, they parted, that handsome young man and that charming Italian maiden. And soon they waved their handkerchiefs for the last time. Then, in a few moments, they were lost to each other's view. Richard returned home to his house at Lower Holloway. He had visited the farm near Hounslow a few days previously, and had taken leave of Katherine. The young maiden had wept when her benefactor communicated to her his intended absence from England for some time, but as he did not acquaint her with the nature of the business which took him away from his native country, she was not aware of the perils he was about to encounter. He had now to say farewell to the inmates of his own dwelling, but towards Mr. Monroe, Ellen, and the faithful Whittingham, he was less reserved than he had been to Katherine. Vainly had the old butler implored Master Richard not to indemnify himself with other people's business. Vainly had Mr. Monroe endeavoured to persuade him to refrain from risking his life in the political dissensions of a foreign country. Vainly had the beautiful and generous-hearted Ellen, with a sisterly warmth, argued on the same side. Richard was determined. They deemed him obstinate, foolish, almost mad, but they knew not of his love for Isabella. "I must now make you acquainted with a certain portion of my affairs," said our hero, addressing Mr. Monroe, "in order that you may manage them for me until my return. I have embarked as much of my capital as I could well spare in the enterprise on which I am about to set out. You will find in my strong box, of which I leave you the key, a sufficient sum of money to answer the expenses of the establishment until January. Should I not return by that time, you will find papers in the same place which will instruct you relative to the moneys that will then be due to me from the 2 respectable individuals who are my tenants. Moreover," added Richard, and here his voice faltered, "my will is in the strong box, and should I perish in this undertaking, You will find, my dear friend, and you too, my faithful Whittingham, that I have not left you without resources." "Richard, this is too generous," exclaimed Mr. Monroe, tears of gratitude trickling down his cheeks. Whittingham also wept, and Ellen's sobs were convulsive, for she regarded Richard in the light of a dear brother. "Render not our parting moments more painful than they naturally are, my dear friends," said Markham. "You cannot understand, but if I live, you shall some day know, the motives which influence me in joining this expedition. Mr. Monroe, Ellen, Whittingham, I have one last request to make. You are all aware that on the 10th of July, 1843, a solemn appointment exists between my brother and myself. If I should perish in a far-off clime, or if a prison or any accident should prevent my return, let one of you represent me on that occasion. Should it be so, tell my brother how much I have loved him, how anxiously I have ever looked forward to that day, how sincerely I have prayed for his welfare and his success. Tell him," continued Richard, while the tears rolled down his cheeks large and fast, "tell him that I have cherished his memory as no brother ever before was known to do, and if he be poor, or unhappy, or suffering, or unfortunate, receive him into this house, which will then be your own. Console, comfort him. If he be criminal, do not spurn him. Remember, he is my brother." Ellen sobbed as if her heart would break as Richard uttered these words. There was something fearfully poignant and convulsive in that young lady's grief. But suddenly rousing herself, she rushed from the room, and returning in a few moments with her child, she presented it to Markham, saying, "Embrace him, Richard, before you depart. Embrace him, for he bears your Christian name." Our hero received the innocent infant in his arms, and kissed it tenderly. No pen can depict the expression of pleasure, of radiant joy, joy shining out from amidst her tears, with which Ellen contemplated that proof of affection towards her babe. "Thank you, Richard. Thank you, my brother," she exclaimed, as she received back her child. The old butler and Mr. Monroe were not callous to the touching nature of that scene. "I have now no more to say," observed Richard. "I am about to retire to the library for a short time. At 5 o'clock the post-chaise will be here. Whittingham, my faithful servant, you will see that all my necessaries be carefully packed." Markham then withdrew to his study. There he wrote a few letters upon matters of business. At length Whittingham made his appearance. "Morcar is arrived, Master Richard," said the old man, "and it is close upon 5. "I shall soon be ready, Whittingham," answered Richard. The old butler withdrew. Then Richard took from his strong-box the mysterious packet which had been left to him by Thomas Armstrong, and that sacred trust he secured about his person. "Now," he said, "I am about to quit the home of my forefathers." And tears trickled down his cheeks. "This is foolish," he exclaimed after a pause. "I must not yield to my emotions, when on the eve of such a grand and glorious undertaking." Then he returned to the drawing-room. At that moment the post-chaise arrived at the front of the mansion. We will not detail the affecting nature of the farewell scene. Suffice it to say that Richard departed with the fervent prayers and the sincerest wishes of those whom he left behind. Morcar the gipsy accompanied him. "Which road, sir?" asked the postillion. "Canterbury, Deal," replied Richard, and the post-chaise whirled him away from the home of his forefathers. By a special messenger, on the same day when the above-mentioned incidents took place, the following letter was dispatched from London. "To Her Serene Highness the Grand Duchess of Castelcicala. I have the honour to inform your Serene Highness that the measures which I adopted, and which your Highness condemned in the last letter your Highness deigned to address to me, have enabled me to ascertain the intentions of the conspirators. The 3 vessels purchased by them are now completely equipped and manned. One has already arrived in the Downs, where the chief of the rebels are to join her. A second sailed from Hull 4 days ago, and the third left Waterford about the same time. They will all three meet at Cadiz, where they are to take in stores and water. 1,200 exiled Castelcicalans are on board these three ships, which are ostensibly fitted out as emigrant vessels for North America. So well have General Grachia, Colonel Morosino, and Mr. Markham planned their schemes, that I question whether even the English government is acquainted with the real destination of those ships, and the object of their cruise. Beware then, noble lady. The last meeting of the chiefs of the expedition was held last evening, and I was present in my presumed capacity of a staunch adherent to the cause of the conspirators. The reasons which I adduced for not proceeding with them on the enterprise, and for remaining in London, were completely satisfactory, and no one for a moment suspected my integrity. Indeed, the confidence which Mr. Markham has placed in me from the beginning, in consequence of the share which I had in saving his life, an incident to which I have alluded in preceding letters to your Highness, on a certain occasion, annihilated all suspicion as to the sincerity of my motives. At the meeting of which I have just spoken, it was resolved that the descent upon Castelcicala shall be made in the neighbourhood of Açores, which, I need scarcely inform your Serene Highness, is a small seaport about 35 miles to the south of Montoni. And now I have discharged what I consider to be a faithful duty. If I have fallen in your Highness's good opinion by betraying those with whom I affected to act, I fondly hope that the importance of the information which I have thereby been able to give you will restore me to your Highness's favour. But remember, my lady, remember the prayer which I offered up to your Highness when first I wrote concerning this conspiracy. Remember the earnest supplication which I then made, and now renew, that not a hair of Richard Markham's head must be injured. I have the honour to subscribe myself your Serene Highness's most faithful and devoted servant, Filippo Dorseni, October the 16th, 1840. Thus it was that Mr. Greenwood's Italian valet provided to the utmost of his power for the safety of Richard Markham, in case those whom he improperly denominated conspirators should fall into the hands of the Castelcicalan authorities. End of section 37.
Section 38 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzynski. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 38. Castelcicala. The Grand Duchy of Castelcicala is bounded on the north by the Roman states, on the south by the Kingdom of Naples, on the east by the Apennine Mountains, and on the west by the Mediterranean Sea. It is the most beautiful, the best cultivated, and the finest portion of the Italian peninsula. The inhabitants are brave, enlightened, and industrious. Castelcicala is divided into 7 districts or provinces, the capitals of which are Montoni, which is also the metropolis of the Grand Duchy, Abrantani, Veronezzi, Pinalla, Estella, Terano, and Montecuculi. Each province is governed by a captain general, the chief military authority, and a political prefect, the chief civil authority. The principal city, Montoni, stands at the mouth of the Ferretti and contains 100,000 inhabitants. It is built on both sides of the river, has a fine harbour, spacious dockyards, and extensive arsenals, and is one of the principal trading ports of Italy. It is strongly fortified on a system of Vauban. The entire population of the Grand Duchy of Castelcicala is 2 millions. Its revenues are 3 millions sterling, and the annual income of the sovereign is £200,000. From these details, the reader will perceive that Castelcicala is by no means an unimportant country in the map of Europe. We shall now continue our narrative. It was the middle of November 1840, and at the early hour in the morning before sunrise, when 3 vessels, 2 large brigs and a schooner, ran in as close as the depth of water would permit them with safety on the Castelcicalan coast a few miles below Ossore. The boats of these vessels were immediately lowered, and by the time the sun dawned on the scene, nearly 1,200 armed men were landed without molestation. This force was divided into 2 columns. One of 700 strong was commanded by General Grachia. The other of 500 was led by Colonel Morosino. Richard Markham, as Secretary-General of the Constitutional Chiefs, and attended by Morcar, accompanied General Grachia. The chiefs and their staff were all provided with horses. The army presented a somewhat motley aspect, the officers alone appearing in uniforms. The entire force was, however, well provided with weapons, and every heart beat high with hope and patriotism. The banners were unfurled, an excellent brass band struck up an enlivening national air, and the 2 columns marched in the direction of Ossore. It was deemed most important to possess this seaport without delay, as its harbor would afford a safe refuge for the 3 ships to which the Constitutionalists, as the invaders termed themselves, could alone look for the means of retreat in case of the failure of their enterprise. But of such a result they entertained not the slightest apprehension. And now the peasants in the farmhouses and hamlets near which they passed were suddenly alarmed by the sounds of martial music. But the rumor of the real object of the invaders spread like wildfire, and they had not marched 3 or 4 miles before they were already joined by nearly 100 volunteer recruits. The hearts of the Constitutionalists were enlivened by this success, for while the male inhabitants of the district through which they passed hastened to join them, the women put up audible prayers to heaven to prosper their glorious enterprise. Ossore was in the province of Abrantani, which had for nearly a year groaned under the tyranny of the Captain-General, who governed his district by martial law, the jurisdiction of the civil tribunals having been superseded by the odious despotism of military courts. The Constitutionalists, therefore, entertained the strongest hopes that Ossore would pronounce in their favor the moment they appeared beneath its walls. The Constitutionalists were now only 3 miles from Ossore, which was hidden from their view up by a high hill, up the acclivity of which the 2 columns were marching, when the quick ear of General Grachia suddenly caught the sound of horses' feet on the opposite side of the eminence. Turning to one of his aides-de-camp, he said, "Hasten to Colonel Morosino. Tell him to take that road to the left and possess himself of yonder grove. Our landing is known. A body of cavalry is approaching." These words were delivered in rapid but firm tone. The aide-de-camp galloped away to execute the order, and General Grachia proceeded to address a few brief but impressive words to the patriots of his division, telling them that the moment to strike a blow was now at hand. "Markham," said the general, when he had concluded his harangue, "we shall have hot work in a few minutes." Scarcely were these words uttered, when a large body of cavalry made its appearance on the summit of the hill. A general officer, surrounded by a brilliant staff, was at their head. "That is Count Santa Croce, the Captain-General of Abrantani," exclaimed Grachia, drawing his sword. "Parley with him were vain. He is devoted to the Grand Duke. My friends, before us lies death or victory." The Constitutionalists gave a deafening cheer in answer to the words of their commander. Then, like an avalanche bursting from its rest on the Alpine height, and rolling with dread and deafening din in its precipitate path, the ducal cavalry thundered down the hill. But they were well received, and a terrific contest ensued. The ear was deafened with the report of musketry and the clang of weapons. Bullets whistled through the air, and as the serried ranks on either side poured forth volumes of smoke, the Constitutionalists with their muskets, and the cavalry with their carbines, the shouts of the combatants and the groans of the dying announced the desperate nature of the conflict. But alas, the Constitutionalists were doomed to experience a sad blow. General Grachia, a patriot whose memory demands our admiration and respect, was slain at the commencement of the battle. He died fighting gallantly at the head of his troops, and not before the enemy had felt the weight of his valiant arm. Almost at the same moment, the ensign who bore the constitutional banner was struck to the earth, and an officer of the ducal cavalry seized the standard. But scarcely had he grasped it when Richard Markham, who had vainly endeavored to protect his chief and friend from the weapons of the enemy, spurred his steed with irresistible fury against the officer, hurled him from his seat, and snatched the banner from his grasp. Then, waving the flag above his head with his left hand and wielding his sword in the right, Richard plunged into the thickest of the fight, exclaiming, "Vengeance for the death of our general!" The moment that Grachia fell, a sudden panic seized upon the Constitutionalists of his division, and they were already retreating, when that gallant exploit on the part of Markham rallied them with galvanic effect. "Vengeance for the death of our general!" was the cry, and our hero was instantly backed by his faithful Morcar and a whole host of Constitutionalists. The conflict was desperate, both sides fighting as if all idea of quarter were out of the question, and victory or death were the only alternatives. Fired by the loss of General Grachia, conscious of the desperate position in which defeat would place the invaders, and inspired by the image of Isabella, Richard fought with the fury of the destroying angel. He who had only been looked upon as possessing an able head in administrative matters now suddenly appeared in a new light, a gallant warrior who by his bravery had succeeded in rallying a panic-struck army. Already were the ducal cavalry retreating. Already had the captain-general, who surveyed the conflict from the summit of the hill, disappeared with his staff officers on the opposite side. Already were the Constitutionalists of Richard's division shouting "Victory!" when Colonel Morosino's corps, which had been engaged by another body of cavalry, was observed to be in full retreat, dispersing in disorder, flying before its triumphant foes. The rumor that Colonel Morosino himself was slain, and that a strong body of infantry provided with cannon was already advancing from the opposite side of the hill, now spread like wildfire through the ranks of Richard's division. Vainly did Markham endeavour by his example to inspire the troops with courage. A panic seized upon them. They exclaimed that some villain had betrayed them, and the disorder became general. The ducal cavalry, which were so lately in full retreat, rallied again. Their charge was irresistible. They literally swept the slope of the hill down which they rushed. Backed by a small but gallant band that scorned to retreat, and well seconded by Morcar, Richard fought with a desperation which was truly marvellous in one who had never wielded a hostile brand until that day. But a pistol bullet disabled his right arm, and he was taken prisoner, together with Morcar and several others. The Constitutionalists were completely defeated. 500 fell upon the field of battle. The remainder were dispersed or captured, but scarcely 300 succeeded in saving themselves by flight. And almost at the same moment when this unfortunate expedition was thus overwhelmed with ruin, a Castelcicalan frigate, which had put out from Ossore harbor shortly after the landing of the Constitutionalists, captured the 3 vessels, which were the last hope of those patriots who had escaped from captivity or carnage. From the summit of the hill, whither he was conducted into the presence of the Captain-General of Abrantani, Richard beheld the 3 vessels strike their colours to the Castelcicalan man of war. "Treachery has been at work here," he said within himself, "or else how arose these preparations to receive us?" He was not, however, permitted much time for reflection, either in respect of his own desperate condition or that of the unfortunate fugitives, whose last hope was thus cut off by the seizure of the ships. For the Captain-General, an old man with white hair but a stern and forbidding countenance, addressed him in a haughty and savage tone. "Know you the penalty that awaits your crime, young man?" he exclaimed. "For in you I doubtless behold one of the chiefs of this monstrous invasion." "I know how to die," answered Richard fearlessly. "Ah!" ejaculated the Captain-General. "What traitor have we here? Some foreign mercenary, perhaps. He is not a Castelcicalan by the accent with which he speaks our native tongue." "I am an Englishman, my lord," said Markham, returning the proud glance of defiance and scorn which Count Santa Croce threw upon him. "An Englishman?" thundered the Captain-General. "Then is a military death too good for you? What brings a wretched foreigner like you amongst us with a hostile sword? You have not even the miserable subterfuge of patriotism as a palliation for your crime. Away with him! Hang him to yonder tree." "I have one favour to implore of your lordship," said Markham, his voice faltering not, although his cheek grew somewhat pale. "I am prepared for death, but let not me perish like a dog. Plant your soldiers at a distance of a dozen paces, let them level their muskets at me, and I promise you I shall not die a coward." "No, you are a foreigner," returned the Captain-General ferociously. "Away with him!" Markham was suddenly surrounded by soldiers and dragged to the foot of a tree at a little distance. An aide-de-camp of the Count was ordered to superintend the sad ceremony. "Have you anything which you desire to be communicated to your friends in your native country?" asked the officer, who was a generous-minded young man, and who, having beheld Richard's bravery in the conflict, could not help respecting him. "I thank you sincerely for the kindness which prompts this question," replied our hero, "and all I have now to hope is that those who know me in my native land may not think that cowardice or dishonour close the career of Richard Markham." "Richard Markham!" ejaculated the officer. "Tell me, is that your name?" "It is," answered our hero. "Then there is hope for you yet, brave Englishman," cried the officer, and without uttering another word, he hastened back to the spot where the Captain-General of Abrantani was standing. Were we to say that Richard was now otherwise than a prey to the most profound suspense, we should be exaggerating the moral strength of human nature. We have no wish to make of our hero a demigod. We allow him to be nothing more than mortal after all. It was, therefore, with no little anxiety that Markham saw the officer approach the Captain-General of Abrantani and discourse with him for some moments in a low tone. The aide-de-camp appeared to urge some point which he was anxious to carry. Count Santa Croce shook his head ominously. "Beloved Isabella," murmured Richard to himself, "shall I never see thee more?" His eyes were still fixed upon those two men who appeared to be arguing his life or death. At length the Captain-General took a paper from the breast of his profusely laced blue uniform coat and cast his eyes over it. Richard watched him with breathless anxiety. This state of suspense did not last long. Count Santa Croce folded the paper, replaced it where he had taken it from, and then gave a brief command to the officer. The latter hurried back to the spot where Markham was hovering, as it were, between life and death. "You are saved, sir," cried the Castelcicalan, whose countenance expressing the most unfeigned joy. "Generous friend!" exclaimed Richard. "By what strange influence have you worked this miracle?" "That must remain a secret," answered the aide-de-camp. "At the same time, I can take but little merit to myself in the transaction, beyond a mere effort of memory. You have powerful friends, sir, in Castelcicala. Otherwise, his lordship the Captain-General," he added in a whisper, "was not the man to spare you." "To you I proffer my heartfelt thanks, generous Italian," cried Richard, "for to you I am clearly indebted for my life. Let me know the name of my saviour." "Mario Bazzano, Jr., aide-de-camp to Count Santa Croce, the Captain General of Abrantani," was the answer. "But we have no time to parley," he continued rapidly. "The good news which I have already imparted to you in respect to your life must be somewhat counterbalanced by the commands which I have received regarding your liberty." "Speak, Signor Bazzano," said Markham. "You saw that I did not flinch from death. It is scarcely probable that I shall tremble at any less severe sentence which may have been passed upon me." "My orders are to conduct you to Montoni, where you will be placed at the disposal of a higher authority than even the Captain General of Abrantani," returned the aide-de-camp. "But in the first place, my lord surgeon shall look to your wound." Then once more did the generous-hearted Castelcicalan hasten away, and in a few minutes he returned, accompanied by the Count's own medical attendant. Richard's arm was examined, and it was discovered that a bullet had passed through the fleshy part between the elbow and the shoulder. The wound was painful, though by no means dangerous, and the surgeon bandaged it with care and skill. "Now, Signor Markham," said Bazzano, "it is my duty to conduct you to Montoni. I do not wish to drag you thither like a felon, because you are a brave man. At the same time, I am answerable to the Count, and to another, who is higher than the Count, for your person. Gallant warriors are usually honorable men. Pledge me your honor that you will not attempt to escape, and we will proceed to Montoni alone together." "I pledge you my honor," answered Richard, "that so long as I am in your custody I will not attempt to escape. But the moment you are released from your charge of my person, my vow ceases." "Agreed, signor," said Bazzano. The aide-de-camp then ordered his own and another horse, for Richard's steed had been sorely wounded in the conflict, to be brought to the spot where this conversation took place. "Signor Bazzano," said Richard, "you have behaved to me in so noble and generous a manner that I am emboldened to ask another favour of you. A young man accompanied me as my attendant in this unfortunate enterprise. He has a wife and child in his native land. His parents are also living. Should aught happen to him, 4 others would thereby be plunged into the depths of misery." "Where is this person to whom you allude?" inquired Bazzano. "He is a prisoner yonder. There, he is seated on the ground, with his face buried in his hands." And Richard pointed in the direction where the poor gipsy was plunged into a painful and profound reverie at a little distance. For the third time the aide-de-camp, who was a tall, active, handsome, dark-eyed young man, hurried away. Count Santa Croce had mounted his horse and repaired, with his staff, to view more closely the spot where the conflict had taken place, and to issue orders relative to the interment of the killed and the disposal of the prisoners. Mario Bazzano did not therefore dread the eagle glance of his superior as he hastened to perform another generous deed and confer another favour on Richard Markham. "Young man," he said, addressing himself to Morcar, "rise and follow me. You are to accompany your master. My good friend," he added, speaking to the sentinel who stood near, "I will be answerable for my conduct in this instance to his lordship the Captain General." The sentinel was satisfied, and Morcar followed the officer to the spot where Richard and the Castelcicalan soldiers who had charge of him were standing. A third horse was procured, and in a few minutes the aide-de-camp, our hero, and Morcar rode rapidly away from the scene of carnage towards Ossore. It were a vain task to attempt to describe the joy which succeeded Morcar's grief and apprehension when he discovered that his own and his master's lives were beyond danger, and that Mario Bazzano was evidently so well inclined to befriend them. "As I do not wish to keep you in an unpleasant state of suspense, signore," said the aide-de-camp to Richard, "I must inform you that you have little to dread at Montoni. You have powerful friends there. A short imprisonment, or some punishment of a slight nature, will be all the penalty you will both have to pay for your mad freak, or else I am much mistaken. But more I cannot say." "Whatever be our fate," exclaimed Richard, "my heart will cherish until death the remembrance, the grateful remembrance of your noble conduct. But tell me, my generous friend, what will become of those unfortunate prisoners?" "The chiefs of the enterprise have fallen in the conflict," answered Mario. "Else the fate of traitors would have been in store for them. As for the mistaken men whom they have led to these shores, imprisonment. A long imprisonment in the citadels of Abrantani, Pinalla, and Estella will doubtless be the penalty for their treason." The severe terms in which the young aide-de-camp, who was evidently devoted to the Grand Duke's cause, spoke of the Constitutionalists, pierced like a dagger to the heart of our hero, but delicacy and gratitude towards one from whom he had received such signal obligations prevented him from making any comment. In a short time the little party reached Ossore, at which town they proceeded to an hotel, where they obtained refreshments. There also plain clothes were procured for Markham, in order that his uniform, which was different from that of the Castelcicalan officer, might not create unpleasant notice on his arrival at Montoni. Morcar had no uniform to change. When the repast was terminated, Lieutenant Bazzano ordered a post-chaise and four, and in a short time the little party was whirling rapidly along the high road to the capital. During the journey, Richard and the aide-de-camp rose higher in each other's esteem. The more they conversed together, and by the time they reached their destination, a sort of friendship, which circumstances had tended to invest with unusual interest, already existed between them. Bazzano assured our hero that the contemplated invasion of the Constitutionalists had been communicated some time previously to the Captain-General of Abrantani, but whence that information had emanated the young officer was unable to state. Preparations had, however, been in existence for at least a fortnight to receive the invaders when they set foot in the Castelcicalan territory. These assurances confirmed Richard in the opinion which he had already formed. The treachery had existed somewhere on the side of the patriots. End of section 38.
Section 39 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Atyourservice. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 39, Montoni. It was 9 o'clock at night when the post-chaise entered the capital of Castelcicala. In spite of his unfortunate position, a prisoner, defeated in his grand aims, and with all his hopes apparently blasted, Richard could not help feeling a glow of pleasure when he thus found himself in the sovereign city which was the birthplace of his well-beloved Isabella. But oh, in what a state did he now enter its walls! Instead of accompanying a victorious army to proclaim Alberto Grand Duke of Castelcicala, instead of the society of the patriotic Gracchia and the heroic Morosino, instead of hearing the welcome voices of a liberated people echoing around, the young man was in the custody of a subaltern, and, for aught he knew, on his way to a dungeon. Then, Gracchia, Morosino, and the other chiefs of the enterprise, where were they? Numbered with the dead, or captives in the hands of a savage conqueror? Oh, how were Markham's fondest hopes blasted! How were his Elysian dreams dissipated by the mocking reality of disaster and defeat! Now, too, how much farther than ever was he removed from the sole object of his toils, the only hope for his existence, the hand of Isabella! Her father, who had all along discountenanced the projects of the Constitutionalists, but who would naturally have pardoned them had they succeeded, could not for a moment be expected to forgive the survivors of that terrible defeat. All these gloomy ideas annihilated in a moment the temporary glow of pleasure which our hero had experienced on entering Montoni. The chaise traversed the southern part of the metropolis, crossed the Ferretti by a noble bridge, and entered the most fashionable and imposing quarter of that portion of the city which stands on the northern side of the river. At length it stopped at an hotel. "We shall alight here," said Mario Bazzano. "But this is not a prison," exclaimed Richard. "I never told you that you were on your way to such a place," returned the aide-de-camp, laughing. "Did you not hint at imprisonment, signor?" said our hero, surprised at the kind of forbearance shown towards him, captured, as he had been, with arms in his hand against the reigning prince. "That may or may not happen," replied Bazzano. "At all events, here we will alight. And remember, while in my charge, you are on parole. It is not necessary to let the gossips of this tavern know who you are, or why you are here with me." "My honour is pledged, and the vow will be punctually fulfilled," said Markham. They then descended from the vehicle, and were conducted to a private apartment in the hotel. Bazzano ordered refreshments. Then, as soon as he himself had drunk a glass of wine and eaten a mouthful of food, he left the room, simply observing, "I may be absent nearly an hour, but I will thank you not to retire to rest until my return." Markham bowed in acquiescence with this request, and as soon as the door had closed behind the aide-de-camp, he exclaimed, "If Signor Bazzano be as fair a specimen of the Castelcicalans generally, they are a glorious race." "Some kind power seems to protect you in this country, Mr. Markham," observed Morcar. "I candidly confess that I am at a loss to interpret these occurrences," returned our hero. "At the moment when the cord is round my neck, the mention of my name saves my life, and converts an enemy into a staunch friend. Even the ferocious Captain General of Abrantani relaxes all his natural severity in my behalf. Then, instead of being chained, I am scarcely guarded. Instead of being placed between two soldiers with loaded muskets, I am allowed to remain upon parole. He who has charge of me leaves me for an hour, with a simple request not to retire to rest until his return. Yes, some secret power protects me. It is true that a few years ago I once met her who now occupies a seat on the Grand Ducal throne," he continued, rather musing to himself than addressing his words to Morcar. "But she can scarcely remember, or even if she do, could not be supposed to interest herself in one so obscure, so humble as I." Then he paced the room, lost in conjecture, and giving way to the immense variety of reflections which his position was calculated to engender. In an hour, the young aide-de-camp returned. "Signor Markham," he said, "you will have the kindness to accompany me whither I shall conduct you. You," he added, addressing himself to Morcar, "must await our return here." Richard signified his readiness to follow Bazzano, and they left the hotel together. It was now past 11 o'clock, and though the shops were all closed, the streets of Montoni were resplendent with the lustre which streamed from the windows of the cafes, restaurants, and club-houses. Markham could not help observing to his companion that there appeared to be numerous patrols of military moving about in the capital, and that the sentinels were posted along the streets at very short intervals. "The news of this morning's invasion reached Montoni several hours ago," answered the aide-de-camp, "and I do not disguise from you the fact that until this strong military demonstration was made, the city was in an extraordinary ferment. This I heard just now, previous to my return to the hotel." "The reigning Grand Duke seems very unpopular," observed Markham. Bazzano made no reply. It was evident that he could not contradict the assertion, and, being in his sovereign's service, he could not with propriety corroborate it. A quarter of an hour's rapid walking brought our hero and the young officer to an immense square, and the magnificent buildings on two sides thereof shed a brilliant light from their ample casements. "This is the ducal palace," said Mario. Crossing the square, the officer led the way towards a small door in one of the angles of the immense edifice. Mario knocked gently, and the door was immediately opened by a tall servant in a gorgeous livery. Markham followed his companion into a small vestibule, brilliantly lighted, and at the end of which was a narrow staircase, carpeted all over. Not a word was spoken. The domestic bowed as the two young men passed him, and Bazzano led the way up the staircase, which was lighted by lamps held in the hands of marble statues placed in recesses. On the landing, which the visitors speedily reached, an usher, dressed in black and wearing a massive gold chain, advanced to receive them, and, opening a door, conducted them into an anteroom, where he requested them to be seated. He then opened another door on the opposite side from which they had entered the room, and disappeared for a few minutes. On his return, he desired Markham to follow him. Our hero obeyed, and was led through several magnificent apartments, all brilliantly lighted, but unoccupied at the moment. At length the usher paused in a room smaller, but more elegantly furnished than any of the preceding ones, and having requested our hero to take a seat, he retired by the same door to which they had entered that room. For a few minutes Richard remained alone with his reflections. He was now in the Castelcicalan palace, but wherefore had he been brought thither? Was it to undergo an examination before the Grand Duke, relative to the invasion of the morning? Was it to be overwhelmed with reproaches by that sovereign against whom, and without provocation, he had borne arms? Could treachery be meditated? No, that idea was absurd. He was so completely in the power of the Grand Duke that there had been no need to exercise treachery towards him if punishment were intended. Then our hero thought of the Grand Duchess. Had she learned that he was engaged in the expedition? Had she remembered his name? Was it through her that he had received that treatment from Mario Bazzano which had so astonished him? Could it be possible that she would interest herself in him? He was in the midst of his reverie, when a door opposite where he was sitting suddenly opened, and a lady, elegantly attired, with a tiara of diamonds upon her brow, entered the apartment. One glance was sufficient for Richard Markham. He immediately recognized the beautiful woman who he had seen 5 years previously, disguised in male attire at Mrs. Arlington's lodgings, and whose singular history had subsequently reached his ears when he was imprisoned at the same time as herself, though of course not in the same department, in Newgate. Yes, he recognized her who was once Eliza Sidney, and he now bent his head to the Grand Duchess of Castelcicala. Although somewhat pale, and showing a slightly deeper shade of that melancholy expression which her countenance had acquired during her captivity of 2 years, Eliza was still eminently lovely. Her form had expanded into those proportions which indicated the maturity of her charms, but which gave to her beauty a voluptuousness that was only attempered by the chaste glances of her melting hazel eyes, and the halo of purity which dwelt on her lofty and spotless brow. And well fitted was that pure and open forehead to be crowned with the glittering tiara which denoted her sovereign rank, and which set off to such exquisite advantage the large bands of her light, luxuriant, shining, chestnut hair. Her walk was a dignified and yet harmonious motion. Her gesture expressed no particle of hauteur, but still denoted a consciousness of the respect which she felt to be due to her position as a princess, and to her character as a woman. "Resume your seat, Mr. Markham," she said in a sweet tone, and with a manner full of grace. Then, placing herself on a sofa at a short distance, she added, "I have had the pleasure of seeing you before, but little did I then suppose that the next time we met, it would be under such circumstances as these." "I comprehend your serene highness," answered Markham, firmly but respectfully. "We meet, your highness as a sovereign princess, and I as a prisoner at the disposal of those who have power to command in this state." "Such indeed is the fact, Mr. Markham," returned the Grand Duchess with a half-smile. "But I did not send for you hither to reproach you. Doubtless you considered yourself justified in the proceedings which you have adopted, and in joining the cause of those mistaken men who this morning set hostile feet upon these shores. For I have received from an agent of mine in England assurances of your honourable nature and estimable character, and I did not fail some time since to issue those secret instructions to the various authorities which saved your life this morning, and ensured you good treatment at the hands of those into whose power you were doomed to fall. Moreover, I learned that you behaved most gallantly in the conflict between your party and the ducal troops, and I can respect bravery, Mr. Markham, even in an enemy." Your Serene Highness will give me credit for the sincerity with which I express my gratitude for the kindness that I have received at your hands," said Markham, "especially under circumstances which, whatever opinion I may entertain of them, could not have served me as a very favourable passport to the notice of your Highness." "Mr. Markham," returned the Grand Duchess, "you are an Englishman, and that is one reason to induce me to exercise some leniency in your case. For, however profoundly my interests may be identified with this country, it is impossible that I can forget my own. Secondly, I am better acquainted with your history than you imagine. Do you remember an anonymous letter which your late father received some years ago? Yes, it was 1831, I believe, warning him of a burglarious attempt which was contemplated in respect to his abode?" "I remember well the letter to which your Highness alludes," answered Markham, surprised at this mention of an incident which had occurred only a short time previously to the separation of himself and his brother on the hilltop. "That letter was written by myself," said the Grand Duchess with a smile. "Written by your Highness?" ejaculated Markham, more and more amazed at what he heard. "Yes, Mr. Markham," continued Eliza, "it was I who sent that warning. Circumstances enabled me to overhear the discourse of two miscreants, in whose den I accidentally took refuge during a storm, and whence I narrowly escaped with my life. But enough of that. I merely mentioned the circumstance to show you that your name has long been familiar to me. Then, about 4 years after that event, I met you at the abode of a lady from whom I have since received signal kindnesses, and who is now the Countess of Warrington." "I remember that evening well, your Highness," observed Richard. "Afterwards," resumed the Grand Duchess, sinking her voice, "you and I were the intimates of a tenement whose severity you deserved perhaps much less than I, though heaven knows the artifice that was used to involve me in that desperate venture." "Your Serene Highness has heard, then, that I too was innocent of the crime laid to my charge," said Markham. "I imagined so when I first learned the particulars of your case at the time of its occurrence," answered the Grand Duchess, "and my agent in England has lately confirmed me in that belief. Then again," she added with an arch smile, "I am not ignorant of the motives which induced you to embark, like a gallant cavalier, in the enterprise whose results have led to this interview." "Your Serene Highness will not wrong by injurious suspicions an exiled family," said Markham, well knowing to what Eliza alluded. "No," exclaimed the Grand Duchess solemnly. "I am well aware that Prince Alberto did not countenance the expedition, and I can scarcely believe that his charming daughter," she continued, archly smiling again, "could have been very ready to permit you to embark on so mad an enterprise. You see, Mr. Markham, that I am acquainted with more than you would have supposed me to know. And now, perhaps, you will be surprised when I assure you that I entertain the most profound respect and esteem for Prince Alberto and his family, although I have never seen them." "But, oh," exclaimed Eliza, wiping away a tear, "how great was my grief when I learnt this afternoon that my friend General Grachia had fallen in the conflict of the morning." "General Grachia invariably spoke to me in the most pleasing terms of your Serene Highness," observed Richard. "Do not think, Mr. Markham," said the Grand Duchess after a pause, during which she seemed prey to a deep thought, "do not think that I have been a party to all the instances of severity and sentences of exile which have lately characterized the political history of Castelcicala. No, Mr. Markham, I would not have you think unworthy of your fellow countrywoman. But enough of that. You can well imagine that I am not all-powerful here. Otherwise," she added with a sigh, "it would be different. Time is, however, pressing, and I have not yet spoken to you on the matter which ought to form the principal topic of our conversation. I mean your own position. You have heard enough from my lips to show you that you are not unknown to me, and that there are, consequently, reasons which have induced me to interest myself in your behalf. But, ere as I now observe, my power is not unlimited, and although my secret wishes are commands in the eyes of Count Santa Croce and his officers, still my influence is not sufficient to protect you from the vengeance of the Grand Duke, did he know that one of the invaders was at large and unpunished in his dominions. It is true that I can soften his rigour, as I do in respect to those unhappy prisoners. God be thanked that their condition excites the compassion of your Serene Highness, exclaimed Markham fervently. A weight is removed from my mind by this assistance. Rest satisfied on that head, said Eliza. I can promise you that imprisonment is the worst punishment which will overtake any of them. When Eliza had first entered the room, Richard had bowed his head low to the Grand Duchess, but now he sank on his bended knee in presence of the humane and tender-hearted woman. Eliza felt the full force of this expression of feeling. It rewarded her for her goodness. She extended her hand towards him, and he respectfully touched it with his lips. Then he rose and resumed his seat. Oh, at that moment how sweet to the amiable and noble-minded woman, noble in nature as well as in name, was the possession of power, and how amply recompensed was she for its humane use, by that spontaneous tribute of respect which she had just received from her fellow countryman. Mr. Markham, she said, after a pause, you must escape from Castelcicala, but that is not so easy a matter as you may haply imagine. The Castelcicalan steam frigates will rigorously guard the coast by sea, and the custom-house officers by land, and not a ship will leave one of our ports without being searched. Orders to that effect have already been issued by the Minister of Marine, and I dare not interfere to prevent their full operation. Are you bold enough to strike far into the country, traverse its length, and obtain refuge in the Neapolitan kingdom? And wherefore not in the Roman states, my lady? Asked Richard. Their frontier is but a day's distance from Montoni. Because the Grand Duke has concluded a league, offensive and defensive, with the Pope, and you would assuredly be detected in the dominions of his holiness, and sent ignominiously back to Montoni, in which case, Mr. Markham, I could not save you. And what chance of safety do I possess by following the plan suggested by your Serene Highness? Every chance, was the decided reply. In the first place, Signor Mario Bazzano will procure for you a passport. His uncle is Under-Secretary for the Interior. This passport, made out for you in a fictitious name, will be dated from Montoni, and the various authorities will never suspect that one of the invaders could possibly have obtained such a document from the capital itself. Secondly, you can purchase a portfolio with drawing materials, and pass yourself off for an English artist, sent to Castelcicala to design some of the most striking features of Italian scenery. By these means, there will be an ostensible reason for avoiding the great cities and towns, and no suspicion will be excited by your keeping as much as possible to the open country. Does my plan please you? How can I ever sufficiently express my gratitude to your Serene Highness for all this kind consideration, this unlooked-for generosity? Cried Markham. By abstaining from plans of invasion or insurrection in future, answered Eliza. Ah! How can I pledge myself to such a condition? Exclaimed Richard. Should circumstances induce or compel Prince Alberto to strike a blow— I fully comprehend you, interrupted the Grand Duchess. In that case, I impose no conditions whatsoever upon you. Go, Mr. Markham, adopt the plan which I have suggested, and you will soon be beyond the reach of danger. And excuse me, she added after a moment's pause, if I act as your banker as well as your adviser. Use this purse, and on your arrival in England you can liquidate the debt by affording succour to any needy Castelcicalan whom chance may throw in your way. Before I receive this new proof of your goodness, before I take my leave, your Serene Highness must permit me, on my bended knee, and our hero sank to that posture as he spoke, to declare that, while I shall henceforth consider myself indebted to your Highness in an obligation which I can never repay, while I shall ever hold myself ready to serve your Highness by day and night, and to dare every earthly danger in so doing, in order to evince my gratitude for all that your Highness has this day done for me, still I would rather be delivered up to the hands of justice. I would rather die on the scaffold tomorrow, or take my stand in front of a platoon, than renounce, Englishman, foreigner though I may be, the cause of Castelcicalan liberty." "Rise, headstrong, foolish young man," exclaimed the Grand Duchess, smiling. "I seek to impose no conditions upon you. Go, and when once you are beyond the Castelcicalan territory, use your own free will. Let no shackle of any kind curb the ardour of your soul. At the same time, beware. On another occasion, I may seek to protect you in vain." "Never, never again, your Highness, will I wantonly aid in provoking civil strife in Castelcicala," ejaculated Richard. "Two motives shall alone henceforth be powerful enough to induce me to unsheath the hostile weapon in this clime." "And which are they?" asked Eliza, still half smiling as she spoke. "In obedience to the command of Prince Alberto, and then only if his cause be just, or in order to relieve Castelcicala from some foreign invader." "And may God grant that neither of those alternatives shall ever occur," said the Grand Duchess. "But our interview has already lasted a long time, and delay is dangerous to you." Eliza once more extended her hand towards our hero, who pressed it respectfully but with fervour to his lips. He then withdrew. In the adjoining apartment he found the usher waiting for him. They retraced their steps to the ante-room, where Signor Mario Bazzano was seated, expecting their return. In a few minutes our hero and the young aide-de-camp were on their way back to the hotel. During the walk, Bazzano said, "I presume you have assented to the plan which Her Highness has devised for your safe retreat into the Neapolitan territory?" Markham replied in the affirmative. "In that case I will procure passports for yourself and attendant tomorrow morning," observed the young officer. "But for the present we all three stand in need of rest." End of section 39. Montoni. Recording by Atyourservice.
Section 40 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Gurzinski. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 40. The Clubhouse. We must now transport our readers back to London, at about the same time when the events of the two preceding chapters occurred in Castelcicala. Others of a scarcely less interesting nature took place in the great metropolis of England. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon of one of those dark, misty, dispiriting November days, when the sun is scarcely visible and sinks early to rest, that half a dozen fashionable gentlemen were lounging in the bay window of a clubhouse in St. James Street. They were all dressed in the first style, gold chains festooned over waistcoats of the most recent Parisian fashion, and brilliantly polished boots without a speck of mud upon them showed that their owners had not arrived at the club on foot. "What news of the political world, Greenwood?" asked the Marquis of Holmesford. "Nothing particular," answered the gentleman appealed to. "Our party is sure to drive the Whigs out next year, and then I shall show the independent and enlightened free men of Rottenborough that they will acquire some honour through the medium of their representative." "I suppose you will do a little good for yourself, Greenwood?" asked the Honourable Augustus Smicksmack, a lieutenant in the Grenadier Guards, and just turned 19. "A baronetcy, Greenwood? For that's the rumour, I believe. Well, I do hope that fame for once is not far wrong, my dear fellow," answered Mr. Greenwood. "And I must beg of you to support my friend the Honourable Gively Starkeley's new game bill, which he intends to introduce next session," observed Lord Dunstable, a major in a crack regiment, and whose age was probably 31. "A new game bill?" ejaculated Mr. Greenwood, horror depicted on his countenance. "Surely your friend Starkeley cannot mean to relax the penalties which now exist in respect to poaching." "Quite the reverse," answered Lord Dunstable. "He thinks, as I think, that the present statute is not stringent enough, and he has drawn up a bill, at least Rumrig the barrister did for him, making it a transportation for life to shoot game without a licence, and transportation for 15 years for looking at a bird or a hare with an unlawful purpose." "That bill will receive my most unqualified support, Dunstable," said Mr. Greenwood. "In fact, the laws cannot be too stringent against poachers." "Certainly not," observed Colonel Cholmondeley, a gentleman of about 33, who was one of the group in the clubhouse window. "For my part, I consider a murderer or a highwayman to be an estimable character in comparison with a poacher." "Decidedly so," exclaimed Dunstable. "A murderer kills his victim, a highwayman robs a person, and the thing is done. The individuals murdered or plundered alone suffer, but a poacher deprives hundreds of noblemen and gentlemen of their legitimate sport. He preys upon the aristocracy, as it were, and by God, I'll defend the privileges of the aristocracy with my life." "Oh, certainly, certainly," muttered the Marquis of Holmesford, who, in consequence of swollen gums, had been compelled to lay aside his false teeth for a few days, and was therefore somewhat incomprehensible in his speech. "Always defend the aristocracy. The millions, as they call themselves, are ever ready to assail us. They're jealous of us, you see, because we have carriages and horses, and they have not." "And for many other reasons," observed Mr. Greenwood. "But I always know how to serve the scurvy riffraff. Why, it was but the other day that some 30 or 40 of the independent and intelligent electors of Rottenborough assembled together at the Blue Lion in their town to address a remonstrance to me on my parliamentary conduct, and call me to resign." "And what did you do?" asked Lord Dunstable. "Oh, I knew my men well enough. It was not the first time they had taken this step," continued Greenwood. "My agent down there wrote me up an account of their intentions, and I sent him instructions how to act. The malcontents met. There was a great deal of speechifying, and the tide flowed strong against my interests. The chairman was about to put to the vote a resolution condemnatory of my conduct, when the landlord entered and addressed the meeting in this manner: 'Gentlemen, Mr. Greenwood, having heard that it was your intention to assemble here this evening, has conveyed to me his commands to serve up a little supper. Poultry, turtle, venison, and other trifles of the same kind, together with as much port and sherry as you can drink. The supper is now ready, gentlemen. You had better partake of it first, and continue your deliberations afterwards.' "Capital! Excellent!" exclaimed Lord Dunstable. "Glorious! Superfine! Brilliant!" cried Sir Cherry Bounce, who was one of the group. "Strike me, but it was uncommon good," observed Major Dapper, who was also present. "Well, what followed?" demanded Colonel Cholmondeley. "Yes, do tell us," said Mr. Smicksmack. "Oh, the result was simple enough," continued Greenwood. "The free and independent electors of Rottenborough adjourned to the supper-room, gorged and drank till their senses were completely obfuscated, and then passed a vote of confidence in their member, one gentleman alone not holding up his hand in its favour." "What was the reason of that?" inquired the Marquis of Holmesford. "Simply because he was dead drunk under the table," answered Greenwood. "And then this fellow had the impudence to write a letter next day to all the newspapers to say that he alone had remained dissentient upon principle." "Preposterous!" loudly exclaimed Sir Cherry Bounce. "Hold your tongue, Cherry," said Major Smilax-Dapper. "You're a what, Smilax?" asked the youthful baronet. "A bore! Strike me!" replied the Major. There was a general laugh at the expense of Sir Cherry Bounce, who coloured up to the very roots of his hair. "What has become of Harborough? Does anyone know?" said Lord Dunstable, when the cachinnation was concluded. "Gone into the country with his friend Chichester, I believe," replied Greenwood. "Harborough and I have not spoken for a long time, but I heard of him a little while ago." "A dreadful thing that was about his wife," observed the Honourable Augustus Smicksmack. "I don't think Harborough cared much about it," returned Greenwood. "They had long led a cat-and-dog kind of life. The moment Lady Cecilia's suicide reached the ears of Sir Rupert, who was in France at the time, he came over to England and sold the few things which had belonged to his wife, her trinkets, I mean, for the house in Tavistock Square was a ready-furnished one." "And that he gave up, I believe?" said Dunstable. "Or rather, the landlord took it away from him," answered Greenwood. "That intimacy with Reginald Tracy was a bad business for Lady Cecilia," he continued. "But I had my suspicions of him before the exposure took place. The fact is, I saw him at a masquerade ball one night at Drury Lane Theatre." "At a masquerade!" ejaculated Lord Dunstable. "Yes. I was dressed as a Greek brigand, and he was attired as a monk." "The sanctified scoundrel!" said Colonel Cholmondeley in a tone of deep indignation. "What dishonour he brought upon the cloth! You know my brother the Archdeacon? Well, he's as jovial a fellow as you could wish to meet. Keeps his 3 mistresses, his horses and hounds, and goes to bed mellow every night of his life. But he does things discreetly." "In a proper manner, to be sure," muttered the Marquis of Holmesford. "But, by the by, Greenwood, you once admired my beautiful Georgian." "And I often think of her now, my lord," returned the Member of Parliament. "I'll make you a proposal, if you like," continued the Marquis, grinning like an antiquated goat. "I have taken quite a fancy to your bay mare Cleopatra." "Yes, 'tis a beautiful bit of horseflesh," remarked Greenwood. "Well, my Georgian for your bay mare," said the Marquis. "Is it a bargain?" "A decided bargain," replied Greenwood. "But how do you know that the lady will submit to the exchange?" asked Smicksmack with a smile. "I feel convinced that she will offer no objection," answered Greenwood. "It is true that every slave becomes free when once the foot touches the soil of this country, as I once observed to the independent electors of Rottenborough. But I am sure that she will wear the gold chain that I shall be delighted to throw around her." "Well spoken, Greenwood," cried the Marquis. "Send the bay to my stables in the morning, and fetch away the Georgian when you choose." "Greenwood's the man for business," observed Lord Dunstable. "By the by, how did the African railroad scheme turn out?" "Oh, admirably," replied the capitalist. "I cleared my 10,000 by it. So did the Marquis." "I lost 3,000, though, and a pwetheth way die within," said Sir Cherry. "Because you kept your shares too long, my dear fellow," remarked Greenwood coolly. "No, my good woman, I have nothing for you." These last words were uttered in a loud tone, and accompanied by a stern shake of the head to a poor, ragged, shivering creature, who had paused on the pavement outside to solicit alms from the aristocrats assembled at the window. The miserable woman cast one glance of ineffable anguish on Mr. Greenwood, and then hurried away, overwhelmed by the savage determination of his refusal. "That poor wretch has been good-looking in her time," said Mr. Smicksmack. "Although it is nearly dark, I caught sight of her countenance by the light of the lamp." "And so did I," whispered Lord Dunstable to Colonel Cholmondeley, who he drew aside. "Do you know who that was?" he asked in a low and somewhat hoarse tone. "No. How the devil should I?" said the captain, also sinking his voice, but simply because Dunstable did so. "If that poor mendicant were not Lydia Hutchinson," returned the young nobleman, "I never was more mistaken in my life. But, my God, how altered!" And for a few moments his countenance became inexpressibly sad. "What nonsense to give way to feelings of that kind," whispered Cholmondeley. "But she was once so beautiful," said Dunstable. "Do you remember the first time we ever met her in Hyde Park?" "I was thinking a deuced deal too much about Andelyn Enfield at that time to bother myself about Lydia What's-her-name," interrupted the colonel impatiently. Come, it's of no use yielding to maudlin feelings of that kind, Dunstable. We are all going to dine together presently, and if you wear that killjoy countenance, I shall wish you at the devil." Then the captain drew the young nobleman back to the group in the window, and in a few minutes the sprightly nature of the conversation banished from Dunstable's mind the unpleasant reminiscences which had been temporarily excited by the sudden appearance of one whom he knew so well. In the meantime, that miserable female pursued her way down St. James Street. The weather was cold, dreadfully cold. The streets were damp, and she had neither shoes nor stockings. An old cotton gown, a wretched rag of a shawl, and a broken straw bonnet constituted her sole attire. Not an article of clothing had she more than those enumerated. She had parted with her undergarments to obtain the means of subsistence. Not even a petticoat had she beneath that thin cotton gown. When she stopped for a moment to implore alms at the club window, it was the first time she had ever begged. She had not recognized him who had recognized her, but the stern countenance of Greenwood, as he refused her a single penny from his immense wealth, had struck her with despair. If the rich would not assist her, how could she hope for succor from the poor? She hurried down the street, weak and weary as she was, but she hurried with a sort of shuffling pace, because she was cold, and her feet were so benumbed that she could not feel that she had any. She passed many a brilliantly lighted shop, many a superb club, many a magnificent hotel, from the underground windows of which emanated the savory steam of delicious viands. She beheld cheerful fires roaring up the chimneys of the kitchens whence those odors came. But she was starving, shivering, dying all the same. A carriage, with arms emblazoned on the panels, and with horses whose beauty and appointments attracted the gaze of the passengers, was standing opposite to a splendid shawl warehouse. Just as the poor mendicant was passing, a tall footman, carrying a gold-headed cane in his hand, pushed her rudely back, exclaiming, "Don't you see that you're in the way?" The shivering woman cast a timid look around, and beheld an elderly gentleman handling a lady, much younger than himself, to the carriage above mentioned. The blaze of light from the shop window illuminated that portion of the street, and as the elegantly dressed lady turned her countenance toward her companion to answer some observation which he had made to her, the mendicant caught a full view of her beautiful features. A scream escaped from the beggar's lips. Then, in the next moment, she rushed towards the door of the carriage, which the gentleman and lady were just entering. "Miss Enfield! Adeline!" she exclaimed. "What do you want, my good woman?" cried the voice of the nobleman, for such indeed he was. "Miss Enfield, I am starving," answered the beggar, clinging to the door. "Do you know her, my dear?" asked the nobleman. I think she was once a teacher at the school where," faltered the beautiful lady, evidently by no means pleased at the recognition. "Oh, a teacher!" cried the nobleman. "Ah, it is easy to see what she has come to," and he drew up the carriage window violently. That was a signal for the coachman to whip his horses. The fiery animals sprang forward. The carriage moved off with a species of jerk. The poor, starving, shivering creature was thrown upon the curbstone, and there she lay insensible. In a moment she was surrounded by a crowd that formed a circle about her and stood gazing on the prostrate, motionless form, as if the spectacle were very interesting, but by no means calculated to awaken compassionate sympathy. Then a huge policeman elbowed his way through the crowd, crying, "Move on here!" in a very savage tone, and crushing divers bonnets besides, upsetting sundry small boys in his endeavours to force a passage. But at the same moment that he reached the spot where the poor creature was lying, a lady about 26 years of age, and well, though by no means showily dressed, pressed through the crowd, and immediately bestowed her attention on the mendicant female. The lady raised the unfortunate being's head, and then, by the light of the lamp, it was discovered that she had received a wound on the temple, from which the blood was flowing freely. "She must be conveyed to the hospital," if she's got any broken bones," said the policeman, "and to the workhouse if she hasn't." "She shall go to neither," observed the lady firmly. "I will take care of her until she is recovered." "What? Do you know her, mum?" demanded the policeman. "No, I never saw her before in my life, to my knowledge," answered the lady. "But I cannot help feeling for a fellow creature, especially one of my own sex, in such a position." A murmur of approbation arose amongst the crowd. "Will you help me to convey the poor creature to the neighbouring surgeons?" continued the lady, addressing herself to the officer. "See, she opens her eyes, she moves, but my God, how wan, how thin, how cold she is!" The wretched woman was removed to the adjacent establishment of a medical practitioner, and in a short time the benevolent lady had the satisfaction of ascertaining that the wound on the poor creature's forehead was the only injury which she had sustained by the fall. "She is more in need of sustenance, madam, than medicine," said the surgeon, when he had bandaged the wound. "I will give her a glass of wine and a morsel of light food." This humane proposal was immediately carried into effect. The starving creature would have eaten ravenously, but the surgeon prudently checked her, and in a short time she was considerably revived. She appeared to be about 7 or 28 years of age, and possessed the remains of great personal attractions, but her dark eyes were sunken, and their lustre was dimmed with privation. Her cheeks were hollow, and her form was little more than mere skin and bone. The lady did not ask her if she had any friends or any home. Such a question would have been a superfluous mockery of one whose appearance was sufficient to convey the sad tale of utter destitution and hopelessness. "You shall come with me, my poor creature," whispered the lady, in a kind tone. "I know not who nor what you are, but I am touched to the very heart by your sorrowful condition." "Ah, madam, if you knew all," began the woman, bursting into tears. "If you knew—" "I wish to know nothing now," interrupted the lady. "It is sufficient for me that you are in distress." The surgeon's boy was dispatched for a hackney coach, into which the invalid was conveyed. The lady then entered it, and directed the driver to take them to her residence, which was in Cannon Street, City. "I have known sorrow myself," said the lady, as they proceeded thither, "and although, thank God, I have never experienced the stings of poverty, I have nevertheless been forced to endure afflictions almost as poignant." "Ah, madam," returned the poor woman, "such a heart as yours never ought to be tutored in the ways of unhappiness, but as you observe, there are other afflictions which may compare with the stings of want." And the unhappy creature wept bitterly. The lady endeavoured to console her to the best of her ability, and even in the short conversation which passed between them during the ride from the West End to the City, the invalid gave proofs of a superior understanding and cultivated mind. At length they reached Cannon Street, and stopped at a house, the lower portion of which was a stationer's shop. The lady occupied apartments on the first floor. "Oh, Mrs. Chichester, how long you have been absent!" exclaimed the mistress of the house, who opened the door. "I really began to be alarmed." "Thanks for your kind consideration," interrupted Viola, with a smile, for the benevolent lady was none other than the neglected and persecuted wife of Mr. Chichester. "I have brought home a poor creature, whom I found insensible, dying, in the streets, and I request you to provide a room for her." "Ah, my dear lady, what an excellent disposition you possess!" exclaimed the mistress of the house. Then she bustled about to help the invalid upstairs, and the poor creature speedily experienced a feeling akin to happiness when cheered by a comfortable fire and a good meal. Mrs. Chichester also supplied her with warm clothes, and a night's rest made her an altered being. On the following day she was enabled to narrate her history, which she did in the ensuing manner. End of section 40.
Section 41 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by michelekilpatrick. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. The History of an Unfortunate Woman, Part 1. My name is Lydia Hutchinson. My father was a curate of a small village near Guildford, and fortune frowned upon him with such continuous rancor from the moment he left the university where he graduated, that it was somewhat late in life ere he ventured to think of matrimony. After filling several different curacies, from which he was invariably removed at the deaths of the old incumbents and the arrival of the new ones, he seemed at length to settle down in the little village to which I have alluded. There he fell in love with the daughter of a half-pay officer, as poor as himself, and with only £80 a year to depend upon, he embarked in the voyage of matrimony. A year after this union, a son was born, and christened by the name of Edgar. An interval of 18 months elapsed, and I was ushered into the world, but my mother died in giving birth to me. To say that my brother and myself were the only consolation which my poor father now possessed, were merely to tell the common tale of parental love in the widowed breast. We were indeed his only consolation. Often and often has he told us this, when we were old enough to comprehend his meaning and appreciate the full value of his kindness. He was an excellent man. In order to let his children be respectably dressed and maintain a decent appearance, especially at church on Sundays, he stinted himself of almost the common necessaries of life. He undertook my brother's education himself, and from his lips I also learnt the rudiments of the knowledge which I possess. There was resident in the village a widow lady of great accomplishments but reduced circumstances, and out of his pittance my father even contrived to spare something to procure her services in giving me lessons in music, drawing, embroidery, and French. Under her tuition I progressed rapidly in those branches, and when I was 16 I was considered to be better educated than if I had been brought up at a boarding school. Since I have mentioned that age, I will not weary you with any farther details concerning the earlier portion of my life. My brother Edgar had already obtained a situation as an usher in a school at Guildford, and my father, though loath to part with us both, was well aware of the necessity of placing us in positions which would, he hoped, enable us to earn our own bread. For of course his small income would cease at his death, and it had been impossible for him to save a single penny. He however anticipated that, when we were both provided for, he should be able to lay aside a few pounds during the remaining years of his life, so as not to leave his dearly beloved children completely dependent on themselves at his decease. Under such circumstances, he gladly availed himself of an opportunity of placing me as junior teacher in an extensive ladies' boarding school at Kensington. My father brought me up to London, and left me at Mrs. Lambkin's establishment, which was called Belvedere House. He wept when he took leave of me, but as Mrs. Lambkin, who was a widow about 40 years of age, spoke very kindly and promised to take great care of me, the sorrow of parting was somewhat mitigated on both sides. I was to receive no salary the first year, but if I suited, my remuneration was fixed at £6 for the second year, to be increased subsequently. When my father took his leave, Mrs. Lambkin said, "My dear sir, do not be grieved at parting from your daughter. She will find a mother in me. I will be all to her that her own maternal parent would be, were she alive. God bless her, she's a pretty, amiable-looking girl, and I already love her." Then Mrs. Lambkin put her handkerchief to her eyes, and my poor father was deeply affected. Mrs. Lambkin proceeded to inform him that she had scarcely ever known a moment's happiness since poor dear Mr. Lambkin's death, which took place, she said, 5 years previously, and in a most distressing manner. "In fact, Mr. Hutchinson," she continued, "Mr. Lambkin lost his valuable life when gallantly attempting to rescue an ill-used and most virtuous young woman from a brutal assault on the part of half a dozen intoxicated policemen." My father expressed great sorrow at this information. Mrs. Lambkin had wine and cake brought in, and at length my father took his leave, greatly comforted to think that I should have obtained a situation in the establishment of so kind-hearted and excellent a lady. Scarcely had my father left the door, when Mrs. Lambkin turned round towards me, and in a tone which I considered somewhat inconsistent with her former manner and language, exclaimed, "Now, miss, dry those tears, and go up to your room to make yourself decent for afternoon school. The young ladies at Belvedere House all belong to the first families of distinction, and are accustomed to see the teachers well dressed." Then, ringing the bell, she said to a smart servant who answered the summons, "Jessica, show Miss Hutchinson to her room." Jessica took a good long stare at me, then turning sharply round, told me to follow her. We proceeded up 2 handsome flights of stairs, beautifully carpeted. On the second floor, the doors of several bedrooms stood open, and I could not help admiring the comfort, nay, even the luxury, which their interior revealed to the hasty glance that I threw into them. "These are the young ladies' rooms," said Jessica abruptly. "Yours is higher up." On the third floor, I also observed the doors of several chambers standing open and permitting glimpses of great neatness inside. "These are our rooms," said Jessica, alluding, as I afterwards discovered, to the servants' apartments. Up another flight we went, and now we reached the attics. "These are the junior teachers' rooms," cried Jessica, "and this is yours," she added, flinging open the door of a garret, wherein I perceived nothing save a mean-looking bed, 1 chair, a table with a wash-hand basin on it, a brown stone pitcher in a corner, and a glass as large as the palm of my hand hanging to a pin stuck in the woodwork of the window. I was about to offer some observation, thinking that Jessica had made a mistake in showing me to this garret, but I checked myself, being unwilling to commence my novitiate at Belvedere House with anything in the shape of a complaint. "Will you have the kindness to bring me up my trunk and bonnet box?" said I, in as polite and meek a manner as possible. Miss Jessica burst out laughing in my face. "Well, that is a pretty thing, I don't think," she exclaimed, tossing her head haughtily. "An under-teacher to ask an upper servant to bring up her trunk! Well, I never—" "I'm very sorry if I have offended you," I said. "If you really don't know better," answered Jessica, looking at me attentively, "I don't mind forgiving you this time. And I'll do more, too, for I'll tell the scullery girl to help you up with your things. But of course even she wouldn't do it alone." My heart rose into my mouth, and it was only by means of a desperate effort that I restrained my tears. "Do the other teachers sleep on this floor?" I asked, more for the sake of concealing my emotions than gratifying my curiosity. "Miss Muddle, the head teacher," replied Jessica, "sleeps in the room of the first-class young ladies. Miss Spinks, the second teacher, sleeps with the second class. Miss Pantile, the third teacher, with the third class. Miss Rhodes, Miss Jessup, and you occupy this part of the house. But I'll go and tell Betsy to help you up with your things." Jessica walked away in the most stately manner, preceding me downstairs and evidently considering me her inferior. Betsy was summoned, and with no small amount of grumbling, that dirty slattern condescended to hold one end of my trunk, while I carried the other. Scarcely had I dressed myself in my second-best gown, I had but 3, when Jessica came up to say that Mrs. Lambkin was excessively angry at the length of time I took to make myself decent. Jessica herself was in a very bad humor at being obliged to mount 4 flights to convey this message, and told me in an insolent manner not to dawdle so again. Trembling, miserable, and unhappy, I went down to the schoolroom, where Mrs. Lambkin scolded me, before the other teachers and the young ladies, in no measured terms. Then, because I cried, she scolded me the more. At length she set me to teach 4 little girls, of ages varying from 8 to 10. Miss Muddle, Miss Spinks, and Miss Pantile all surveyed me with the most sovereign contempt. Miss Rhodes and Miss Jessup, who were not much older than myself, whereas the 3 senior teachers were all past 30, looked at me in a more friendly manner. The ages of the boarders varied from 8 to 16. They were all beautifully dressed, and some of the elder ones were very pretty. There were about 40 young ladies altogether in the establishment. The 4 little girls whom I had to teach were as stupid as they well could be, and so pert that I scarcely knew how to manage them. They laughed and giggled at every attempt which I made to instruct them. Sometimes Mrs. Lambkin would exclaim, "Hutchinson, there's too much noise with your class." And when I spoke very low to my pupils, it was, "Hutchinson, you're literally doing nothing there." The 3 senior teachers were alone addressed by Mrs. Lambkin as Miss. With the 3 juniors, it was plain, Rhodes, Jessup, and Hutchinson. At tea time, the 3 senior teachers sat near the mistress of the establishment and had tea and thin bread and butter. The 3 junior teachers sat amongst the little girls and had milk and water and thick bread and butter. The same arrangement existed at breakfast. At dinner, the 3 junior teachers were expected to eat the cold meat, though none of the little girls were made to partake of it. And as I once heard Jessica observe, such a thing as cold meat was never touched in the kitchen. I only mention these trifling details to give you an idea of Mrs. Lambkin's fashionable academy. I may add that the junior teachers had to make their own beds and fetch up their own water in the great stone pitchers. I soon found that Mrs. Lambkin was very far from being so amiable as she had appeared in the presence of my father, except of an evening after about 6 or 7 o'clock, and then she grew more cheerful, nay jovial, and was very familiar with us all. But she was constantly leaving the room where we all sat, and remaining away for only a few minutes each time. But the oftener she went out in this strange manner, I noticed that the more good-humored she grew. Thus some weeks passed away. One evening I had solicited permission to go out for a few minutes to take a letter to the post for my father, for the servants would do nothing to oblige the junior teachers, when one of the eldest boarders in the establishment, the Honourable Miss Adeline Enfield, accosted me in the passage, and in a hasty whisper said, "Dear Miss Hutchinson, will you put this letter in the post for me?" "Certainly," I replied. "You need not say a word about it, you know," added Miss Enfield, and she glided away. I did not think very seriously of the matter, knowing that it was against the rules of the establishment for the young ladies to write to their friends or parents without allowing Mrs. Lambkin to inspect their letters. And as I considered this to be a harsh regulation, I did not hesitate to oblige Miss Enfield, especially as she had addressed me in so kind a tone. I accordingly posted her letter and thought no more of the subject. But the next time I was going out, Miss Enfield repeated her request and again ran away ere I could reply. I noticed that this letter was addressed to the same person as the former one, namely Captain Cholmondeley, Barracks, Knightsbridge. But supposing that he might be a relative, I did not hesitate to post the epistle. That same night, after I had retired to my garret, the door was opened softly, and the Honourable Miss Enfield entered. She was in her nightclothes, and placing her finger on her lip to enjoin caution, she said, "My dear Miss Hutchinson, you can do me such a favour if you will?" "Certainly I will if I can," was my answer. "Oh, you can very easily," continued the young lady, who by the by was a sweet, pretty girl, and very interesting. "A letter will come addressed to you by the first post tomorrow morning." "Indeed," I said, "and how do you know that?" "Because though the envelope will be addressed to you, the letter inside will be for me," she answered, laughing. "And what would Mrs. Lambkin say if she knew it?" I asked. "She cannot know it unless you tell her, and I'm sure you will not do that, dear Miss Hutchinson," returned the Honourable Miss Enfield. "I will oblige you this time," I said, after some consideration, "but pray do not let this take place again." Then she kissed me so affectionately, I was really pleased to have made a friend of her, for I was so forlorn and unhappy in my situation, though I never let my father know how completely we had been deceived in Mrs. Lambkin's disposition. On the following morning the letter came, and when I could find an opportunity, I gave the contents, which was a small note carefully sealed, to Miss Enfield. She thanked me with a sweet smile. 3 or 4 days afterwards, another letter came addressed to me, with another enclosure from Miss Enfield. I was determined not to give it to her during the day, because I could find no opportunity to speak to her unobserved. Accordingly, as I anticipated, she came up to my room in the evening, after we had all retired to rest. I then gave her the note, but with a firm and decided assurance that I would not be the intermediate of any further correspondence carried on in so secret a manner. She cried very bitterly at my resolve, and by means of some tale which it is not worth while to repeat, but which seemed to me satisfactory at the time, induced me to convey a letter to the post for her next day, and receive the answer in the usual manner. I foolishly allowed myself to be over-persuaded, and fulfilled her wishes in both respects. I must observe that her letter was addressed to the same person as the 2 preceding ones. She was very grateful to me for my kindness, and treated me with marked attention. Being the daughter of a noble house, her conduct towards me produced a pleasant effect in respect to the 3 senior teachers, who, seeing that Miss Enfield courted my society, began to treat me more as their equal than they had hitherto done. Mrs. Lambkin also grew less harsh towards me, and my position acquired some degree of comfort. One evening, after I had retired to my garret, Miss Enfield paid me another visit. She had another favour to ask me. "The day after tomorrow," she said, "I shall have leave to go out for a little shopping. Will you accompany me?" I replied that I should do so with much pleasure. "Very well," she said. "Leave me to manage it. I will ask Mrs. Lambkin tomorrow night, when she has been out of the room 3 or 4 times." "I do not understand why you should choose that moment," I said. "Oh," was the answer, "when she has had her 3rd or 4th glass, she can refuse me nothing, and she is sure to ask whom I will have of the teachers to accompany me." "Her 3rd or 4th glass," I exclaimed. "Yes, to be sure," returned Miss Enfield. "What? I thought everyone knew that she drinks like a fish, although she does do it on the sly. Her husband was a dreadful drunkard." "Indeed, I am sorry to hear this," I observed. "Moreover, I thought that her husband was a most respectable person." "Oh, I dare say Mrs. Lambkin has been telling you that nonsense about her husband's death," said Miss Enfield, laughing. "The truth is, he was coming home one night most terribly the worse for liquor, when he became involved in a dispute with a bad woman. And when the police interfered, he made a desperate assault upon them, and was killed by an unlucky blow with one of their bludgeons." "She told quite a different tale to my father," I observed. "Yes, because your father is a clergyman, and may recommend some boarders to her house," returned Miss Enfield. "Did she not also seem mighty civil and polite before him?" I confessed that she did. "And the moment his back was turned, did she not turn also?" This I likewise admitted. "She cannot keep her temper long, you see. But I must go now, for fear Miss Muddle should awake, and happen to find out that I have left my bed. Good night, dear Miss Hutchinson. The day after tomorrow we will go out shopping together." Then the Honourable Miss Enfield withdrew, leaving me greatly astonished at what I had heard. I lay awake the greater part of the night, reflecting on all that she had told me, and when I thought of this young lady's rank, youth, beauty, and brilliant prospects, I felt sad at the idea that the purity of her soul had been in the least degree interfered with by tales of drunken men, bad women, and police riots, as well as by the example of an intemperate schoolmistress. Miss Enfield's communication had shed a new light upon my mind. The term, bad woman, set me thinking what it could mean, and at last I comprehended its signification. Oh, how I shuddered when that first consciousness of the real extent to which female frailty can reach grew more and more defined in my imagination until I understood its deep shade of guilt. The first step towards teaching the youthful mind to become infidel is to suffer it to know that there live men in Christian countries who deny the truth of revealed religion. The first step towards inducing a young girl to harbor impure thoughts is to show her that female depravity has, in its worst sense, an indubitable existence. The Honourable Miss Enfield was as good as her word. She obtained permission to go out shopping, and also for me to accompany her. It was 3 o'clock on a beautiful spring afternoon when Miss Enfield and myself sallied forth together. "The best shops lie in this direction," I observed, pointing towards the left. "Oh no, my dear Miss Hutchinson," she said with a merry laugh. "The spot that will suit me is in this direction," and she took the road to London. I made no objection. My duty was to accompany her for the sake of appearances, not precisely to take care of her, because although 8 months younger than I, she was as tall and as matured in form as myself. Indeed, she was very precocious, but as I have before said, very pretty. We passed by several linen drapers' shops, but the Honourable Miss Enfield entered none of them. At length we reached Hyde Park. "Do let us take a walk here, my dear Miss Hutchinson," she exclaimed. "See how beautiful the trees already seem, and what a freshness there is in the air." I assented, and we entered the park. Presently Miss Enfield burst out into a joyous laugh. I inquired the reason, but she only looked archly at me, and renewed her merriment. Scarcely had I time to question her a second time concerning her joyousness, when she pressed my arm significantly, and I beheld 2 tall, fine-looking military men approaching. I cast my eyes downwards, for I perceived that they were looking attentively at us, but in a few moments I heard one of the officers exclaim, "It is my dearest Adeline." I felt convinced that she would not disappoint me. "Not for worlds, Cholmondeley," she replied, and in another moment she had left me and was hanging on the officer's arm. "Now, Dunstable, you do the amiable with Miss Hutchinson," said Captain Cholmondeley to his companion, and before I could recover from the stupefaction into which these proceedings threw me, I found myself arm in arm with a handsome young officer, whom I soon afterwards ascertained to be Lord Dunstable. For some time I walked on in profound silence, conscious that I was doing wrong, but unable to muster up the courage sufficient to withdraw from the false position in which Miss Enfield's intrigue had placed me. At length the gentle tones of a kind but manly voice penetrated through the chaos of ideas which agitated in my brain. "Wherefore so silent, Miss Hutchinson?" said the young officer. "Does my boldness in constituting myself your companion offend you? If so, I will instantly release you from the unpleasant contact of my society." I made no answer, but burst into tears. "By heaven, you are a sweet girl," he continued, "and I feel that I can love you sincerely. But dry those lovely eyes. There are persons about who may observe us." He was right. I wiped away the tears, and after hazarding a few brief replies to his remarks, I insensibly fell into conversation with him. By degrees I lost the restraint and embarrassment which had at first possessed me, and ere I had been half an hour in his society, I laughed heartily at his lively sallies and sprightly observations. In the meantime, Adeline was walking at a considerable distance in front with the Honourable Captain Cholmondeley. Nearly 2 hours passed away in this manner, and then I insisted upon returning to Belvedere House. We accordingly overtook Miss Enfield and the captain, and I signified my desire, observing that Mrs. Lambkin would be angry did we remain absent much longer. "We will not part with you, ladies," said the captain, "unless you promise to lighten our darkness again with your presence ere we are all a week older." "This day week we could manage it again," immediately observed Miss Enfield. I murmured an objection. "If you do not come, my dearest Miss Hutchinson," whispered Lord Dunstable to me, "I shall either hang or drown myself." I smiled, and Adeline, who was watching my countenance, cried, "Oh, Lydia is such a dear, good-natured creature, and we are such friends. I'm sure she will not refuse." Again I smiled, and this was taken for an assent on my part. Then the two gentlemen looked round, and perceiving no strangers near at the present, they bade us farewell in a most tender manner. I mean that Captain Cholmondeley pressed Adeline in his arms, while Lord Dunstable literally glued his lips to mine, and my resistance was but feeble. Miss Enfield and myself then retraced our steps towards Belvedere House, but to save appearances, she purchased some articles at the first linen draper's shop that we came to. "Ah, Miss Adeline," I said as we proceeded homewards, "what have we both been doing?" "Enjoying ourselves very much, dear Lydia," answered the young lady, laughing heartily. "I'm sure you ought not to complain, for you have made the conquest of a lord, handsome and wealthy." "But what will he think of me?" I exclaimed. "That you are a very pretty, amiable, delightful girl," rejoined the Honourable Miss Enfield. "And all this was planned on your part, Miss Adeline?" I said. "Call me Adeline in future," answered Miss Enfield, "for now you and I are sworn friends. Yes, the whole matter was prearranged so far as my meeting with Cholmondeley was concerned, and as I told him in my last note that you would accompany me, he was too gallant not to engage a friend to take charge of you while he and I were conversing together." "Are you going to be married to Captain Cholmondeley?" I inquired. "He has promised to demand my hand of my parents the moment I leave school," replied Adeline. Then after a pause she added, "And if you play your cards well, you may become Lady Dunstable." This assurance electrified me. It filled me with new hopes, new visions, new aspirations. In a few moments I saw myself, in imagination, the wife of a lord, my father a bishop, through my husband's influence, my brother a rich gentleman to whose addresses no heiress would turn a deaf ear. I could not sleep all that night. I considered my fortune already assured, and I declare most solemnly that I felt more delight in the visions of prosperity and bliss which I conjured up on account of my father and brother than for the sake of myself. The week passed away. I did not oppose Miss Enfield's intimation to me that we should keep our appointment with the two officers, and permission having been obtained as before, we sallied forth. Hyde Park was soon gained, and we were not kept waiting a moment by our beaux, for they were already at the place of meeting. They received us with evident delight, and as Lord Dunstable pressed my hand tenderly, my eyes met his. A deep blush suffused my countenance, and I felt that I already loved him. Adeline walked apart with the captain, and I remained with Lord Dunstable. He spoke to me more freely, but not less respectfully, than on the former occasion. He assured me that he had thought of nothing, since we last met, save the prospect of seeing me again, and he forced from me an avowal that I, too, had not altogether forgotten him. We had been thus together for half an hour, when it began to rain. The Honourable Captain Cholmondeley and Adeline then turned and joined us. "This rain is a great nuisance," said the captain. "It is impossible to keep the ladies out in it, and it is equally impossible to part with them so soon." "What is to be done?" asked Lord Dunstable. "My private residence is close by," said the captain, "and if the ladies would take shelter there until the rain is over, they shall be treated with as much respect as if they were at home." "Well, on that condition," exclaimed Miss Enfield, "we will assent." I was about to offer some remonstrance, when Lord Dunstable whispered a few tender words in my ear, and the objection died upon my lips. The Honourable Captain Cholmondeley's private dwelling was in the immediate vicinity of Sloane Street, and thither we repaired. A servant in livery opened the door. We were conducted into an elegantly furnished dining room, and a cold collation was speedily served up. Champagne was poured out, and not aware of its strength, I drank 2 glasses without much hesitation. The captain told the servant to leave the room, and I remember that we laughed and chatted and ate and drank as happily as if Adeline and myself were in no way tied to time. But presently my senses became obscured, my head swam around, and I was ready to fall from my seat. I have a faint idea of beholding Adeline sitting on the captain's knee, and then I recollected no more until I awoke in the morning. But my God, to what did I awake? Oh, even now I shudder as I recall to mind my sentiments on that occasion. I was in bed, in a strange bed, and by my side was Lord Dunstable. Then I comprehended that my dishonor had been effected. I uttered a scream, a wild, terrific, appalling scream. Lord Dunstable caught me in his arms and said all he could to soothe me. He pleaded the extent of his love, called heaven to witness that he looked upon me as his wife, and swore by all he held sacred to make me so in the eyes of the law, as soon as he could complete certain arrangements necessary to such a change in his condition. He spoke with so much apparent sincerity, used so many arguments to convince me of his love, and expatiated so eloquently upon the happiness which we should enjoy when united, that my grief was absorbed in a wild delirium of bliss. Then came the sudden thought, what was to become of me in the meantime? You can return to Belvedere House, answered Lord Dunstable. Miss Enfield will make it all right for you. Return to Belvedere House, I exclaimed. Impossible! Nay, it is very possible, rejoined my lover. Adeline, who is an uncommonly sharp girl, arranged it all last evening before she left. She said that she should let herself into Belvedere House by the back way, and that she should proceed straight into the parlor, where she should assure Mrs. Lambkin that you, Lydia, had come home with such a dreadful headache you were obliged to go straight up to bed. That excuse will do for last night, I said, wringing my hands in despair. But this morning? All is arranged equally well, answered my noble lover. It is only now 6 o'clock. You are to be in the neighborhood of the school by 7:30. Adeline will steal out and join you. Then you can both walk boldly up to the door, enter, and say that you have been out together for a little stroll, in accordance with a permission to that effect which Adeline declared she would obtain from Mrs. Lambkin last night, when that respectable lady was in her cups. These stratagems produced a great relief to my mind, because I saw that they were entirely practicable. But even in that moment of my agitated soul, I could not help reflecting upon the deep artifice which lurked in the bosom of so young a creature as the Honourable Miss Enfield. I rose and hastily dressed myself. Then I took leave of Lord Dunstable. He renewed all his protestations of sincerity, unalterable love, and honourable intentions, and we arranged a plan of correspondence and future meetings. I stole from the house unperceived by any of the inmates, and proceeded at a rapid pace towards the school. But how changed was my soul, how altered were all my thoughts. I fancied that everyone whom I met read the history of my shame in my countenance. Then I consoled myself with Lord Dunstable's assurance that I was his wife in the sight of heaven, and soon should receive that hallowed name in the eyes of man. At a short distance from the school, I met Miss Enfield. I cast down my eyes and blushed deeply. She laughed merrily. "Oh, Adeline," I exclaimed, "to what has all this intriguing brought me?" "My dear Lydia," she returned, "our positions in that respect are equal, and as our lovers will keep their words and marry us, where is the harm?" I stared at the young lady with the most profound astonishment. How were our positions equal in reference to our lovers? She speedily cleared up my doubts. "If you continue to blush and turn pale alternately 20 times in a minute, as you are now doing," she said, "we shall both be suspected. We must exercise the greatest caution, for if it were discovered that we surrendered ourselves to our lovers—" "We," I repeated, contemplating her with increasing astonishment. "My dear Lydia," she continued, "do you suppose that I was more virtuous than you, or the captain less tender than the nobleman? I certainly would not have accepted the invitation to visit Cholmondeley's private abode if I had foreseen the consequences. But what is done cannot be undone, and we must make the best of it. I offered no reply. I saw that we were both completely at the mercy of those who had taken advantage of us, that our positions were indeed equal in this one respect, and I fervently hoped that we might not live to rue the adventures of the last 12 hours. The Honourable Miss Enfield had so well arranged matters that we entered the house without having excited the least suspicion of my absence throughout the night, and now commenced a new species of existence for me. My whole life suddenly appeared to be wrapped up in the promise which Lord Dunstable had given me to make me his wife. We corresponded often, and his letters to me invariably contained a note from the Honourable Captain Cholmondeley to Miss Enfield. A fortnight after the meeting which was so fatal to my honour, Adeline obtained permission for us to go out again, and we proceeded to Hyde Park, where our lovers joined us. An invitation to the captain's private residence was again given. The weather was, however, fine. We could walk in the park, and I positively refused. But Adeline and Cholmondeley disappeared for more than an hour. Dunstable was as kind and tender to me as I could wish. Still, he did not volunteer a single observation concerning our marriage, and when I gently alluded to it, he declared that he was hastening his arrangements. Then he changed the conversation. At length the captain and Adeline returned, and we parted with our lovers, promising to meet them again in a fortnight. The 2 weeks passed away. We met again, and on this occasion the invitation to Cholmondeley's house was renewed, insisted upon, and, alas, accepted. I will not dwell upon this portion of my narrative. Suffice it to say that Cholmondeley's residence was converted into the scene of unlawful pleasure and voluptuousness, that Adeline with her lover in one room, and myself with Dunstable in another, entered upon a career of wantonness, which grew more insatiable as it progressed. 7 months had passed since the first meeting in Hyde Park, and Lord Dunstable never spoke of marriage, never started the subject of his own accord. I often questioned him on the point, and he invariably replied that his arrangements were not yet complete. At length the dream of hope and pleasure in which Adeline and myself had existed for half a year was suddenly dissolved. Hastily written letters were one morning received by us from our lovers, stating that they were about to proceed on a continental tour, that they had not leisure to meet us for the sake of taking leave, but that on their return, at the expiration of a few months, they should be delighted to renew the intimacy. Not a word of marriage in either letter. That night, at 11 o'clock, Adeline came to my garret. I was reduced to despair, and could offer her no consolation, although she needed it even more, far more than I. The moment she found herself alone with me, she gave way to a paroxysm of grief, a convulsion of anguish, which alarmed me. I implored her to restrain her emotions, or we should be overheard. She sank upon my bed, and I soon perceived that she was enduring great bodily pain, in addition to deep mental affliction. An idea of the terrible truth flashed through my brain. She was in the agony of premature labor. I had not even suspected her condition until that moment. I was bewildered. I knew not what to do. At length I thought it advisable, at all hazards, to alarm the house and procure medical attendance. But as I was rushing towards the door for that purpose, Adeline caught me by the hand, and turning towards me her countenance, her ghastly, pale countenance, with an expression of indescribable anguish and alarm, she said, "For God's sake, remain with me. If another be made acquainted with my shame, I will not survive this disgrace." I locked the door cautiously, and returned to the bedside. And there, in a miserable garret, and in the depth of a cold winter's night, with a nipping frost upon the window, and the bright moon high in the heavens, there, attended only by myself, did the delicately nurtured Adeline Enfield give birth to a male child. But the little infant's eyes never opened even for a moment upon this world. It was born dead. An hour afterwards, Adeline dragged herself back to the room in which she slept. That was a fearful night for us both. It was for me, it must have been for her. I never closed my eyes, This terrible event weighed upon my soul like a crime. I felt as if I had been the accomplice in some awful deed of darkness. The cold and placid moon seemed to reproach me, as if its bright orb were heaven's own all-seeing eye. I could not endure that calm, unvarying, steadfast light, which appeared to be a glance immovably fixed upon me. It drove me mad. It pierced my brain. That cloudless moon seemed to shine on none of earth's denizens, save myself. Methought that from its empyrean height it surveyed every nook, every crevice of my lonely garret, and at length so icy became its gaze that I shuddered from head to foot, my teeth chattered, my limbs grew rigid. There was a deep conviction in my soul that the eye of God was upon me. I knelt down at last and tried to pray. I called upon heaven. I called upon my father. I called upon my brother to pardon me. Then once more I turned my eyes towards the moon, and its reproachful, chilling glance seemed to penetrate to the depths of my secret soul, singling me out for its maddening scrutiny, marking me alone of all the human race for its calm but bitter contemplation. At length the orb of night was no longer visible from my window, although its silver flood still inundated the dwellings and the country of which my garret commanded a view. Then I grew more tranquil, but I could not sleep. Never was morning more welcome to the guilty imagination haunted by the fearful apparitions of the night than it was to me. I composed myself as well as I could, but when I surveyed my countenance in the glass, I was dismayed by its awful pallor, its haggardness, its careworn look. I did not dare plead illness as an excuse for keeping my chamber, because I was too anxious to ascertain what course Miss Enfield would pursue to escape those inquiries that her appearance, I felt convinced, must elicit. Besides, there was something in my box but of that no matter at present. I accordingly descended to the breakfast room. The moment I entered, I cast a hurried glance around, and beheld Adeline seated in her usual place, chatting gaily with Miss Muddle, the senior teacher. We exchanged rapid and significant looks, and I moved in silence to my own chair. But I fully comprehended the indescribable efforts which Adeline was forced to make in order to prevent herself from sinking with exhaustion. Others noticed her extreme pallor, and spoke of the slight indisposition which she declared she experienced. But I saw how very ill, weak, and languid she really was. And I was pale and suffering too, and no one inquired what ailed me. This result of indifference on the part of all save Adeline, and of prudence on her side, was actually a great source of comfort to me. For had I been questioned, I know not how I should have replied. My confusion was extreme as it was, and yet I had much less to tremble for than Adeline. The breakfast was over, and we all repaired to the schoolroom. As we were proceeding thither, Miss Enfield drew me aside for a moment, and said in a hurried whisper, "For heaven's sake, keep my secret, dearest Lydia. The honor of a noble family depends upon your prudence." I pressed her hand in acquiescence. "I will ever be your friend, dearest Lydia," she repeated. Then we separated to take our respective places in the school. The usual routine was progressing in its monotonous and wearisome manner, when Jessica, the upper servant maid, suddenly burst into the room, and addressing Mrs. Lambkin, said, "Ma'am, there's 3 silver teaspoons missing, and as we've been quarreling about it downstairs, I beg that all our boxes may be searched. Of course, I don't mean the young ladies, or yet the senior teachers, ma'am." The loss of 3 silver spoons was sufficient to rouse Mrs. Lambkin's ire, and she vowed that Jessica's suggestion should be immediately acted upon. The boxes must be searched. I felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Mrs. Lambkin summoned Miss Rhodes, Miss Jessup, and myself to accompany her. Then Adeline rose and exclaimed, "Surely, Mrs. Lambkin, you will not subject these 3 young ladies to the indignity of examining their trunks." "Yes, but I will, though," cried Mrs. Lambkin, her anger getting the better of her respect for the scion of aristocracy. Adeline sank back in her seat, and never shall I forget the imploring, despairing, heartrending glance which she darted upon me as I followed the schoolmistress from the room. The servants' boxes were all searched, one after the other, and no spoons were discovered. Then Miss Rhodes was subjected to the same degradation. When the scrutiny in respect to her trunk was concluded, and of course without any success in respect to the lost articles, she said, "Madam, I beg to give you 1 month's warning that I intend to leave your establishment." "Oh, very well, just as you like," returned Mrs. Lambkin. Miss Jessop's room then passed through the ordeal. No spoons. "Madam," said Miss Jessop, "I beg to give you 1 month's notice, according to the terms of our agreement. I know that my parents will not blame me after this insult." "Very well, miss," cried Mrs. Lambkin. "You'll repent of leaving a good situation before you're 6 months older." Then, turning towards me, she said, "This won't prevent me from searching your boxes, miss, and I shall not die of grief if you give me notice also." "Such is not my intention, madam," I replied, hoping that my submissiveness would plead in my favor and prevent her from visiting my room. "No, I should think not," she retorted, and she walked straight away to the garret which I occupied. Miss Rhodes and Miss Jessop had gone downstairs. Jessica, Mrs. Lambkin, and myself were alone together. During the few minutes that intervened between the search of my small boxes and the visit to my large trunk, I revolved in my mind the only alternatives which a certain discovery that I now saw to be inevitable would leave me. Namely, to shield Miss Enfield by accusing myself, or to save myself by exposing her. Then I thought whether I really should save my own honor by this latter course, for although my frailty had led to none such consequences as those which were connected with Adeline, nevertheless she might proclaim me to have been the paramour of Lord Dunstable. Moreover, I remembered her appealing, despairing look. I called to mind all the promises of friendship and assistance which she had made me. I knew that she belonged to a noble, wealthy, and influential family, and I had such confidence in the generosity and grateful nature of her disposition that I felt fully persuaded she would never abandon me. But oh, I did not thus reason so calmly nor so deliberately as I am now speaking. My brain was a whirlwind, my soul was a chaos, and it was only with considerable mental effort that I could separate and classify my ideas in the slightest degree. And now the schoolmistress approached my trunk. She raised the lid. I leant against the wall for support. My clothes were tumbled out on the floor. At the bottom of the box was a small bundle, wrapped round with linen articles. The schoolmistress drew it forth. A terrific scream escaped my lips. The corpse of the infant rolled upon the floor. Jessica gave vent to an exclamation of horror and alarm, and was rushing towards the door, when Mrs. Lambkin, recovering from the sudden shock which this spectacle had occasioned, held her back, saying, "In the name of God, be cautious, or my establishment will be ruined." Then turning towards me, her lips quivering and white with rage, she said in a low, hollow tone, "No wonder you are so pale and ill this morning. But must I look upon you as the murderess?" "Oh, no, no, madam," I exclaimed, falling on my knees and joining my hands together. "That child was born dead. Listen to me, and I will tell you all. I will confess everything." "There appears to be but little now to confess," returned Mrs. Lambkin, "and I have no time for idle conversation. The honor of my institution is seriously compromised. I will pay you the amount due to you, and you can leave my service this minute. It will be your fault if the real cause ever transpires." "Ah, madam," I exclaimed, "shall I not then be looked upon as the thief who stole your spoons?" "No," answered the schoolmistress. "I will declare in the presence of the entire establishment that my search has proved ineffectual in all quarters, and I will even allow you the merit of having left of your own accord, for the same reason which prompted Miss Rhodes and Miss Jessop to give me notice." Mrs. Lambkin then turned towards Jessica, to whom she enjoined the strictest secrecy concerning the discovery of the dead child. At one moment, when on my knees before Mrs. Lambkin, I was about to confess the whole truth. But now, perceiving the turn which matters had taken, and that she herself was most solicitous to hush up the affair for the credit of her establishment, I saw that no exposure awaited me, and that I might save Adeline from disgrace and ruin, without farther compromising myself. I accordingly intimated my readiness to leave, on condition that the real motive should never transpire. Then I thrust my things back again into the trunk, but the corpse of the child, wrapped in linen, I left lying on the floor. "Put everything into the trunk, that and all," said Mrs. Lambkin. "Not for worlds, madam," I exclaimed. "Would I remove my effects elsewhere, with that amongst them?" "Wretch," she cried, "would you have me dispose of your bastard's corpse for you?" This insulting question brought the blood into my cheeks. Oh, it was too much to be thus reviled for a disgrace which did not really belong to me. Mrs. Lambkin saw how I was agitated, and dreading a scene, she said in a low tone, "You can remain here till tomorrow, Miss Hutchinson. If you choose to walk out this evening, when it is dark, you have my permission. But in the meantime, you will have the kindness to keep your box carefully locked." I understood the hint and bowed acquiescence. We descended to the schoolroom once more. The moment I entered, I darted a glance towards Adeline, which convinced her that she was saved. The one she gave in return was replete with gratitude. Oh, how much had I sacrificed, and how deeply had I suffered for her! The day passed slowly away. Fortunately, the missing spoons were found in the evening. They had merely been mislaid by the cook or scullery girl. I retired to my chamber at an earlier hour than usual. The presence of the schoolmistress was irksome to me in the room below. In a short time Adeline came to me. She had stolen away to have an opportunity of conversing with me. Then I narrated to her all that had occurred in the morning. She threw herself upon my neck and thanked me with tears in her eyes for having saved her from the depths of disgrace. She called me her sister, her friend, her dearest, dearest friend, and vowed she would never forget the immense service which I had rendered her. Then I felt glad that I had acted as I had done. She even offered to go out, when the other inmates of the house had retired to rest, and dispose of the corpse of the child, her own child. But I knew that it would be death to one in her condition to venture abroad in the night air. I accordingly undertook to perform that task also. We next conversed on my own prospects. I was averse to return home. I dreaded the numerous questions which my father and brother were certain to put to me. Adeline, who was an uncommonly worldly-minded girl for her age, instantly suggested that I should take a respectable lodging in London, and she would undertake to procure for me a situation as a nursery governess. The Christmas holidays were at hand. She would be returning in the course of 10 days to her parents' house in Belgrave Square, and she assured me that she should then have an opportunity of exercising her influence in my favor. To these proposals I assented, and she withdrew. When the house was quiet, I put on my bonnet and cloak, concealing beneath the latter the corpse of Miss Enfield's child. I then slipped out by the back way, and striking into the by-lanes leading towards Brompton, at length reached a pond, into which a muddy ditch emptied itself. The moon was bright, and thus enabled me to discover a spot fitted for my purpose. I placed 2 or 3 large stones in the bundle containing the body of the child. Then I threw the whole into the pond. The dark water splashed and gurgled, and in a few moments all was still once more. I now breathed more easily, but it was not without some difficulty that I found my way back to Belvedere House. On the following morning, I took my leave of the inmates of that establishment. I received the money that was due to me, and I requested Mrs. Lambkin to allow me to leave my boxes until I should send for them in the evening. To this she assented, and I repaired by the omnibus to London. Miss Enfield had given me the necessary advice to guide me in searching for a lodging, and I engaged a room in the house of a respectable widow in Berry Street, St. James's. Her husband had been an upper servant in the family of Lord and Lady Rossville, Miss Enfield's parents, and by using Adeline's name I was immediately received with civility by the widow. I sent a porter for my boxes, and then my first care was to write a letter to my father. This I found to be no easy task. I recoiled from the idea of sending a tissue of falsehoods to that dear, confiding parent. Nevertheless, the duty was imperative. I accordingly concocted a letter, in which I informed him that, having been grievously insulted by Mrs. Lambkin, I had left her service, but that I had met with a sincere friend in the Honourable Miss Adeline Enfield, one of the young ladies of the establishment, who had taken a great interest in me, and had not only promised to procure me a situation as a nursery governess in a wealthy family, but had also recommended me in the interval to the care of a most respectable widow. By return of post, I received my father's answer. He regretted my precipitation in leaving Mrs. Lambkin until I had written to consult him, but admitted that the provocation in searching my boxes was grave. He expressed his entire confidence in my discretion and declared his delight at the friendship I had formed with Miss Enfield. But he charged me to return home the moment I experienced the least difficulty in obtaining another situation. He concluded by stating that either he or Edgar would have repaired to London to see me, but that the expense was an almost insuperable barrier to such a step, their limited means being considered. 10 days elapsed, and then I knew that Miss Enfield must have returned home for the Christmas holidays. I accordingly expected an early visit from her, nor was I mistaken. A magnificent equipage one afternoon drove up to the door, and Adeline stepped out. In a few moments she was seated in my little room. "You see that I have not forgotten you, dear Lydia," she exclaimed. "I have told my mother, Lady Rossville, such a fine story about you, how good and kind you always were to me, and how Mrs. Lambkin persecuted you without any reason, that she has permitted me to visit you, and more than that, she has recommended you to Lady Penfeather as a nursery governess. There is Lady Penfeather's address, and you may call on her tomorrow afternoon. I have already said so much to her ladyship concerning you, and assured her of the respectability of yourself and family with such effect that you will be received immediately." I cordially thanked Adeline for this goodness on her part, and she insisted so earnestly upon pressing on me a sum of money to enable me to improve my wardrobe that I could not refuse her offer. She then embraced me and took her leave. I will not dwell tediously on this portion of my narrative. On the following day I called upon Lady Penfeather and was received very graciously. After some conversation, she engaged me at a salary of 20 guineas a year, and I was to remove to her house immediately. She was an easy, affable, good-natured person, about 36 years of age, and not very handsome. Her husband, Sir Wentworth Penfeather, was 3 or 4 years older than herself, and was a fine, tall, good-looking man. They had 3 children, whose ages were between 6 and 10. The 2 eldest were girls, and the youngest a boy. These were to be my pupils. I hastened back to my lodging, and wrote a letter to my father, informing him of my good luck. Then I settled with my kind landlady, and removed to Sir Wentworth Penfeather's residence in Cavendish Square. I was very well treated in this family. The servants were all civil and attentive to me, and the children were as ready to learn as children of such an age could possibly be. Sir Wentworth was very frequently in the apartment where I sat with them, and he was particularly kind in his manners toward me. He even laughed and joked and conversed with me in a very friendly way. But in the presence of his wife he was reserved, and never addressed a word to me. At length his attentions, when unperceived by Lady Penfeather, grew daily more significant, and he paid me many compliments on my beauty. I discouraged his familiarity as much as possible, but he soon grew more bold, and one day declared in plain terms that he adored me. I rose and left the room. 3 months had now passed, and I had never seen Adeline since she called upon me at my lodging. I knew that she was not to return to Mrs. Lambkin's establishment, her education being completed indeed, and I felt hurt that she had not found a leisure moment either to call or write to me. I accordingly wrote a note requesting to see her. I was anxious to obtain another situation, and thus escape from Sir Wentworth Penfeather's importunities. On the following day Adeline called, and desired to see me alone. I was struck by her cold and distant manner. "Miss Hutchinson," she said, "you must not be astonished at my conduct in not visiting you. You did me a great service. I have returned the obligation by procuring you a good situation. There are now no debts on either side. Our ways lie so totally different in the world that were I to maintain an intimacy with you, my behavior would be subject to the most annoying comments. We have both of us a deep interest in keeping each other's secrets. Were you, in a moment of anger against me, to state that it was my child that was discovered in your trunk, who would believe you? Whereas if you proclaim our respective amours with Captain Cholmondeley and Lord Dunstable, you publish your own shame at the time you denounce me. I'm sorry to be compelled to speak thus to you, but I should have thought that your own good sense would have taught you the immeasurable distance which lies between you and me. Henceforth we are mere acquaintances, and nothing more." With these words the Honourable Adeline Enfield sailed out of the room, leaving me lost in astonishment, absolutely bewildered at her behavior. Then I felt for the first time the bitter ingratitude of the world, and I wept. Oh, I wept abundantly. My head had fallen forward on the table near which I was sitting, and I was giving way to my sorrow when I heard Lady Penfeather's voice in the passage. She was saying, "This way, my lord. I'm sure you will be delighted to see the dear children. They are all so fond of your lordship. Really, it is quite an age since we have seen you." "I have been on the continent with my friend Cholmondeley," was the answer, but the voice in which it was delivered touched the tenderest chord in my heart. In another moment the door opened, and Lady Penfeather entered, followed by Lord Dunstable. "This is the little schoolroom, you see, my lord," she said. "And this is my governess, Miss Hutchinson. But where are the children?" "Miss Hutchinson!" exclaimed Lord Dunstable. "Oh, we are old acquaintances. I have had the honour of meeting Miss Hutchinson before. I used to visit at her father's house at, and he hesitated. "At the parsonage near Guildford, my lord," I instantly added, my courage reviving when I felt my hand tenderly pressed in his. "Ah, to be sure," he exclaimed. "And how is my respectable friend, your father?" he continued, casting a significant look upon me. I answered the query, and Lady Penfeather was quite satisfied with the manner in which Lord Dunstable's knowledge of me was accounted for. His lordship went on talking to me about Guildford, which I really believe he had never seen in his life, and Lady Penfeather went herself into the next room to fetch the children. The moment her back was turned, Lord Dunstable said to me in a hurried whisper, "Dearest Lydia, you look more beautiful than ever. I have never ceased to think of you since we last met. I have much to say to you. Will you meet me tomorrow afternoon somewhere, say in the Pantheon? It is not very far from hence. At 3 o'clock precisely?" I murmured an affirmative, and at that moment Lady Penfeather returned, accompanied by the children. Lord Dunstable affected to admire them very highly, and the mother was quite charmed with his amiability. I could not help noticing how much his continental tour had improved him. Indeed, I had never seen him looking so handsome before. My heart was once more filled with the fondest hopes, for I really loved that man. When his lordship retired, he shook hands with me again, and we exchanged significant glances. The pleasure I experienced at this unexpected meeting, and the interest he manifested in my behalf, banished from my mind the disagreeable impression created by Adeline's unfeeling conduct towards me. Oh, how slowly passed the hours until the time of our appointment drew nigh. End of section 41. Recording by michelekilpatrick. Section 42 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by michelekilpatrick. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. The History of an Unfortunate Woman, Part 2. I was so completely my own mistress in Lady Penfeather's family that I could go out when I chose, and thus I had no difficulty in repairing to the rendezvous. Lord Dunstable was there, and he advanced to meet me with pleasure depicted on his countenance. I took his arm, and we retired to the picture gallery, where there happened to be but few loungers at the moment. He began by saying, "What must you have thought of my conduct in leaving England so abruptly?" "It gave me very great pain," I answered. "And after all your promises to me, I considered that I had reason to be both dissatisfied and unhappy. Let me speak candidly to you," he continued. "I am so circumstanced, in consequence of being entirely dependent on my father, that marriage is for the present impossible. But I love you very sincerely, and absence has augmented my attachment. Are you happy where you are?" I then candidly acquainted him with Sir Wentworth Penfeather's conduct towards me, and stated my determination to leave my present situation as soon as I could obtain another. "Sir Wentworth," continued Lord Dunstable, "is the greatest scoundrel in respect to women in London. If you do not yield to his wishes, he will slander you to his wife in private, and you will be turned away some fine morning without knowing why, and without a character." "Can he be so base?" I exclaimed, alarmed at this information. "He is indeed," replied Dunstable. Then in a language so plausible, so earnest, so seductive, that I am unable to give you an idea of its speciousness, he proposed that I should at once place myself under his protection. At first I scorned the offer. He implored me to listen to him. He declared that he loved me to distraction, and that the moment his father was dead, he would marry me. I wavered. He redoubled his entreaties, prayers, and at length he wrung from me a consent to his proposition. It was agreed that I should invent some excuse to quit Lady Penfeather in the course of the week, and Dunstable promised in the meantime to provide suitable apartments for me. Then we separated. But do not imagine that I did all this without a pang when I thought of my poor father and my brother. Oh, no, I wept bitter, burning tears at my weakness after I quitted my lover, and I resolved to recall my promise to accept his protection. In this better frame of mind, I returned to Cavendish Square. The moment I entered, the servant who opened the door informed me that Lady Penfeather desired to speak to me. I proceeded to the drawing-room where her ladyship was sitting. Sir Wentworth was also there. I immediately suspected that there was something wrong. Lady Penfeather said in a cold and freezing tone, "Miss Hutchinson, I have no farther need of your services. Here is the amount due to you, together with a quarter's salary in addition, as I have not given you a quarter's notice." "This is somewhat peremptory, madam," I observed, when I could recover from this sudden and unexpected announcement. "I should be even justified in turning you out of the house without the quarter's salary, miss," retorted the lady, "but I do not wish to behave too harshly to you. I would not, however, advise you to apply to me for a character." "My God!" I exclaimed. "What have I done?" "The levity of your conduct has been noticed by Sir Wentworth," returned Lady Penfeather. "Sir Wentworth!" I repeated, unable to believe my own ears. And then, in a moment, Lord Dunstable's words flashed to my memory. "Yes, Miss Hutchinson," continued Lady Penfeather, "and as I recall to mind the significant glances which you exchanged with Lord Dunstable yesterday, I deemed it my duty to have you watched this afternoon. Do you desire to know any more?" "It is perfectly true that I have been with Lord Dunstable ere now," I exclaimed, my blood boiling with indignation. "But it is because I would not listen to the infamous proposals of your husband, madam, that I have been maligned and am treated thus." Sir Wentworth started from his seat, livid with rage, and her ladyship ordered me to quit the room. I perceived that all attempts at explanation in respect to her husband's conduct were vain, and I accordingly obeyed this mandate. I now resolved to return straight home to my father. I accordingly repaired with my baggage and a hackney coach to the White Horse Cellar, for the purpose of taking the first conveyance to Guildford. But my evil star interfered to prevent this prudential arrangement, for it happened that as I alighted at the coach office in Piccadilly, Lord Dunstable was passing at the moment. I shrank back to avoid him, but he saw me and was immediately by my side. I then told him all that had occurred at the Penfeathers, and acquainted him with my firm resolution to return home. Need I say how he implored me to abandon this determination? Need I describe the earnestness with which he besought me not to make him miserable for life? His language was eloquent. He was handsome. I loved him. I was weak, and I consented to pass a few days with him ere I returned to my father. Alas, those few days were prolonged into a few weeks. I did not dare to write home. I fondly hoped that my father imagined me still to be in Lady Penfeather's establishment, and I felt convinced there was no chance of his coming to London so long as he entertained this impression. Lord Dunstable continued very kind to me. He had hired magnificent apartments for me in Jermyn Street, and allowed me a carriage, besides a handsome weekly allowance. He passed with me all the time he could spare from his regimental duties, but he never went abroad with me, except to a private box at the theatre on 2 or 3 occasions, and then he was so afraid of being seen by his relations that I was quite miserable. Several times I made up my mind to leave him and return home, for the remembrance of my beloved father and brother cut me to the quick. But how could I seek their presence, I who was now polluted not merely through the treachery of my lover, but also through my own weakness? Nevertheless, day after day I resolved to abandon my present mode of life, retrace my steps to the home of my childhood, throw myself at my father's feet, confess all my errors, implore his blessing, and devote the remainder of my existence to penitence and virtue. Then my lover would make his appearance, and all my prudent designs would flit away as if they had never been. But one morning I was aroused from this dream of irresolution, vacillation, weakness, and crime. I was seated alone at breakfast, whiling away an hour with the newspaper. Suddenly my eyes fell upon an advertisement at the head of the second column of the first page. Oh, never shall I forget the agony of my feelings, the deep, deep anguish of my soul as I read these words. L.H., your father is at the point of death. Your afflicted brother implores you to return home. For God's sake, delay not, or it will be too late. All shall be forgiven and forgotten. And in the corner was the name of my father's village. For an instant, I felt as if I should go raving mad. My brain seemed actually to whirl. Oh, what a wretch did I conceive myself to be! Another moment, and I became all activity, hurrying the small preparations which were necessary for my departure. The terrible words, delay not, or it will be too late, seemed fraught with an electric impulse. A post-chaise and 4 were immediately ordered. I took with me but a small parcel containing necessaries. All the trinkets, all the jewels, all the valuables which Dunstable had given to me, I sealed up and left behind me. I moreover penned a hasty note to bid him farewell forever. I lavished gold upon the postilions to induce them to spare not their horses. The chaise rushed along like the wind. God knows what were my feelings during the few hours which that terrible journey lasted. I cannot attempt to describe them. Oh, if indiscretion and crime have their enjoyments, they are also doomed to experience bitter, bitter penalties. And my punishment was now at hand. It was not so long since I had journeyed along that road with my father, when he first conducted me up to London. Then we had travelled by the coach, and not so rapidly as I was now retracing the same path. Then, too, I had marked many of the most prominent features on the road and in the adjacent country. Here a church, there a picturesque farm, a cottage, a mill, or a hamlet. As I was hurried along in the post-chaise, I looked ever and anon from the window. Oh, there were the same objects I had before observed. There they were, apparently unchanged. But my God, was I the same? But it was as I drew nearer and nearer to the little village where I was born, that my eyes encountered 1,000 objects which aroused feelings of the most acute anguish within me. There was a beautiful hill to the summit of which I had often climbed in my youthful days, accompanied by my brother. There was the stream which turned the huge wheel of the watermill in the valley, and the path along whose banks was a favorite walk of my father's. The wheel was turning still. My eye could trace the path on the river's margin. But the days of innocence in which I had rambled there, a fond, loving, and confiding girl, hanging on my father's arm, or skipping playfully away from him to pluck the wildflowers in the fields, those days of innocence, where were they? The chaise rolled on, and now the spire of the village church, peeping above the mighty yew trees which surrounded the sacred temple, met my view. But what was that sound? The bell was speaking with its iron tongue. Its well-known clang boomed over hill and valley. Merciful heavens, it was a knell. Oh, no, no, I exclaimed aloud, clasping my hands together in bitter agony. It cannot be. God grant that it is not so. And now the chaise rolled through the village. The humble inhabitants rushed to their doors. How many faces that I knew were thrust forth to gaze at the equipage. I can picture to myself that when the condemned malefactor, on the morning of his death, is advancing towards the scaffold, he closes his eyes just at the moment when he feels that he has reached that point whence his glances might embrace all its hideous reality. Urged by a similar impulse, I covered my face with my hands the instant the chaise swept from the main road towards the home of my childhood. I dared not glance in that direction. But in a few moments the vehicle stopped. The knell from the church tower was still ringing in my ears. By an almost superhuman effort, I withdrew my hands from my countenance and cast a shuddering look towards the house. My terrible apprehensions were confirmed. The shutters were all closed, and I saw in a moment that there was death in that abode. From that instant, all consciousness abandoned me for several hours. Indeed, it was not until the next morning that I awoke, as it were from a hideous dream, and yet awoke to find it all a fearful reality. I was in bed. My poor brother, pale and careworn, was leaning over me. In a short time I learnt all. My father was indeed no more. He had breathed his last while I was yet on my way to implore his dying blessing. And he had left me his blessing. He did not curse me, although I had been the cause of his death. Nor did my brother reproach me. On the contrary, he whispered to me words of consolation and even of hope. Poor father, beloved brother. But I cannot dwell upon this portion of my narrative. It rends my heart, lost, guilty, wretched as I am, it rends my heart to recall those terrible events to mind. Suffice it to say that Lady Penfeather had written to my father to state that she had been compelled to discharge me at a moment's notice in consequence of the levity of my behavior, and she had added that, in spite of the excellent admonitions and example of herself and Sir Wentworth, she was afraid I had formed evil acquaintances. This letter was enough to induce a parent even less loving than my poor father to hasten immediately to London, where he commenced a vigilant search after me. He traced me to the White Horse Cellar, and there, by dint of inquiry, he discovered that I had met a gentleman with whom I had gone away. He proceeded to Mrs. Lambkin with the feeble hope that she might know something about me, and that lady told him sufficient, without, however, mentioning a word about the discovery of the dead infant in my box, to confirm his worst fears that I was indeed a lost and ruined creature. After passing several weeks in London in a vain and ineffectual search after his still dearly beloved daughter, the poor old man had returned home, heartbroken, to die. And I gazed upon his cold clay, and I followed him to the grave which was hollowed for him near the walls of that church, wherein for 20 years he had preached the ways of virtue, those ways which he himself had so steadily pursued. Oh, when the minister came to those solemn words, earth to earth, and ashes to ashes, and when the cold clay rattled down upon the coffin lid, what feelings were mine! You may probably divine them, but the world has no language that can express them. Scarcely was my father consigned to his last home, when my brother demanded of me a full account of my late proceedings. He could not believe that one who had been reared with such care, and in whose soul such sublime moral lessons had been inculcated, could have erred willingly. He expressed his conviction that some infernal treachery had been practiced towards me. I threw myself upon his breast. I wept, and I told him all, as I have now related these particulars to you. On the following morning he had left home when I descended to the breakfast table. His absence alarmed me sorely. I was full of vague and undefined apprehensions. Alas, how speedily were they confirmed! 4 days afterwards, I received a letter from a surgeon in London, breaking to me the fearful news that my brother had died of a wound received in a duel with a certain Lord Dunstable. A certain Lord Dunstable, as if I did not know him too well. Was I, then, the murderess of my poor father and my noble-hearted brother? If my hand had not struck a dagger into their hearts, my conduct had nevertheless hurried them to the grave. I abhorred myself, but the bitterness of my reflections was in some degree mitigated by the hasty preparations which I was compelled to make for an immediate return to London. I had not money enough to enable me to take a post-chaise, and I was therefore obliged to wait for the Portsmouth coach, which passed through the village on its way to the metropolis. I had already made up my mind what course to adopt. Now that my father and brother were no more, I could not bear the idea of remaining in the place where we had all been once so happy together. I moreover knew that the parsonage house would soon be required by the new curate who had been appointed as my late father's successor. I accordingly sent for the village lawyer, and gave him instructions to realize in ready money all the little property which had become my sad inheritance. I told him that in a few days I would let him know my address in London, and that he was to forward me the proceeds of the sale. But I retained a few relics to remind me of my departed relatives, and as I wept bitterly over them, I took a solemn vow that my future conduct should prove the sincerity of my repentance for the past. The coach made its appearance soon after midday. There was not a single person inside, and thus I was enabled to pour forth, without restraint, that grief, that acute anguish which I experienced at being compelled, by my own misconduct, to quit forever the place of my birth. Oh, then I felt how hard, how bitter it was to arrive at the conviction that I had no longer a home. I was now wretched in the extreme. I had lost those who were nearest and dearest to me. Not to me was it given to close the eyes of the author of my being. Not to me was it allowed to receive the parting sigh of that brother who had met his death in the cause of his sister's outraged honor. Wretch that I was, I had no longer a friend and no longer a home. The coach, on its arrival in London, stopped at the White Horse Cellar. I took a cab and immediately proceeded to the house of the surgeon who had written to me. There it was that my brother had breathed his last. The duel had taken place in the neighborhood of Bayswater. My brother received his adversary's ball in the breast, and although he lived for some hours afterwards, he never spoke again. Lord Dunstable conjured the surgeon to show the unfortunate young man every attention, and then took his immediate departure for the Continent. But from motives of delicacy, neither poor Edgar nor his lordship had communicated to the medical man the cause of the duel. It was only by means of papers found about my brother's person that the surgeon discovered that he had a sister, and ascertained where that sister lived. In the hurry, alarm, and confusion which followed the duel, the surgeon had forgotten to demand, and Lord Dunstable was too bewildered to communicate any particulars relative to the family or friends of the young man who had fallen in the hostile encounter. Thus, had it not been for certain memoranda which were discovered in my poor brother's pocketbook, the surgeon would not have known to whom to write, and I might have remained for months, or even years, in ignorance of that dear relative's untimely fate. Full well did I comprehend the delicacy of his own conduct. He had not left a written trace which might expose my shame by revealing the motives that had led to the duel. There was a coroner's inquest, but as it was stated that I was not in London at the time when the hostile encounter took place, I was not examined. Thus were my feelings spared a most painful ordeal. The funeral took place, and the earth closed over the remains of him who was cut off in the flower of his youth. A victim to my misdeeds. The kindness of the surgeon's family had hitherto made me their guest, but on the day after the mournful obsequies, I perceived the necessity of adopting some decided course, so as to intrude no longer on that generous hospitality. But the worthy surgeon questioned me closely, and finding that I had only recently been left an orphan, and was totally friendless, he insisted that I should pass a few weeks longer with his family, until he could obtain for me a situation as governess. I wrote to the lawyer of my native village, and by return of post he forwarded me an order on a London banker for £37, the poor proceeds of the sale of the furniture in the parsonage house. 6 months passed away. During that period I was treated with the utmost kindness by the surgeon and his family, but misfortune suddenly overtook that excellent man. The villainy of a false friend plunged him from affluence into comparative poverty. This abrupt change preyed so deeply on his mind that he put a period to his existence. His brother, a man of morose disposition and selfish character, undertook to provide for the widow and her children, and I was then compelled once more to shift for myself. I took an affectionate farewell of those who had behaved so well towards me, and removed to a humble lodging, where I soon experienced all the wretchedness of my lonely and unfriended position. I inserted advertisements in the newspapers for the purpose of obtaining a situation as teacher in a school or governess in a respectable family, and although I received many replies, I failed to give a satisfactory account of myself. I could not refer to Mrs. Lambkin nor to Lady Penfeather, and I found that my orphan condition excited but little sympathy in my favor. Thus an entire year passed, and at the end I found myself without hope and without resources. I knew not what would become of me. At length I mustered up all my courage and proceeded to Rossville House. I inquired for Miss Adeline Enfield. The servant demanded my name and left me standing in the hall for nearly 10 minutes until his return. I was then shown into a small but magnificently furnished parlor, and almost immediately afterwards Adeline made her appearance. She advanced towards me with the most chilling hauteur of manner, and desired to know my business. "Oh, Miss Adeline," I exclaimed, "have I no claims upon your friendship?" You must remember what took place between us the last time we met, she answered. If you require pecuniary assistance, I will secure you for the last time, but circumstances compel me to decline seeing you or even knowing you in future. And this is the way you treat me after all I suffered on your account? I said, bursting into tears. Do you not reflect that your reputation is in my hands? If you menace me, Miss Hutchinson, she said, I shall know how to treat you. In a word, who would believe your story were you to proclaim it? You would only draw down upon yourself the vengeance of my family by endeavoring to shift your own disgrace onto my shoulders. The whole world would denounce you as a common impostress. An instant's reflection showed me that these assurances were strictly true. But my pride was hurt, and my feelings were poignantly wrung by the blackness of Adeline's ingratitude. Pushing aside her hand, which tendered me a purse of gold, I exclaimed, From this moment, Miss Enfield, I consider myself absolved from all motives of secrecy on your account. And before she could utter a word of reply, I left the room. I hurried back to the house where I lodged. The landlady met me upon the threshold of the door. Come, young woman, she said, can you pay the fortnight's rent you owe me? I have been disappointed, was my reply, but in a few days. People are always being disappointed when they owe money, she exclaimed. I shall keep your things till you settle your rent, and I shall let the room to those who can and will pay. And she banged the door in my face. This cruel calamity reduced me to despair. I turned away from that inhospitable abode, not with tears, for there is a grief too profound to find a vent by the eyes, but with an utter hopelessness that was distraction. I had eaten nothing since the morning. I was hungry, and I had not a farthing in my pocket. It was moreover cold, and I knew not where to sleep that night. Oh, then, how bitterly did I regret the ebullition of pride and feeling which had prevented me from accepting the purse which Adeline had proffered me. It was now too late to conciliate her. I had used menaces, and I felt convinced that it would be impossible to make my peace with that proud and determined spirit. I wandered about the streets in a state of mind which every moment suggested suicide. Then did all the happiness of home and of the days of innocence recur to my memory with a force that nearly crushed me. I thought of my dear departed father and my noble-hearted brother, both hurried to the grave by my wickedness. Evening came, and I was still a wanderer in the streets, without a hope, without a feasible project. Hour after hour passed. Midnight was proclaimed by the iron tongues of the 1,000 towers of this mighty city, and I sank exhausted on the step of a door in Gerrard Street, Soho. I then became insensible. When I awoke, I was in a comfortable bed, and the daylight streamed through the windows of a nicely furnished room. I started up and glanced around me. On a small table by the side of the bed stood a decanter with some port wine and a bowl half filled with broth. I immediately judged by those appearances and by my own sensations that the kind hand of charity had administered sustenance to me, as well as providing me with an asylum. From those objects on the table, my eyes wandered round the room, and I was surprised and shocked to observe that the pictures on the walls were of a somewhat indecent description. The unpleasant reflections which the circumstance occasioned were interrupted by the entrance of an elderly woman, very stout, with small gray eyes and a red nose. She seemed to have literally flung on the cotton gown which she wore, and a dirty nightcap was perched on the top of her head. She advanced with a good-natured smile towards the bed, and surveying me with great apparent satisfaction, exclaimed, "How do you feel, my poor child? I am delighted to see you looking so much better. Dear me, what a state you were in when I found you, in the middle of the night on the step of my door." "Ah, madam," I said, extending my hand towards her, "how can I ever repay you for this goodness?" She pressed my hand warmly, and declared that she was charmed at being able to serve so sweet a young creature. Then she asked me a great many questions, and I gave her to understand that I was the orphan daughter of a clergyman, that I had failed to obtain the renewal of my engagements as a nursery governess, that I had been turned into the streets by my landlady, who who had detained my boxes, and that I should have perished had it not been for the kindness and benevolence of my present benefactress. When I had concluded the statement of as much of my past life as I chose to reveal, the elderly lady exclaimed, "And so you are a clergyman's orphan, my dear! How very singular! Poor curates' daughters are always falling into difficulties. But cheer up, my dear. I will be a friend to you. And first tell me the address of your hard-hearted landlady. I will send at once and redeem your things for you." I gave her the information which she asked, and once more expressed my profound gratitude for her goodness towards me. She patted my cheek and then left the room, observing that she would send me up breakfast. In a few minutes, a good-looking and smartly dressed servant entered the chamber, bearing a tray containing coffee, hot rolls, eggs, and the usual concomitants of a good meal. "What is the name of your excellent mistress?" I inquired. "Mrs. Harpy," was the reply, given with a smile the nature of which struck me as being somewhat strange. "What is she?" I asked. "She keeps a very respectable boarding-house," answered the servant. I did not like to put any farther questions, and the girl withdrew. I ate a very hearty breakfast, and then lay down again, for I was not quite recovered from the fatigues of the preceding day. I fell into a doze, and when I awoke, Mrs. Harpy was once more standing by the side of the bed. "Here are your things, my dear," she said. "I paid your landlady 15 shillings. That was for 2 weeks' rent owing, and a week she claimed because you had left without giving notice. She gives an excellent character of you, and proves all you have told me to be quite true. I am really as fond of you as if you were my own daughter. You are looking much better, and a nice little boiled fowl with a glass of port will set you to rights. What time do you like to dine, dear?" "My good lady," I replied, "you are heaping favors upon me, and I have not the means of paying you for any one of them." "Don't talk of that, my dear girl," ejaculated Mrs. Harpy. "I am sure it is quite a pleasure to do anything for you. But by the by," she added, "you may just as well give me a memorandum for what I am paying for you, and as I shall be able to procure some nice, easy, genteel avocation for you, you can reimburse me at your convenience." Of course, I was delighted at this opportunity of testifying my honest intentions and goodwill, and I instantly affixed my signature to a slip of paper which she produced from her pocket. Mrs. Harpy kissed me very affectionately, and then, casually observing that she kept a very genteel boarding-house, concluded by saying that she would ask some of the young ladies to come up after dinner and keep me company for an hour or two. At 4 o'clock the pretty servant made her appearance with the boiled fowl and a small decanter of wine, and when the things were cleared away, the young ladies were duly ushered in. There were 5 of them. Their ages varied from 17 to 23, and they were all remarkably good-looking. It however struck me as somewhat singular that they were every one dressed in extremely low-bodied gowns, so as to exhibit a great deal more of the bust than was consistent with my notions of decorum. But as they were very affable and kind in their manners, endeared me with such apparent sincerity, I ceased to think of that peculiarity. Presently Mrs. Harpy sent up a bottle of wine and some fruit with her kindest compliments, and then the young ladies laughed and enjoyed themselves in the happiest manner possible. They drank the wine with great freedom and relish, and by degrees their conversation turned upon the topic of love. With this subject they were quite familiar, and the more they drank, the more license they allowed their tongues. They spoke of the kindness of Mrs. Harpy, of the gaiety of the life which they led in her establishment, and of the high acquaintance which they enjoyed. They seemed to know every young lord and wealthy gentleman about town, and compared the various qualifications of those personages. Their discourse became more and more animated in proportion as their imaginations were warmed with the wine, and at length they allowed such observations to escape them which made me blush. I was surprised at their levity, and had already begun to entertain strange suspicions of their virtue, when a bell suddenly rang on the landing. They all started up and rushed out of the room, leaving me a prey to the reflections which their remarkable conduct had very naturally excited. I kept my bed by Mrs. Harpy's advice all that day, but I did not feel sleepy in the evening after the young ladies had left me, and even if the contrary were the case, I should not have been able to indulge a wish for repose, for after 11 o'clock the whole establishment seemed to be in a constant bustle. People ran up and down stairs, doors were banged, shouts of laughter awoke every echo in the place. Glasses rattled on trays that were carried to the different rooms, and the boisterous mirth of men rose at intervals above the other sounds and noises. This confusion, as it appeared to me, continued until about 2:00, and then the house became quiet. My suspicions were seriously excited relative to the respectability of Mrs. Harpy's establishment, but I endeavored to quiet them by all the arguments I could conceive in that lady's favor, and which were prompted by my gratitude towards her. At length I fell asleep. In the morning, the servant brought me up my breakfast. I asked her the meaning of the bustle I had heard during the night. She answered carelessly, "Oh, Mrs. Harpy is very gay, miss, and is fond of company." After breakfast I got up, and had just dressed myself, when a door was opened violently on the opposite side of the landing, and a male voice exclaimed, "Well, if the old woman won't give me credit for a miserable bottle of champagne after all the money I've spent in this place, I'll never set foot in it again. So goodbye, Tilda. Here's a sovereign for you, my girl. It's the last time I shall ever sleep in this house." Thereupon the individual, who had so expressed himself, descended the stairs with a tremendous stamping of his feet, as if he were very indignant at the treatment he had complained of. And Miss Matilda, one of the young ladies who had visited my room on the preceding evening, returned into her apartment, banging the door violently behind her. This incident opened my eyes to the dread truth. I was in a brothel. I threw myself on a chair and burst into a flood of tears. Merciful heavens! For what fate was I reserved? Had I indeed fallen so low that my only home was a loathsome den of iniquity like that? For some minutes after the occurrence of the incident just related, I felt as if my senses were leaving me. Suddenly the door opened, and Mrs. Harpy made her appearance. She seemed astonished at the condition in which she found me, and was about to make some remark, when I threw myself at her feet, exclaiming, "I conjure you, madam, if you have any pity for a poor, friendless orphan, let me leave your house this moment." "And where will you go, my dear child?" she said. "To the workhouse, ma'am, anywhere rather than remain here," I answered. "This is a pretty recompense for my kindness towards you," she observed. "If it had not been for me, you would have died in the streets." "Far better for me were it had I so perished," I exclaimed. "Now, miss," cried Mrs. Harpy, growing angry, "what is the meaning of all this nonsense?" "Can you ask me?" I demanded. "Oh, that the feelings which prompted you to assist me should have been any other save the disinterested benevolence for which I so sincerely thanked you." "Then you know where you are, miss, I suppose," she said with a leer, and before I had time to give any reply, she added, "I meant you to find it out in a day or two, and it's as well now as a few hours later. Here you are, and here you will stay. You shall be treated just in proportion as you behave, and this evening I shall introduce some fine nobleman or gentleman to you." "Never!" I cried. Then moving towards the door, I said, "Detain me at your peril." "So I shall," answered Mrs. Harpy coolly. "I've got your IOU for £20, and if you go anywhere, it will be to Whitecross Street Prison before you're many hours older. Remember, it's for necessaries, and so no plea of minority or any other gammon of that kind will avail you." I remembered the slip of paper which I had signed, and my heart sank within me as I saw how completely I was in the power of that vile woman. "So now you understand how you were situated," she continued, softening in her tone and manner. "This is what all young girls like you must come to, sooner or later, and you'll be very happy here, I can assure you. This evening, a nobleman who patronizes my house will call upon you, and if you have any of your nonsense with him, I'll send you straight to Whitecross Street tomorrow morning." With these words she left the room, locking the door behind her. I cannot attempt to explain the nature of my feelings during the remainder of that day. A good dinner was sent up to me, but I could not eat a mouthful. The servant asked if I should like to see any of the young ladies, and I answered in a manner which convinced her how I recoiled from the detestable proposal. She smiled, as I thought, significantly, as much as to say, "You will talk differently in a very short time." At about 9 o'clock, Mrs. Harpy sent up word that I was to dress myself in my best attire, a command with which I positively refused to comply, for I was determined that, happen what might, I would not assist in the sacrifice of myself. At 10 o'clock, the servant brought up wax lights, and a tray containing a bottle of champagne, glasses, and several plates of fruits and cakes. I watched these preparations in a state of dumb despair, bordering on stupefaction. Another half-hour passed, and steps once more ascended the stairs. My heart palpitated violently. The door was thrown open. A man elegantly dressed entered the room. I cast one glance towards him, and uttering a faint cry, sank insensible on the carpet. It was Lord Dunstable. When I awoke, I found that nobleman hanging over me, bathing my temples. He compelled me to drink a glass of wine, and I soon recovered full consciousness of the miseries of my condition. Starting from the half-embrace in which Lord Dunstable had clasped me, I surveyed him with horror. "Do I frighten you, Lydia?" he exclaimed. "I must confess that our meeting is a strange one. The old woman sent to tell me that she had a prize, but I little expected to find you here." "My presence in this house of infamy, my lord," I answered, "is one of the links in that chain of degradation of which you forged the first link. To you I owe all the disgrace and all the sorrow that I have endured. Not contented with my ruin, you deprived me of my brother." "Come, Lydia, this is absurd," he cried. "In the first place, a young female who meets a gentleman and walks with him in parks or elsewhere must not expect to escape the usual consequences. Secondly, your brother challenged me, like a rash and headstrong young fellow as he was. I sent him due warning by my second that I was certain to shoot him, but he would not take good advice, and I did shoot him." "And had you no regard for me at that moment?" I asked. "Egad," he replied, "I only thought of myself. I fancied that if I did not shoot him, he might perform that good office for me, and so I was resolved not to give him a second chance." "Surely you cannot be in your senses, my lord," I exclaimed, "to talk of so serious a matter in such a flippant style." "Come, let us understand each other, Lydia," he said. "I did not come to such a house as this to receive a lesson in morals. Do you wish me to remain here with you until tomorrow?" "No, 1,000 times no," I replied. "Your hand is red with the blood of my poor brother." "Very well, Lydia," he answered coolly. "Then I will take myself off as quietly as I came. But for old acquaintance' sake, I must do the thing handsomely." I heard this observation, the flippant tone of which made me avert my head from him in disgust, and I did not therefore see why he lingered for a few moments. At length he left the room, saying, "Bye-bye, Liddy," and when the door closed behind him, he began to hum an opera tune as he descended the stairs. Scarcely could he have had time to gain the street door when Mrs. Harpy bounded into my room, exclaiming, "Well, my dear, you have behaved very well, for his lordship went away in an excellent humour. What did he give you?" "Give me?" I repeated, surveying that horrible woman with mingled indignation and terror. "By Jove, he's a lord in name and nature both," ejaculated Mrs. Harpy, as her eyes caught sight of a banknote which lay upon the table. £20, as I'm a living woman!" and she clutched the object of her delighted avarice. "Hold, madam!" I exclaimed. "Not 1 farthing of that money will I retain. The man who gave it killed my brother." "I don't care who he's killed, or who he means to kill," answered the old woman. "But here's his money, and that I intend to keep." "You keep it?" I cried. "Yes, who else? What an ungrateful hussy you must be, after I took you out of the street. This room and your board will cost you £1 a day. Then your clothes, washing, and other things are all extra. So I'll keep £19 15 on account, and you shall have a crown for pocket money. If that is not generous, I don't know what is, but I like to do the thing what's right." With these words, she threw 5 shillings on the table and walked off with the £20 note. This unexpected interview with Lord Dunstable and its results stamped my degradation and made me reckless. He had seen me in a brothel, and in the excitement of our meeting, I had not explained to him how I became an inmate of that house. Then he left behind him a sum of money, and as I was unable to restore it to him with an indignant refusal of any succour at his hands, he would naturally conceive that I availed myself of his bounty. My pride was wounded to such an irreparable degree that I felt, if you can understand me, a total unwillingness to endeavor to maintain it any longer. I was spirit-crushed. I fancied that it was no use to contend any more against my fate. I considered myself to be now so lost and degraded in the estimation of that one man whom I had loved, that I had nothing else in the world to induce me to study character, reputation, or pride. I accordingly abandoned myself to what I firmly believed to be my destiny, and seating myself at the table, I poured out a glass of champagne. For a moment I sighed as I remembered that it was champagne that had led to my ruin in the first instance. Then I laughed at what I called my folly and emptied the glass. The wine cheered me, but at the same time confirmed me in that recklessness which had succeeded the first feeling of utter and irredeemable degradation. I drank another glass. The last spark of virtuous aspiration was then extinguished in my bosom. The other young ladies suddenly made their appearance. I received them with open arms. We sat down to drink and chat. I was put to bed in a disgusting state of intoxication, and on the following morning I awoke, reconciled to a life of infamy. Pardon me if I dwell for a few minutes upon the characteristics of those houses of abomination in one of which I was now located. Mrs. Harpy was an admirable type of her profession. She was mean and griping in the extreme when wringing an extra shilling, or even an extra penny, from her boarders, as we were called. And yet she was profuse and liberal in supplying us with costly wine. If we complained of having to eat cold meat 2 days running, she would storm and declare that we lived too well as it was. But she would think nothing of giving us a bottle of champagne, which could not have cost her less than 8 or 10 shillings after dinner. She took from us every farthing that we received, and invariably made us out her debtors, although she never showed us any accounts. To give you an idea of her way of managing, I will relate a little anecdote. One Saturday afternoon, Matilda, whom I have before mentioned, asked her for a sovereign, adding, "You know I have given you altogether 13 guineas this week." 13 guineas, screamed the old woman. "I'll take my Bible oath it was only 12. "Well, call it even 12 if you like," said the young female. "You can well spare me a sovereign." "Lord bless the girl," cried Mrs. Harpy. "Why, there's 7 guineas for your board and lodging, 2 guineas for your washing, that's 10, a guinea for pocket money, and a guinea for letters and needles and thread. That makes up the 12, or else I never went to school to learn compound addition." "And multiplication, too," said Matilda. "Why, I had but 1 letter all the week, and that was paid." "Well, my dear," answered Mrs. Harpy, "we will ask the postman. Come, I'll stand another bottle of champagne now, and you shall have an extra sovereign for yourself next Saturday, if you're lucky in the meantime." We were complete slaves to this Mrs. Harpy. She had got a note of hand for 20 pounds from each of us, and if anyone even so much as hinted at leaving her, she immediately threatened to wreak her vengeance by means of the sheriff's officer. She seldom allowed us to go out to take any exercise, for fear we should decamp altogether. But every now and then we would all go together to Gravesend or Richmond by the steamboats, or else to Copenhagen House in the summer-time, and to some minor theatre in the winter. Oh, the misery of that existence! We were slaves to an old wretch who was enriching herself at our expense, whilst we had not an opportunity of hoarding a single guinea against any sudden necessity or misfortune. Then what atrocious proceedings were frequently enacted in that house! Hard by lived 3 or 4 idle fellows, who dressed flashily, spent a great deal of money, and yet had no visible employment or resources. Those ruffians were the blinks or bullies belonging to Mrs. Harpy's establishment. Their tricks were manifold. For instance, they would pick up at a tavern, coach office, the theatre, or other public place some country gentleman, or even a clergyman, whom they would ply with liquor, and then induce to accompany them to their aunts, where they would meet some delightful girls. Of course, this was Mrs. Harpy's establishment. The respectable country gentleman or clergyman was plied with more liquor, and if he would not drink fast enough, his wine was drugged for him. When he awoke in the morning, he would find himself in bed with one of the delightful girls. Presently, one of the bullies would rush into the room, declare that the gentleman had debauched his cousin, and threaten an exposure. Then the poor victim was glad to compromise the business by paying a considerable sum in order to hush up the matter at once. Sometimes the bullies would attempt a similar scheme of extortion in reference to individuals who came voluntarily to the house, and if the latter resisted the exorbitant demands made upon them, they were not unfrequently maltreated in a most shameful manner. It often happened that a gentleman would become a regular visitor to the house, if he took a fancy to one particular boarder. In such a case, he probably adopted a false name and took every precaution to avoid discovery as to who he was. The girl whom he visited was then directed to pump him, and if she failed to elicit the desired particulars, one of the bullies was instructed to watch and dog him when he left the house. By these means his real name, residence, position, and circumstances were speedily ascertained. If he were moving in a very respectable sphere, was married, or had any particular motives to induce him to keep his intrigues secret, he was the very kind of person who suited Mrs. Harpy and her bullies. The next time he visited the house, he would be surrounded by those ruffians, menaced with exposure, and forced to pay a considerable sum of money to purchase silence. But the evil did not terminate there. From that time forth, the unfortunate gentleman would be periodically beset by his persecutors, and fresh extortions would be effected to renew the pledge of secrecy on their part. Married men moving in respectable spheres have been driven to suicide by this atrocious system. Many a time have I read in the newspapers instances of self-destruction on the part of gentlemen whose pecuniary, social, or domestic circumstances afforded not the least appearance of any possible motive for such a deed. And then I have thought within myself that those poor victims had been hunted to death by extortioners of the class which I have described. The man who has a character to lose, or who has the peace of his family to consider, knows not how fearfully both are compromised, both endangered, when he so far forgets himself as to set foot in a house of infamy. He may imagine that his secret never can transpire, that neither his family nor friends can by any possible means ever discover that he is thus aired. But if he be an individual who by his wealth and social position appears worth the trouble of looking after, he will most assuredly find himself a prey to the vilest of extortioners. His happiness will be undermined and destroyed. He will live in constant dread of exposure, and deeply, deeply will he rue the day that he ever set foot in a brothel. The most barefaced robberies are practiced in even what are called the respectable dress houses. A gentleman wearing a handsome watch and chain is pretty certain to have it stolen from him, and when he remonstrates, he is perhaps met with a counter-accusation of having given a bad sovereign in payment for champagne on the preceding evening. On one occasion, a young gentleman who was so plundered and so accused carried the business to the Marlborough Street police office. Mrs. Harpy attended, denied the robbery in the most indignant manner, and persisted in the accusation relative to the base sovereign. The proceedings took such a turn that the young gentleman was searched, and in his pockets were found other counterfeit sovereigns, exactly resembling the one produced by Mrs. Harpy. Then Mrs. Harpy sent for her wine merchant, her butcher, and her baker, who were all her near neighbors, and those tradesmen declared that Mrs. Harpy kept a most respectable boarding house, and that she was a lady of good connections and undoubted integrity. The magistrate then appealed to the policeman within whose beat Gerrard Street was included, and as he received 5 guineas a year from Mrs. Harpy for shutting his eyes, it was not likely that he would open them on that occasion. He fully corroborated the evidence of the wine merchant, butcher, and baker, and the young gentleman was committed for trial for passing base money. Mrs. Harpy's story was that he had presented himself on the preceding evening at her house, and arranged to become a boarder in her establishment, that he obtained from her the change for the bad sovereign, and that, when accused of the act, he had turned round with a countercharge relative to his watch. The magistrate declared that there was no doubt of Mrs. Harpy's perfect respectability, and commented severely on the infamous behavior of the prisoner in trumping up so vile an accusation as a means of releasing himself from the odium of the charge laid against him. This young man belonged to a highly respectable family, and he had given a fictitious name in answer to the magistrate's question, for he had only been married 6 months, and was naturally anxious to conceal his visit to a brothel from the knowledge of his friends. But when he was committed for trial, he was forced to send for them, confess his indiscretion, and implore them to save him from the ignominy of exposure in a court of justice. A compromise with Mrs. Harpy was accordingly effected. She paid £50 in forfeit of her recognizances to prosecute, and she received £200 to abstain from further proceedings. I need scarcely say that the young gentleman really had been plundered of his watch, and that the entire business of the counterfeit money had been arranged to ruin him. Again, I declare that no one knows the woeful risks he incurs when he sets foot in a house of ill fame, that one false step may embitter the remainder of his days. Some weeks elapsed ere I was completely aware of the infamies which were perpetrated in Mrs. Harpy's den, and then I resolved to leave the place, whatever might subsequently become of me. At length an opportunity served, and one evening, with only a small parcel of necessaries under my arm and a few shillings in my purse, I slipped out of that scene of iniquities. I cannot enter into further details. Suffice it to say, from that moment commenced an existence of fearful vicissitudes, starvation one day, luxury the next, the most abrupt descents into the lowest abyss of destitution, and the most sudden elevations to comfort, though still a career of infamy, wanderings for many, many nights together, without knowing where to lay my head, and then a lodging and a good bed. Oh, it was horrible, that precariousness of life to which I was doomed. How often did I reflect upon the times of my innocence? Now and then I saw well-known names mentioned in the newspapers. The consecutive and rapid promotions of Lord Dunstable and Cholmondeley were not unnoticed by me. The presentation of the Honourable Adeline Enfield to court was an incident which affected me deeply, for it naturally led me to compare her elevated position with my degraded and wretched state. But one event which was recorded in the newspapers gave me, I must confess, some satisfaction. This was the bankruptcy of Mrs. Lambkin and her committal to Newgate for having fraudulently disposed of her property. I afterwards learnt that she died miserably in that gaol. But my own vicissitudes continued. Oh, let those who are prone to turn away from the unfortunate woman with disgust and abhorrence rather exercise a feeling of sympathy in her behalf. She does not drag her weary frame nightly along the pavement through choice, but from necessity. In all weathers must she ply her miserable trade, or starve. Then to what indignities is she subjected? Every drunken ruffian considers himself justified in ill-using her. Every brutal fellow jostles against her and addresses her in terms of insult. Do they think that because she is compelled to ply her hideous trade, she has no feelings? But it is chiefly from the young men who rove about the streets at night, smoking cigars, wearing pea-coats, and carrying sticks, that the unfortunate woman is doomed to receive the deepest indignity. Yes, from those who ought to have more chivalry in their dispositions, there is one base extortion to which the unfortunate woman is subjected, and which I must mention. I allude to the necessity of feeing the policeman belonging to that beat where the unhappy creature walks. The miserable wretch who deviated from this practice, either through inability or unwillingness, would never have a moment's peace. The moment she was accosted in the street by a gentleman, the officer would come up and order her brutally to move on, and perhaps he would add violence to harsh words. Then, on the slightest pretense, and often without any at all, the miserable woman is dragged off to the station house, charged with creating a disturbance, and taken next morning before the magistrate. In vain may she protest her innocence of the offence charged against her. In vain may she denounce the vindictive motives of the officer. The word of one policeman is deemed worth the oaths of 10,000 degraded females, and the accused is sentenced to Bridewell accordingly. No one can conceive the amount of the wrongs inflicted by the police upon the most miserable class of women. I could enter into details respecting the lives of unfortunate females, which would inspire you with horror, and yet with deep compassion. But I have already dwelt too long on a subject which should never be mentioned without caution to the pure-minded woman. In reference to myself, I need only add that having passed through all the terrible phases of a career of infamy, each day beholding me more degraded and sinking lower and lower amongst the low, I was reduced to a condition when beggary appeared the only resource left. From this appalling condition, your goodness has relieved me, and God alone must reward you. I never can. End of section 42. Recording by michelekilpatrick.
Section 43 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Doug Fajardo. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 43. The Tavern at Friuli. Through the broad meadows, the waving woods, and the delicious valleys which lie on the northern side of the Ferrati, in the state of Castelcicala, 2 foot-travellers pursued their way. Lovely flowed the river amidst the meads that were clothed in the country's everlasting green. Busy hamlets, neat farmhouses, and the chateaux of nobles or wealthy gentlemen varied the appearance of the magnificent landscape. Although it was the middle of November, the climate was as mild and genial as that of September in the British Islands. The vines had not been entirely stripped of their luscious fruit, and the citrons, so plentiful that they were but little prized by the inhabitants, grew wild by the roadside. Here groups of mighty chestnut trees afforded a delicious shade to the way-worn traveller. There the tapering spire of a village church, or the white walls and slated roof of some lordly country seat, appeared above the verdant mulberry groves. Nevertheless, the woodlands of Castelcicala were not characterized by that gloominess of foliage which invests the English and German forests with such awful solemnity, for the leaves were of a brighter green, and the density of their shade was relieved by the luxuriousness of the botany that spread its rich and varied colors over the surface of the land. The banks of the Ferrati yielded an immense profusion of aromatic herbs, which imparted a delicious perfume and, at the same time, a freshness to the air. Much as those 2 travellers had been accustomed to admire the loveliness of their own native England, they could not avoid exclamations of joy and surprise as they pursued their way amidst the fertile plains of Castelcicala. We need scarcely inform our readers that those travellers were Richard Markham and his faithful Morcar. Our hero, dressed in a neat but modest garb, and carrying a portfolio of drawing materials under his arm, journeyed along a little in advance of his attendant, who bore a small valise of necessaries. In his pocket-book, Richard had secured the 2 passports for himself and follower, which the interest of Mario Bazzano had obtained, and which were made out in fictitious names. Fastened to a riband around his neck, and carefully concealed beneath his raiment, was a small morocco leather case containing the sealed letter left him, with such mysterious instructions, by Thomas Armstrong. The well-filled purse, which the generosity of the Grand Duchess had supplied, and a map of the duchy, completed the stock of materials with which the travellers had deemed it fit to furnish themselves. Their way now lay, according to the advice which Richard had received from the Grand Duchess, towards Friuli. Thence it was his intention to strike off abruptly in a longitudinal direction, and, passing between Dandolo and Lipari, proceed straight toward the Napoleon frontier. On the 4th evening, the 2 travellers arrived at Friuli, having walked upon an average 30 miles each day, and slept at night in some cottage or farmhouse. They did not, however, penetrate into the fine and spacious town which they had now reached, but stopped at a small tavern in the suburbs. There they ordered supper, which was served up to them in the public room, as Richard did not think it prudent to excite notice by having a private apartment. Several other persons were sitting in the public room, busily engaged in imbibing the various liquors suited to their respective palates, and discussing, with great solemnity, the political aspect of the state. By their conversation, Markham judged that they must be the small tradesmen of the suburbs of the town, as they all seemed well acquainted with each other, and spoke as if they were in the habit of meeting at that tavern every evening, after the bustle and cares of the day's business. "Are you certain, neighbour," said one worthy burgher, addressing himself to another, "that the proclamation will be made tomorrow morning?" "I believe, gentlemen," answered the individual thus appealed to, "you are all aware that my wife's father is adjunct to the mayor of Friuli, and the title of adjunct is pretty nearly synonymous with that of deputy. Well, then, gentlemen, my father-in-law being, you perceive, as good as deputy mayor," continued the speaker, thinking that his prosiness would add to his importance, "he cannot fail to be in the mayor's secrets. That once granted, gentlemen, you can easily estimate the value of my authority for the tidings I reported to you just now. You may therefore rely on it that the proclamation placing the entire province of Montipay under martial law will be read in Friuli, as well as all the other towns, villages, and hamlets of the aforesaid province, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. "Then I suppose the whole duchy will be placed under martial law," observed another member of the party. "No doubt of it," said the second speaker. "The worshipful mayor hinted as much to the not less worshipful adjunct or deputy this afternoon." "The province of Abernathy has been for some time in an exceptional state, you know," said the individual who had first spoken. "And by all accounts we had much better be under the yoke of the Austrians at once, just like the northern provinces of Italy. I tell you what," added the individual, who was now addressing his companions, "I tell you what," he repeated, sinking his voice almost to a whisper, "there is not a man in Castelcicala who will not be ready to draw his sword against this most odious tyranny." "Hush, hush!" exclaimed the relative of the civic authority, as he glanced toward Richard Markham and Morcar. "We do not know who may overhear us, as the adjunct often observes to me." "The gentleman is an artist, and looks like a foreigner, too," said the individual, whose freedom of speech had provoked this remonstrance. "He is not likely to meddle with our political business." "Gentlemen," said Richard, "it is true that I understand your language, although I speak it imperfectly. But if you apprehend that I should make any improper use of the remarks which fall from you, I will at once retire to a private room." "Well spoken!" ejaculated one of the company. "No, sir, you shall not leave the room on our account. If I mistake not, you must be an Englishman or a Frenchman, and I like both those nations, for they know what true freedom is, while we are slaves, abject slaves." "Yes, and I admire the English too," cried the person who had before spoken with so little reserve. "Have they not given an asylum to that excellent prince, who is only exiled because he was the people's friend? because he wished to obtain for us a constitution that would give us houses of parliament or chambers, to be the bulwark of our liberties? Is not our Grand Duchess an Englishwoman? And has she not exerted herself to the utmost to mitigate the severity of Angelo III? That is no secret, and when I think of it, I remember hearing at Ossor, where I was, a few days ago, that it was a young Englishman who rallied the Constitutionalists when they were flying after the fall of General Grachia. What became of him? Asked one of the company. It is known that he was taken prisoner, was the reply. But as he disappeared almost immediately afterwards, it's supposed that he was hurried off without delay to one of the fortresses in the interior. Penalia or Estalia, for instance. Poor young fellow, I wish he had had better luck. But, as I was saying, you see we have good reason to admire the English. God bless them. Amen, exclaimed several voices. The emotions of our hero, while this discourse was progressing, may be more readily imagined than explained. But prudence on his own account, and obedience to the advice of the Grand Duchess, sealed his lips. Morcar continued to eat and drink without excitement, because the conversation passing around was totally unintelligible to him. The relative of the Major's adjunct was dilating pompously on the duties of a sovereign when a post-chaise drove furiously up to the door of the tavern. All was immediately bustle and confusion. "Horses! 4 horses wanted!" shouted a voice in the passage. Then commenced the rattling of harness, the running hither and thither of ostlers, and the usual calling and bawling which characterized such occasions. All the inmates of the coffee-room, with the exception of Markham and the gypsy, rushed out to stare at the equipage. Scarcely was the room thus left comparatively empty, when a tall man, wrapped in an ample travelling cloak, entered hastily, followed by the landlord. "Here, we have not a moment to lose. Give me change for this banknote," cried the traveller. "Yes, sir," said the host, and hurried from the room. "Signor Bazzano?" whispered our hero, who had started from his seat at the sound of the traveller's voice. "What? Signor Markham?" said the young aide-de-camp, shaking him kindly by the hand. "This is indeed most fortunate, but I have not a moment to spare. Listen, terrible events have taken place at Montoni. You are in danger. You must separate from your attendant, and each gain the Napoleon frontier by a separate route. Follow my advice, my dear Markham, as you value your life." At that moment the host reappeared with the gold and silver in change for the note, and Bazzano, having hastily consigned the money to his pocket, hurried from the room, but not before he had darted a significant glance upon our hero. In a few moments the post-chaise drove rapidly away. Richard returned to his seat in a cruel state of uncertainty, doubt, and suspense. What could that precipitate journey mean? Was Bazzano the sole occupant of the carriage? What terrible events could have occurred at Montoni? And what was that fearful peril which would oblige him to adopt so painful a precaution as to separate from his companion? Richard was at a total loss how to solve these queries, which naturally suggested themselves to his mind. While he was yet pondering on the singularity of the incidents which had occurred, all within the space of 3 or 4 minutes, the company poured back again to the coffee-room. "Something mysterious there," said one. "Yes, "A post-chaise with the blinds drawn down?" observed another.
"4 horses, and travelling like wildfire," exclaimed a third. "The tall man in the cloak who rode outside came into this room. What did he want, sir?" demanded the speaker, turning abruptly towards Markham, "for I believe you did not leave the room."
"He obtained change from the landlord for a bank-note, sir," answered our hero laconically.
"Oh, was that all, huh? Well, the thing still looks odd, particularly in such troubled times as these. Did anybody hear the orders given to the postilions?"
"The tall man in the cloak said in a loud voice, 'The road towards Dandolo, my boys,'" observed another of the company. Richard smiled imperceptibly, for he thought within himself, "Then it is precisely because Bazzano said in a loud tone, 'Towards Dandolo,' that the travellers are going in another direction." The company continued to debate, as all gossips will, upon the incident which had just occurred, and Richard determined to lose no more time ere he explained to Morcar, who had of course recognized the young aide-de-camp, the nature of the warning he had received from this individual. He accordingly bade the assembled guests good night, and left the room, followed by Morcar. At his request, the landlord conducted them to a double-bedded room, and the moment the host had retired, Richard communicated to the gipsy all that Bazzano had said to him. "There is but one course to pursue, sir," exclaimed Morcar. "Which is that?" asked Richard. "To follow the Castelcicalian officer's advice," returned Morcar. "He saved your life. He restored me to your service, and he is incapable of deceiving us. He is your friend, sir, and you must obey him." "But, my poor Morcar," said Richard, "I cannot part with you. I have lured you away from your family and native land to lead you into these difficulties, and I would sooner die than abandon you in a strange country, with even the language of which you are unacquainted." "Ah, my dear, good master," exclaimed the gipsy, his eyes dimmed with tears, "it will go to my heart to leave you, but if your life is in danger, I shall not hesitate a moment. Besides, the same peril that would overtake one would crush both were we together when it came, and it is folly for either of us to run idle risks in such a strait. No, let us follow the advice of your friend. Again, I say, Morcar, I cannot part with you. Were anything fatal to happen to you, I should never forgive myself." "No," continued Richard, "you shall remain with me. If danger come, it is only I who will suffer, for it seems that it is only my life which is in danger, and this is probable enough." "Ah, sir, I am not afraid of myself," exclaimed Morcar. "I would lay down my life to serve you, but I am convinced that you will only attract unpleasant attention to yourself if you travel with a follower. One person can slip unperceived through so many perilous places, where two together would be suspected. Besides, sir, I shall not be quite so badly off in this strange country as you suppose." "How so, Morcar?" demanded Richard, surveying him with astonishment. "There are Zingarees in this land as well as elsewhere," replied Morcar, "and amongst them I shall be safe." "On that consideration alone," exclaimed Richard, struck by the truth of the observation, and well pleased at the idea that his faithful dependent would indeed derive no small benefit, under circumstances, from the aid of that extensive and mysterious Freemasonry to which he belonged. On that consideration alone, I will consent to this separation. At daybreak we will rise, and each take a different route. I will give you the map of Castelcicala, as its geography has been so well studied by me that I am fully acquainted with the direction of all the principal towns and cities. But let us fix a place where we can meet again. Our grand object must be to gain the city of Naples. On your arrival there, proceed to the abode of the English consul, and leave with him the name of the inn where you put up. If I have reached Naples before you, that functionary will be enabled to tell you where I am to be found. I will strictly follow your instructions, sir, said Morcar. And now, my good friend, continued our hero, I must speak to you as if I were making my last will and testament, for heaven alone knows whether I shall ever quit this country alive. You remember the secret of my affection for a noble lady, which I communicated to you the night before we landed on the Castelcicalian coast? Not a syllable of what you told me, sir, has been effaced from my memory, replied Morcar. You enjoined me that, if anything fatal should occur to yourself, and Providence should enable me to return to England, I was to seek the Princess Isabella, and break to her the tidings and manner of your death, with the assurances that your last thoughts were given to her. Such was my request, Morcar, said Richard. I need now observe little more than repeat it. Let the one who reaches Naples first wait for the other 15 days, and if he come not by the expiration of that period, then let him surmise the worst, added Morcar, seeing that our hero hesitated. Your message to the princess shall be delivered, if God ordain that so sad a result ensues. And, on your part, sir, if I come not to the place of appointment, and you succeed in reaching it— Say no more, my dear friend, interrupted Markham, pressing the gypsy's hand. We understand each other. And they each dashed away the tears from their eyes. Richard then divided the contents of his purse into 2 equal portions, and presented one to Morcar. The gypsy positively refused to accept anything beyond a few pieces of gold, but Markham was more positive still, and compelled him to assent to the equitable partition of the large sum which Eliza's bounty had supplied. Then they retired to rest. At daybreak, Markham started up, but he looked in vain for Morcar. On the table stood a pile of gold. It was the one which our hero had forced upon the gypsy, and only 2 of the pieces had been taken from the heap. Generous man, cried Markham, God grant that I may one day be enabled to reward him for his fidelity and devotion to me. Having hastily dressed himself, our hero concealed about his person the few necessaries that were indispensable, and left the remainder in his valise. He then descended to the coffee-room, hurried over a slight refreshment, and, having settled the account, took his departure, telling the landlord to keep the valise for him until his return. But now, how lonely, forlorn, and friendless did he feel, as he hurried away from the inn where he had parted with his faithful dependent. End of section 43.